worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama magkasama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I want proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors: Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Pilipinas. My name is Hans Galeria and together with me is the lovely Jamie Fournier.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon, everybody here. Hi!
Woo!
Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. I'm so ecstatic to be here at the MPL Arena. Hans and everybody, thank you so much for welcoming me to the MPL Philippines.
Alam mo, sakto ka nga eh. Because today marks the start of a really important celebration. None other than the MLBB Golden Month Celebration. Kaya naman sa lahat ng ating mga MPL fans, I want you guys to stand up.
Come on, everybody.
Pre-practice na natin to kanina. Nakita na natin to, alright?
Ready ka na ba?
Ready ka na ba?
Ready na ba kayo?
Ready na ba ang lahat?
Yes, ready?
Alright.
Okay.
It's about time. DJ, hit it!
Woo!
Maglaro na ng MLBB. Golden month na mula February 28 to April 1. 1 minute, 1 cellphone, ipapamigay.
Sige.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1
guys can
Hindi
do
na.
better than that. Kaya ba?
Kaya ba?
All right.
Kaya pa?
What
Meron
about
pa?
this side? Kaya nyo ba?
Kaya pa? Okay, laban tayo dito. Meron pa ba? May energy pa? May
Guys,
energy
huwag
pa?
tayong
Okay.
magpatalo. Kaya nyo ba?
Kaya.
There's some folks sitting down. Come on, let's stand. Let's do this all together.
Grabe, napagod sila.
Napagod sila and excited sila. Nakaka-excite naman talaga.
I mean, bakit ba hindi sila may excite? Ang daming mangyayari ngayon, right?
I know, so much to look forward to, Hans. You know what? Ayan na.
Oh. Ay, ito pala yun. Okay. Right, left, right, left, right, down,
Pamimigay ng
down.
cellphone, 1 minute, 1 phone. Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m.
You know what,
kada
Hans?
gabi. Hanggang
Balita
sa
ko,
3
may
p.m.
mga
tayo
sorpresa tayong
mag-MLBB.
handa. Lalo na sa
ngayon,
mga
huwag kang
super fans na nandito sa MPL Arena.
Kaya naman, itigil muna natin ang panandalian, ang lahat ng sayawan. I'm sure you're gonna agree with me on that.
I agree.
And let's keep all of the action moving para saksihan natin ang lakas ng Pinas.
This is MPL Philippines Season 15.
Isama pa si Lolo. Habang nasa banyo.
Welcome everybody to day number 2 of the first week of MPL Philippines Season 15. What did we just do?
Oh, man.
That was fun.
It gets the
We
blood
did.
running.
Yeah.
I feel energized. How about you?
Don't you always feel energized? Like,
Yeah.
I'm good. Like, I expected a long day. This day is just about to get even longer.
And that is true. Actually, that happened yesterday. Despite having just a 2-series game, we had a pretty long one, and it was as fun as you expect. It was the opening matchups that we've had. Twisted Minds actually had a really tough time there
Oh, yeah.
against the opposition. What do you guys think of that?
For me, I'm just going to recall back what Redmar said. Let them cook. Coming into week number 4, week number 5, I believe Twisted Minds is going to twist their season and turn it around.
He pretty much just said what I said yesterday. So that's it. He said my idea.
That's it, basically, right? But if you want to play like a pro, you got to get that Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL Philippines official gaming phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFINFI-MPL. There you go, and to get yours.
You can get more data for maximum gaming with Smart's Powerall 149. Make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and text to all networks. Bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
Whew. So all of that is something that we're gonna have to look forward to. I really like we're still sticking with the GT20 Pro. Personally, I played with it. We test played with it yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. No, the other day. Thursday, yeah.
On the rehearsal, and we won.
I just want to say that we beat Brigida and Kianara, me, Rockhard, and Burrito, so we dominated that
We had
game.
a lot of fun with that phone.
I didn't get to play. We were doing the rehearsal. I was here on
You
the
were
desk.
working.
You were
Yeah,
working.
So we were casting that.
So nonetheless, going back into it, right? Today we are going to we're going to be blessed with champions playing again, because we are at the home of the champions. And of course, the champions are going to be playing championship players on one team, Falcons, and of course, the M4 champions on the other, which is Team Philippines. So this is our full schedule. It's going to be a slobber knocker for this one. And for match number 2, we're really looking forward to that as well, since we do have some new blood coming into the show today.
And they're also champions. AP Bren, former MPL representatives, also dominated Season 4. So, right, everyone here is almost a champion.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the rematch of last season's championship matchup between Aurora and ONIC Philippines. I mean, as much as people would want to immediately predict, ONIC's going to win that. ONIC's been looking good. Who knows? Maybe Aurora are going to continue the momentum that they showed up yesterday up against Twisted Minds.
And we've seen that matchup, right? We've seen the Aurora ONIC matchup. It was the grand finals of Season 14, and it took us to game number 7.
Yeah.
So this is not something you're going to take lightly, especially with Aurora feeling a lot more like finding their identity this time around. So this is something that we're going to talk about later, but for now, we are entering a new era, like we mentioned yesterday, right? But will we see the same Titans?
You know, for me, it's the same lineup. It's the same guys that we're used to watching, the squad of Team Falcons. So I'm pretty sure if you're talking about being top tier, being the best, being a Titan, Team Falcons has it covered.
Yeah, Team Liquid PH, on the other hand, I think they're just going to be looking for redemption against a team that's been beating them consistently ever since they swept their opponents. The team on your screens right now in the Season 13 Grand Finals, the former roster of APBR, then Falcons APBR, now just Team Falcons Philippines, the second or one of the two new organizations for MPL Philippines Season 15 are in here. And you can see the history. And look at Kyle TZ. 2018, the man got his phone stolen. He really wanted to play MLBB, maybe become a pro. He got a new one in 2019, and that phone got broken. Fate said you are going to be stopping there. But then Kyle TZ got to borrow a new phone. He became an amateur player, and eventually, fast forward, TLDR, he's a world champion.
That's right. And I think in that story, you also have to consider, you know what? They got their blessings, right? Because after that, it was the championship run. It was the year that APBR almost completed the Golden Road.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? The year Kyle TZ broke his phone is the year Few won his first championship in MPL Philippines.
That's right.
So that's how long Few is
Yeah.
in the league. Actually, the longest player so far in MPL.
That is true.
The
And
longest player?
The
longest player?
tenured player.
The
yeah.
There you
longest
go.
player. No, okay, fine.
I like that better. I like that better. So here on the other side is TLPH's 7-year history, where a lot of them did really come from the Orcas, the Echo Express. And they have brought that identity. They have brought that DNA with them, alongside the very storied greatness of the GOAT, right? Also becoming a former APBR member.
Yeah, and looking at the JP's also accomplished a lot already. I mean, 3-4 MPL Philippines Championship, not to mention the inaugural season of MPL. They were the champions, and JP was also the MDL Finals MVP for Season 1.
Right. Yeah, I think people tend to overlook just how decorated JP is as a player. He's one of the first two-time MPL Philippines champions.
Back-to-back, by the way.
Yeah, back-to-back. The first back-to-back.
Yeah.
And yeah, in the inaugural season of MDL, the man just showed up, which is why he eventually got slotted in the upcoming MPL after that. But yeah, JP has such a record career in him. And it's interesting, we talked about Kyle TZ getting his phone broken and stolen. In that same time frame, Carl TZ, on the other hand, the man that he said is my idol, Kyle TZ's words, he was already a pro at that age.
And he was breaking records. He was one of the most exceptional Lancelot players of Season 6, Season 7,
Yeah.
right? Where he showed up in the world stage and got his championship at, what, 16 years old? 15 years old?
Yeah, I think it was 16 at that time, yeah.
Right, so there you go. I feel like that's one of the reasons why a lot of people really call Carl TZ the GOAT, despite them not having the most stellar records in MPL in the past 2 seasons for TLPH, which, despite having a pretty strong regular season, sometimes they do fall off on the playoffs.
I mean, you win some, you lose some, but the important thing is they always bounce back. And when it comes to bouncing back, you can expect Carl TZ to bounce back with their very first matchup. But just mean your first matchup is already up against Team Falcons. We have a star-studded first match for today.
Yeah, and it's been a while since TLPH has actually gotten to defeat Falcons, well, not Falcons AP but Team Falcons, this roster that they're going to be going up against, because last season they were swept twice by this roster.
Oh, we'll have to see if that's going to happen here again today. Yeah. But for the meantime, we have an all-access pass right there on the player stands with one of our hosts. They're coming at you right now before we start the game.
Nandito tayo ngayon, tatawa ako kay Sanji, dito sa isa sa mga MPL player rooms at kasama natin, kilala nyo na, nagsisigawan ng mga tao sa likod at sa loob. Pakita mo, pakita mo, pakita mo. Ayan o, ang dami nila ngayon. Ayan o. Parang mga kasali sa reality show. Bakit? Si Oheb kasi kasama natin. Oheb, pare, kamusta naman?
Okay lang. Kalmado lang tayo, bro.
Kalmado lang. Alam mo, kanina pa nila binabanggit yan. Gusto ko nga malaman, kamusta ba ang experience, chemistry building? Ano bang essence nung kalmado factor? Bakit ba lagi niyong sinasabi yan dito ngayon?
Wala lang. Parang ano lang. Ine-enjoy lang kasi namin lahat ng ginagawa namin.
Pansin ko nga eh. Pansin ko nga, I mean, you guys have been preparing for this for a while now. I also want to know from like a personal perspective kasi all throughout your MPL career, ito ang unang beses na nagpalit ka ng team. And now, you're with the Cavalry, obviously, Team Liquid Philippines. Anong mga adjustment ba yung kailangan mong gawin given na ito yung una mong, change ng environment?
Sa adjustments naman, Pagdating sa mga laro, wala naman ako masyadong in-adjust eh. More on sa outside game yung in-adjust ko. Hindi ko dinala yung mga bad habits ko na nakuha sa previous team ko. Tsaka, ayun, sila rin, tinulungan din naman nila akong parang makapag-adjust agad sa playstyle nila. Kaya di rin ako masyadong nahirapan.
Tapos silipin mo ng konti yung all-time stats mo with the Beatrix, alright? You had a really, grabe, complimented already by the teammates. Ikaw, ito yung pinaka-gamit mo na hero, third most used hero all of the time in your career. And I wanna know, kung sa tingin mo ba, yung Filipino sniper mo na moniker ay deserve mo pa rin or feeling mo nagbago ba yon all throughout the course of time?
Tingin ko, hindi naman siya nagbago eh. Kung ano yung ginawa ko dati para ma-earn yung title na yun, parang ganun pa rin ngayon eh.
Well,
Wala na.
I guess the Filipino sniper is back in action. Catch OHEB and Team Liquid Philippines. Rekta na tayo sa ating mga casters.
There you go. Once a legend, always a legend. And the Filipino sniper is a name that is spoken in hushed tones in some regions. It is infamous.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about sniper, you think of OHEB, and I like what OHEB mentioned a while ago, that he's not going to bring his bad habits from his former team back when he was in Blacklist to his new team right now, and I hope that's in and out of the game, not just bad habits. If you know, you know.
Well, what is it?
What's the habit?
What's the habit?
I'm not gonna say it, bro.
You already started it.
That's
Don't
why I
tease us
said
like
if
this.
you know, you know.
Okay, all right.
You want me to lose a job?
Yeah, don't lose a job.
Oh, wait, no, I just remember what you're talking
Yes,
about, right?
the bad habit that he does
Never mind.
from time to time.
I forgot.
But what about you guys? Which hero, by the way, is OHEB's Filipino sniper moniker from? I wonder if you guys were paying attention. Is it letter A, Nuvaria? Letter B, Granger. I mean, Granger is long range. Very long range. Beatrix, maybe? Or the Leslie. Where did it originate from? Where are the OGs in the chat? Are you guys there? Do you guys know what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I hope you still remember.
Yeah, you actually don't even need to be that much of a super like OG to remember it. I think it's so iconic.
Yeah.
If you've forgotten, then that's on you.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a new moniker that I thought of that maybe will probably not fly.
What?
Certified Murderer OHEB. He's one of the first few players where in a roster reveal, he literally sniped down one of the villains because they were some cool hitman style.
I remember
dudes.
that.
Yeah, so if you've ever seen the roster reveal of Team Liquid Philippines, check it out. It's action-packed. They turn into like action superstars, and OHEB literally sniped the guy.
You know, if that's the case, if you bring that up, I mean, I'm excited to see. No, I'll tell you later, Redmar.
Oh, what?
I'll just tell you later, Redmar.
All right. Sniping people from the top of a van? I mean, who can remember that? Who can forget that? I'll throw it over to the stage, and let's introduce our players for our first match. And here we go. Back at it again. It is Team Falcons flying in pure green. Flap Teasy on the XP lane. Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwin, and Super Marco. These are the boys that we all know and love who used to sport the yellow. And now they got wings again.
From yellow to green, these young 5 men have proven that they are one of the best, even represented the Philippines. They've changed their team name multiple times, but still, these 5 strong Falcons will once again wish that they could soar high over a familiar foe.
Man, you know, these guys were so impressive in SPS that hopefully they can get to continue that, because a lot of people just started reminding the world just how good Team Falcons are at their peak. But Team Liquid Philippines tend to be overlooked because of their recent results against Team Falcons. But come on, it's Team Liquid Philippines. Sanford, Carl, Sanji, JP, and OHEB. How he's gonna fit in with this already tenured squad that have already formed their chemistry through championships, through world championships. OHEB is going to be the biggest question mark here, but as he said in the interview earlier, Team Liquid Philippines has done a lot to make sure that he is welcome and that the sniper has a home in the ranks of the cavalry.
That's actually true. It really did give me chills when you reminded us very well of it. Like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. They used to face off against each other so much. It's going to be so interesting to see them working together now. And I can't imagine the dynamic right now that's happening in TLPH.
You know, honestly, I'm still not used to seeing OHEB with TLPH. It's like seeing Luka with the Lakers.
It's good, ain't it? It's good, ain't it? It feels good.
That's true. I love it when you put it that way. But you know what? I did get some snippets, like Carl Teasy specifically with OHEB. They do work well together, like even from before, because they play a lot of different games together as well. A few people on media, they also were talking about, like, they really were, like, they were joined on the hip. Yeah. And I really like that. That's a good sign maybe for TLPH, despite having a bit of a newer lineup compared to, obviously, one of the strongest teams as well in the recent seasons. So let's go throw it over. And we're going to have a few other words happening on stage as well right now.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Player 5 ako. Hingin mo, vlog. Ano ako, coach? Coach ka? O analyst? Coach, ko paano yung TP namin? Papalitan to? Oo, pala. Ano yung papalit kahit ano? Sumusobro na eh. Sumusobro na.
Guys, first game. Pang-momentum na momentum. Bilhin natin. Good luck sa laban. Hello. Dito nga, pre. Pala, ano nga. Patayata, tol.
We're gonna see him once again in action, but this time up against OHEB in a different uniform. The Bulletproof versus the Filipino Sniper.
You know, OHEB has to come in here with a killer mentality.
Yeah.
He really has to come here thinking aggressive. He has to think about dominating lane. He has to think about dominating the team fights. But there were some things I saw in SPS about how Super Marco takes team fights now, that he's a little bit too aggressive.
Oh.
That looks like that's becoming a little bit more of the holes in the armor of the Bulletproof Marco. His own aggression, that maybe if OHEB can balance aggression in lane with much cleaner and better timings in team fights, that's where he might get the edge over Super Marco.
I actually completely agree with that. It is a big contrast to what we saw in SPS, where his KDA was a little lower compared to when he first started out. He used to have like 0 deaths in his rookie season. He had 0 deaths in multiple games. In SPS, he did feel like he was a more aggressive player. And I wonder if that's going to come into play here, considering you are playing against, on the lane, against one of the aggressive players that everyone knows and loves, especially in the late game, which is OHEB right here.
Yeah, it just goes to show that Super Marco is has willingness to evolve, has willingness to improve. I mean, he's speaking a lot right now. Has to be more aggressive, has to match the aggression, especially when they're going to go up against the likes of Kellera, the likes of OM. He has to be proactive this time. And with the recent run with SBS, I do agree. I think this is a different Super Marco we're going to see later on.
Yeah, and to help guide the gold laners here, I think the veterans really have to step up. I'm looking at JP, I'm looking at Few. They really have to be the anchors of their two teams. Few, of course, throughout the years, we've heard interviews about how Few really is the commander type, where things don't happen up until Few says so or until we get his approval. So for Team Falcons PH, find the sniper's nest. OHEB has actually evolved into becoming one of the most play-safe type of gold laners. That's why I want to see him become a little bit of a killer, but not too much that it makes it easy for Falcons to find you. For Team Liquid Philippines, break Super Marco. Find the hole in the armor of the bulletproof. And for all of y'all, just aim for the head, man. If you see an opportunity, you gotta take it. Because weirdly enough, these two, if they find something that they can capitalize on, they will do it and they will be relentless.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to aim for the head. The last time someone didn't aim for the head, half the universe, half the population of the universe vanished.
That's true.
That actually happened. That was,
yeah.
You know, that was in a movie.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just making sure that I'm not misremembering my world history here.
That's right. So yeah, always. It's a good reminder from our friend Floor. Always aim for the head, basically. There you go. So I wonder if the chinks in the armor we're looking for is really that maybe aggression, the more aggressive Super Marco that we have right now. But you also have to think about the aggression coming in from the jungle against Carl Tizzy, who is... I've never seen Carl Tizzy in the state where it's been a while since we've seen him in a championship match.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that kind of will come into play here, where he might be more, what's the English term for it? Gritty. He might be more greedy, maybe. Nitty-gritty to get those kills.
Yeah.
And to show that he is still the guy that you have to watch out for in Team Liquid.
No, I totally get you, because it seems like one of the things that Carl Tizzy hasn't completely let go of, especially during the time of the Akais and the Fredrins in the jungle, is that he often checks bushes and jungles like he's still a tank jungler.
There you go.
Which has been one of the biggest thorns on the sides of Team Liquid, especially last season. So let's see if that changes as we head into the draft.
Yeah. This draft is going to be very interesting. It is Coach RC's welcome as well here. Coach RC is not a new guy. Obviously, you guys have seen him in the international stage as well, performing very well. And probably, I can imagine that's why he got picked up for TLPH, right?
So now, I mean, one of the few things that we'll get to see is which will Team Falcon prioritize? Will it be Suyo? Will it be the Joy? But Suyo first for Kyle Tizzy.
Yeah, with the Joy already banned out, it becomes a Suyo Nolan Hayabusa trade that we're looking at. You don't need to rush a jungler here if you're TLPH. Let's see if they're going to go ahead and prioritize something along the lines of a Granger Eve. If they want to go for reach, they can even go for an early Gatot Kacha, which has risen up in the ranks. Or if they really want safety, they can go pick up a high loss much earlier on. I would suggest against that and just try to get the Granger now. Get reach and get those high-profile picks.
There you go. There's a Granger.
Oh. So we've seen OHEB, have the moniker of the Filipino sniper with a different hero, but this time it might be because of this hero with the Granger. And for JP, they're going to go on the safer route, make sure that OHEB gets his space, gets enough protection to go crazy with the Matilda.
Yeah. With the Matilda picked up, that opens up an alpha pick potentially for TLPH. And Falcon, right out of the gate, are gonna surprise us. They go ahead and pick up a Benedetta and the Farsa as well. So this actually makes things a little bit more difficult for the Granger, as the Bene and the Farsa have the tools needed to make sure that the Granger isn't comfortable from afar.
That's right. And this is a very early Benedetta as well, earlier than most teams would love to pick it up here. On the other hand, I would love to see how they're going to keep this Granger safe because of that. I'm not thinking about the Hilda. I still feel like the Hylos is pretty good.
All right, sorry. We're going to have to double check on that Benedetta pickup, because here on the arena, it's actually showing a Khalid on the screens. So we're going to double check that, but as it stands, it might actually be a Khalid pickup by Falcons and a Fulvius picked up as the third pick for Team Liquid Philippines.
And that a lot better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Khalid is definitely still a good XP roam flex. The patch didn't really change it that much.
Exactly.
And this kind of how do you say this? This kind of just goes into the formula here that if you don't go too aggressive, you need that frontliner to keep the forces safe as well.
Yeah, especially if you're going up against a Matilda. You have chase capabilities because of the Raging Sandstorm plus the Flicker combination. But I beg the question, Renmar, do you think Barats is a viable option, especially for Flap DZ later on? Because we've seen a Flap DZ rock the Barats in SPS.
No, yeah, Barrett's would be good. It's a good lane holder, and it becomes a dead lane up against the Phobius. No one's actually really gonna gank that, so the other two, both of them are just gonna be left to manage their waves and to just get out of lane and then just meet the rest of their team in the center of the river. With the Phobius on the other side, the Khalid will most likely go to the roam, because the Khalid Phobius mashup, it's a little bit more Phobius leaning, even though you could say the Khalid can just heal through it. That's most likely a Khalid or roam, and EXP Barretts would slot in very well. TLPH takes out the CC, so there's a chance they might actually not be thinking about the Barretts, and they need to start thinking about it because right now, their damage profile, if Falcon does shows up with the Barretts, it won't be enough.
Yeah, and the Barretts is also going to have a bit of a harder time here against the Matilda compared to what we've seen yesterday, where the Barretts really had a lot of fun. Like, anytime someone got taken by Tetanus Welcome, it's almost a sure kill.
Last ban, Hanzo, so we're really going to wonder what Carl TZ will be picking up, because Fanny's gone, no Joy, no Hanzo. I mean, the Alpha is there. It can be paired up with the Matilda.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Alpha Matilda would be good. Barretts is a bit too slow. Nolan is still an option. So they go carry, and they go glue.
All right.
Oh, the damage profile of TLPH is not enough. They might have actually gotten this quite undrafted, and as we mentioned at the start of the draft, it is an Alpha that they're going to be pairing up with the Matilda.
All right, so this Alpha is very... It's not what I expected, definitely, from the likes of TLPH. And I'll be honest, if we didn't see the Hanzo yesterday, I would have bet that it was going to be Carl TZ picking up the Hanzo first. I really like that. I like the research that's gone into Team Falcons here, knowing their opponent very, very well.
So I think one of the swords that they got to do really well was the Khalid pickup in the first phase, and then the glue was also very surprising. There's not a lot of long-range poke other than the Granger that will mess up the carry. I'm leaning into this looking like a very good Falcon draft, but as always with Matilda and Alpha, there's a high risk that TLPH could snowball if Falcon are sloppy in the early game.
Yeah, we've seen it yesterday actually with TNC. They slotted in Matilda, plus the Alpha went 6-0 later on towards even to the late game up against ONIC Philippines.
There you go. Let's see if that's going to play in. Alpha and Matilda, always good to watch here. Let's go into the first match of the day between Team Falcons Philippines and, of course, TLPH.
Well, what we're going to be looking at is the first rotation. I don't think there are going to be some heavy invades. If anyone's going to be invading, the one who could actually start that off could be... Oh, they actually have both tools for invading, considering it's a Khalid roam. Yeah. TLPH have the Matilda and Alpha together if they end up getting Matilda into the level 2 relatively quickly so that they can get Guiding Wind for the Alpha. I think Falcon might consider for some early aggression around the center of the map, because that's what you usually get with the Kali. They like to win the initial minion wave push out with the pokes.
Yeah, you can even have like an option to invade the jungle as well.
Speaking of jungle, especially Kyle TZ has the Suyo. If they don't want to replicate what happened yesterday, they have to match the aggression of the Alpha, because coming into the second or third turtle, if again the Alpha Matilda combination manages to snowball by that point, it's going to be hard for Falcon to crawl back into this game.
Yeah. I can actually imagine that they might have to crawl back.
Yeah.
They're not going to be running toe-to-toe against a lineup like this, because I feel like they're going to get bulldozed.
Yeah. One of the things you also have to acknowledge is if that Alpha gets to scale up very quick, is that every time that the glue will split, there's a chance Alpha would just tear through all of the gluelets and actually heal through that before the glue is able to grab and, well, just, displace anyone there.
That's right, because it spell vamps individually to the gluelets.
A lot of possible combinations, a lot of possible scenarios can happen right now. But guys, again, this is Saturday, so you know that we have 3 matches in store for you. This is the very first match. You can really buy your tickets and still come to the Green Sun Makati Hotel and experience the MPL S15 experience.
Especially today later on. I don't know if there are going to be tickets left for that third game. That star match is going to have
I think it's already out, sold out.
It's sold out. I think this game is actually sold out too. I can only count less than like 10 seats open in the arena right now. Everyone's really just excited to see Falcons and TLPH meet up yet again. Another thing I'm looking forward to seeing is how the Fovies is going to be faring up against a lineup of Falcon. The Glue can displace the Fovies if ever the Fovies meets the Glue in a clash. Should be able to reach the Farsa, although it's not going to be easy. And the carry might actually be the most problematic here to deal with for the Fovies, considering it's one of the Fovies that actually went into this game with a Flicker instead of a Vengeance. Well, yeah, this might be a tough game for Sanford. TLPH need to make sure their timings and initiations are very tight.
Yeah, Falcons definitely feels like they just didn't overthink it. There's the Phobias, let's pick a carry, and let's go into the game.
Okay, so early on, Ogwen's going to be getting the info that it's an orange start for Carl TZ, so it's going to be separate unless Carl TZ changes his rotation. There's nothing else to get in the jungle, so interesting movement by Kyle TZ. He cleared up his orange side, didn't get his own purple. He's going to go ahead and steal the Crammer up top. Then he might go for the gold and then get his purple buff. Unique timings here, but he might get caught out and spotted out by TLPH.
Very King Kong-esque rotation for Kyle TZ. You really want to maximize on getting the level 15 before the 10-11 minute mark, because again, they're up against Carl TZ and JP with the Alpha Matilda combination. But this is what you mentioned a while ago. The control that TLPH has on the mid lane so far, you can expect them to really dominate the river early on.
Yeah, but right now, Ogwen seems to be setting the tempo alongside Few with a faster clear and the higher damage early on by the Khalid. Good rotations by Kyle TZ and Falcon. Kyle TZ was able to hit level 4 first, but if I'm not mistaken, Kyle TZ, if he gets this, should be leading in the EXP, yes.
There you go. So I also like this feud that's very aggressive in the mid, but hold on.
Okay, turtle spawn, but there's a clash coming into the middle lane, forcing Few to flicker out, plus use that ultimate right away, but on the other hand, Flap TZ up against 3, use the split split already. Carl TZ is here. Is he going to be able to get the turtle? Yes, he did, but in exchange for his own life, as Kyle TZ will get the kill. Few, on the other hand, goes down as well. This is an engage. TLPH wants to go for more, but JP says we will disengage. TLPH gets 2, Falcon gets 1.
That's very clean, very swift here for TLPH. I love the decisiveness as well of TLPH to just take that despite all the distractions that Falcons were actually throwing their way.
Yeah, Carl TZ able to go forward, keep himself a safe distance away from the combo of the Glue and able to retrieve that turtle, which is why TLPH won that initial engage. Oheb and Super Marco both hacked Master Assassin. So yeah, they're really looking just to dominate the duel there. And at the same time, because there are some pretty tanky presences in the opposing side.
You're gonna have to break through it very well if you want to just keep the momentum going. Exactly what TLPH is known to be good at doing. So I love that for them. Right now, it feels like the focus is going to be on that top side, forcing a Raging Sandstorm as well from Ogwen. That might force Falcon to just play it safe for the next few minutes.
I mean, they have to. They don't have the reach so far because Ogwen expended already his Raging Sandstorm, as you mentioned. On the other hand, JP, though, did use the Circling Eagle, but again, one Guiding Wind can actually activate TLPH to go in for the kill and charge right away, so it's looking good so far for the Cavalry.
Yeah, good call. When TLPH actually got really good info that they could have invaded the purple buff, they decided to back off and then just default, return back to their lanes and positions. See JP and Sanji holding the north side. They're really doing everything they can. Oh, heaven to bottom.
Oh, Carl TZ goes in. Sanford as well, but he's going to get bursted down by Falcon. Few has the ultimate again, forcing out Sanford to walk away, but that's an engaged Falcon once again. That was out of nowhere. TLPH forcing a reaction here onto the middle lane, but Sanji and JP has to walk away up against 4 of Team Falcons.
That was beautiful timing for Falcons, knowing that there were not really any TLPH members left there to back them up. They went in for the kill and got a pretty easy one. Now they go for turtle.
They might try this. Sanji has Raging Sandstorm. They can go for this.
Okay, let's see. Carl TZ's in the picture right now. And Ogwen just charging up. Also has his Flicker plus the Raging Sandstorm. So let's see who's going to initiate first.
Got a 5v5 on our hands, getting ready on that turtle. I think they will definitely, someone's going to go for it 100%. I feel like they're on the precipice. Someone's just waiting for a bad move from the other.
terms of the farm right now, Kaltizi definitely faster, 2.8k to 2.2k of the Alpha. And comparing the two gold laners, is 3.3 on the Granger, while it's 2.8 on Super Marco's carry, so it's a slight lead for OHEB. It's actually the trade-off that you get to see. Remember, before we saw the gank into the bottom lane from Team Falcons Philippines, we saw Sanji and JP holding the top river to make sure that OHEB gets to farm comfortably and that he'll be safe. But the trade-off of that is that if the sequence timing is wrong and your opposing team is already rotating to the other side of the map, that will lead to a gank. The moment you don't see anyone in the river and anyone in the opposing jungle, you immediately go for a gank into the nearest lane, and that's what they did.
Yeah. That's why they got a kill on the Carl TZ. I mean, and Falcons, they really needed that because, again, TLPH was rocking on their momentum. They were really controlling the pace. So, I mean, still 50-50, but again, with the aggression that Team Falcon discipline they're showing. Whoa, whoa. Speaking of aggression, whoa.
That's
Look at
another
that
aggressive flap teasy, but that's his signature pose at this point, right? That's the championship winning pose.
Yes, that's a good meme. I
So,
like that.
I like what I see here.
Solid fan art.
Yeah, more accurate right now, especially since Flap TZ has been bulking up. I mean, even in SPS, he was flexing for us.
Yeah, I hope it gets to the point where he gets like bodybuilder levels buff. Because it's like such a clash with his personality. Because he's like peak golden retriever energy, but then he'll be built like a Doberman.
And he's gonna, and then, oh, come on, that's just friendship, 100% friendship levels.
Yeah, don't do your friends dirty like that.
Yeah.
Again, that's one of the perks if you're watching live at Green Sun Hotel Makati. That's why if I were you, I'd secure a ticket. But unfortunately, I think all matches right now are sold out.
Or at least for today.
For today.
I think they can still get some for the next weeks. So always make it happen. And check the MPLPH website for any slots that are available. So coming to this one, I feel like TLPH might have a bit of an opening as well, despite losing out on that kill in the past minute. I feel like the power spike of OHEB comes in a lot earlier without Hunter's Strike. Compared to Super Marco, who will need to farm it up. He only has the, what's this? Yeah, he only has one item there on the carry.
Yeah, especially later, if ever they decide to go shuffle lane for OHEB.
Yeah.
They have the Matilda, so they can do it, but look at this already in the picture. Sanji goes in with the Raging Assassin, not going to connect, but a killing spree coming in from Sanford as they bring down OHEB. But Carl TZ secures the turtle, plus the kill. Flap TZ is going to bring down Carl.
And I like their really calm demeanor here. They didn't take more. They knew what they had. They knew their firepower, and they estimated very well, not giving away any kills.
Yeah, and you see the homework that Flap TZ has been given. Just grab Carl TZ, do what you can to disrupt the retribution of the Alpha. It's gone on for both objectives now, or the previous objective, and it's gone well for them. Item update, War Axe already, so it's the path of the Suyo where it goes to the War Axe detour before full building the Hunter Strike. Yesterday we saw Demon Kite rushing Hunter Strike first, but that's because they're rocking a lineup that they're confident can snowball quickly. This one is a little bit more 50-50, that's why it's a little bit more of a, how do I call this, a conservative approach to itemization on the Suyo.
Yeah, very conservative. Might slow you down a lot.
Split. Sanford using the ult is not going to out-sustain the damage coming in from both Kyle and Flap TZ. Not looking good for Sanford right now. Carl manages to stay alive thanks to JP. So again, Falcon with a beautiful gap.
They're not done quite yet. Sanji with the clearing operations here with that feathered airstrike. And very controlled aggression coming in from Team Falcons. Ogwin, though, might be in trouble.
Okay, quick sound guard for Ogwin. Quick thinking from the Master. Luckily, OHEB still hasn't have his Sky Piercer, so not enough damage for the Filipino sniper to bring down Ogwin.
TLPH right now, they're starting to feel that the glue is the biggest problem. And again, we mentioned it in the draft, they don't have the right damage profile for it besides the Alpha. The damage of the Granger also will take some time for it to be felt by the glue, but even if it gets to the late game, Flap TZ will still be the biggest problem. And now TLPH will have to find a way to deal with that as the next sequences happen. Third Turtle coming up in just a bit. It's not that big of a lead for Falcons. TLPH can contest this, but it's hard to find a scenario where they will be able to win an objective fight. Carl TZ can win a Red Tree battle, but the question of can they win a fight is a different one.
I think it's going to boil down to Sanji. If ever he decides to get the Raging Sandstorm, it's going to have to connect this time. Because previously it did not. Here comes Circling Eagle coming in from JP, who went on the other hand, trying to summon out the members of TLPH. Going to be a Retribution battle. Sanji connects with the Raging Sandstorm. View secures the turtle, but the clash is still going on as they try to bring down Sanji. They will do so successfully. Sanford goes in right after Flap TZ. Flap TZ stays alive with a flick around. And now Ogwin just really zoning out the members of TLPH. Will they go in? No casualties for the Falcons, and Sanji will fall down.
All right, I guess that was a pretty smart approach, Renmar, right? I mean, if they can't deal with the glue itself, just go around it as much as you can. Although while they were trying to do that, like trying to avoid the glue, they were absorbing so much damage at the same time.
Yeah, unfortunate for both junglers that Few was actually the one who was able to get the last hit into the turtle. And TLPH actually handled that fight very well. Two things happened. One, JP got a two-man knockup with the Circling Eagle. That was great timing and entry by the roamer of TLPH, while at the same time, Sanji's follow-up with the Raging Sandstorm ultimate stolen from the Khalid as the Valentina ensured the TLPH, well, I was asking the question, you could count that as them winning the fight, because after this positioning, Falcons are a bit more behind. They have more room to push around the other parts of the map, but the objective was won by Falcons because Few got the last hit.
So overall, I think they are dealing with this as efficiently as they can, but there's just a lot of like hurdles, right, that they have to go through.
I mean, the number one hurdle, as mentioned by Renmar, was really Flap TZ. I mean, they put a lot of resources, a lot of DPS onto trying to burst down Flap TZ's glue. But one flicker saved him away. He was literally one hit away.
Yeah.
Getting bursted down and he's still alive.
Again, that's just going to continue to be the thorn on the side of Team Liquid Philippines. I think they also have to accept that, okay, if they're not going to be able to kill the glue, well, okay, bring him low, but make sure that you're also giving resources to the other members of Falcons and that they're able to be brought low so that the glue is actually just going to be left alone even though he has good health.
And we should really never forget, it's really nice to see Flap TZ and Carl TZ just interacting like this because they used to be like really close.
Yeah.
They were used to be brothers on the same team.
And now they're closer because of the split.
Yes, exactly. So that's the irony of this one, right? Is that they're still very close. It's just that the other guy is shampooing the other guy.
Yeah.
Which is very weird and very accepted in some countries. But yes, I feel like this storyline is going to keep getting a bit more, is more getting on the friendly side, right? Because they're former teammates. Some of them are former teammates as well. But yeah, and this one, the glue is the biggest bane, not the hero. The bane, not the hero. The bane of Team Falcons. Sorry, TLPH.
TLPH.
And it's really hard to work around. And so far, Team Falcons just has to keep it up. I feel like they should just keep doing this non-stop because the Alpha is still a threat.
Yeah.
At this point, despite getting targeted or focused on multiple times today.
Yeah. I mean, even Sanford's doing quite a good job, actually. He's actually replicating what Flap TZ has been doing, even getting 3 kills of his own. But the problem is, again, oh, wait a minute. They're trying to go for Kyle TZ, the Filipino sniper with 1 bullet to bring down Kyle.
Good find there by Team Falcons, and now they're going to be able to push up top. This is what we were talking about. The sequence before opens up the map, but Falcons said, you know what, we're going to open up the map too. I'm pushing the bottom lane by Super Marco, and in the mid, Few is actually already using the Feathered Airstrike to clear out the minion waves so that TLPH won't be able to push down the mid lane. Open slow.
Okay, split coming in from Flap TZ, forced out early on by TLPH. Now they're going to transition onto the purple buff. DHS picked up already by Super Marco, so let's see if Falcon, this is a go sign for them, but both teams will disengage.
Yeah, that's a signal. Once you use the Feather Airstrike, that's a signal that the rest of the team just has to kind of just back off here at this point. And TLPH is taking that with basically the same energy. And now, it's not a big lead, but it's something. I have to say, Carl TZ, despite being 0-free, is keeping up with the levels, not as donked on like we usually see with teams that face off against King Kong, like for instance, like when he gets super ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, they've taken this route where the Alpha is now turned into utility. He's 0-3 and 2. OHEB has 3 items locked in: Hunter Strike, Skypiercer, and the Malefic Roar.
Ooh.
Meaning that TLPH's approach definitely needs to adjust and accept that, okay, we're just setting things up for OHEB.
Easy goes in with the ultimate. They might be able to burst out Flap TZ. Split, not gonna be enough. It has with the Filipino Sniper, gonna bring down one. Pio on the other hand, with a feather airstrike, gonna bring down Sanford as well. And XP, Floor and XP. Right as the Lord has spawned, Carl TZ goes right after Kyle Sanji, flickers in, the Raging Sandstorm combination. Now trying to work on few. 3 members down for the Falcons. Make it more. Now Sanji and Sanford is gonna fall down. OHEB, will he be able to make it in time? 3 members are down and TLPH gets the Lord.
The young Phenom, what a play by Sanji. Flicker Raging Sandstorm as the Valentina, and then he went to the other side of the wall and got another kill at that more.
Marco, gonna bring down 2. OM is not in the picture, and now JP flickers in, bringing Carl TZ with him. Oh, and he's the Raging Sandstorm to disrupt the formation of TLPH. Super Marco, super activated with 2-0-2.
TLPH has taken no breaks whatsoever. They keep fighting, and they don't seem to be running out of bullets.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Things have finally simmered down after a hot 30-40 seconds of action that we've seen. Lord marching up top there for TLPH, and they are definitely in control right now. But Falcons, in terms of the resources, are very close. Flap TZ already has the Athena shield. He should be surviving a little bit more of the magic damage dished out by the Valentina. That's becoming a problem for him.
Nice engagement here from Oquin. Think they want to go for something here.
A Flap.
Sanji has his own feather airstrike though. Gonna burst down Sanford. All of a sudden, Super Marco making quick work of that. They can't reach Marco so far, but here comes OHEB! The Filipino Sniper brings down 2 plus a turret. TLPH once again rocking with his lineup.
This is what I'm talking about, right? The Filipino Sniper doesn't just apply to Beatrix anymore. You can snipe from downtown with the Granger, no problem, same effect.
And TLPH did what we said that they should do. At this point, adjust your approach to team fighting and make sure you just set up for OHEB. They fought that, it looked bad, but you actually saw Carl TZ and the others say, wait, let's hold this front, OHEB's on the way, and OHEB will be able to get a kill, which he did.
Literally a movie protagonist here at this point, waiting for the cavalry to arrive here. And TLPH, they worked wonders with that strategy.
It's funny, Sanji just picked up the ultimate of Kyle TZ. Just used it right away. So far, Sanji, I like to highlight that he did use the feathered airstrike up against him, but Carl TZ goes in. Counter-attack coming in from Bogan with the Raging Sandstorm. Sanford just trying to work on Super. Marco got terrified as well. Will he be able to bring him down? No! Sanford's the first man down, while OF working on Flap TZ. TLPH has 1 member down, but it looks like they're still in driver's seat.
Okay, so TLPH are continuing the aggression. At some point, they're going to have to make sure that it doesn't lead to losses on their side to get control. But right now, in terms of the gold, that's definitely TLPH leaning. Golden is still very close. So Super Marco is still something that TLPH needs to respect. But right now, as it stands, they have a strong front line. They can sustain. Sanji has been aggressive and has actually been helping set up OHEB with dealing the initial burst, and then OHEB will follow up for the finish.
That's right. And I really like that this is happening that way, right? It's not just pure firepower from OHEB. He really has to wait for the setup for the team. And that's also happening on Team Falcon's side. So it's becoming less of a battle of firepower, more of a battle of who is going to mess up first.
OF starting to heat up. OF starting to hurt, even forcing few to recall. That's why TLPH has a better position on securing this Lord. Will Falcon contest, circling Eagle from JP as Carl TZ gets the Lord. Now Falcon has to engage here, but TLPH is ready to re-engage, forcing Falcons to retreat.
Good call there by TLPH. They understood that they had a good position. They had the advantage. Sanji was holding a very crucial bush. Info that no one was there. No one was aggro and showing themselves on the side of Falcon, so they decided to rush it. And at the same time, the Terrify coming in from Shanji's Shadow Strike has been a thorn on the side of Flap TZ. So what was supposed to be the biggest problem on their side has actually been solved. The LPH has dealt with this clue really well in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's not as godlike as he was in the first few minutes of this game, 100%, especially with OHEB's damage helping. Will that lose HP down?
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how they prioritize giving OHEB a lot of resources to scale up, get the items, and even forcing Carl TC to be a utility instead of having enough damage for this Alpha. So clearly, it's paying off for the Cavalry.
Could be seeing a very broken turret here.
Yeah.
Although it is going to be put on half. They're starting the fight. They want to do it on two fronts.
Okay. Sanji has his own Raging Sandstorm, plus the Flicker, so they can engage. But they're going to do this methodically and try to go for
good stun.
turret.
There you go.
Great stun there. And Team Falcons made quick work of that Lord, but they lose an inhibitor up top.
JP, good guiding win to save his members from getting taken down after an initial good stun entry by Kyle TZ. Super Marco now has the Malefic gun. So this carry definitely needs to get checked. But right now, one of the problems for Falcons is somehow their front line is just not holding on long enough for the carry to be able to deal the damage that the carry is expected to do. Looking at the items of Ogwen, he only has 2 fully built. He had to rush the Immortality before he gets that Oracle, while the glue is still on the way to the Dominance Ice.
The biggest problem with the front line of Falcons here is that TLPH just has such good poke, right? From each and every member, even JP's hits are being felt here just because of the lack of itemization on some members. But at the same time, Falcons also kind of still packs a punch here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're approaching the 16-minute mark. Who knows how much stacks OEB has with the Granger. Just clearly tapping and spamming all the ultimates, all the Death Sonatas, and on the right targets. Because during the previous Lord, he was able to poke out Few. That's why Few had to recall and force Falcon out of position for that Lord take.
That's crucial. Yeah, 100%. It enabled them to really get so much area, so much vision, that it slowed down Falcons' approach.
All right. So far, TLPH, they've been throwing a lot of bodies, specifically Sanford's Phobius, in front of Team Falcons, and it's been working out. Part of me is thinking, though, it might reach a point where once Sanford falls early in a team fight, TLPH are just going to feel that their front line isn't that strong. After that, it's just going to be Carl TZ, and the JP can only do so much to dish out shields. And then Falcon has kept the game close in terms of the resources, that the next fight might not just be clear-cut and say it's for TLPH. The next big fight might actually be difficult for Liquid to handle.
I think that's true. Sanford has to stay alive.
Yeah.
He has been doing a good job in buffering the damage, making sure that the crucial members don't get hit as much. But if Sanford gets picked off early on, that might be just the opening the Falcon needs here.
The opening is there. Concealed. Sanji with a flicker out. Ultra Instincts to evade the potential kill from Team Falcons. And now they're holding on to this Lord.
This is good for Liquid because Falcons' waves don't look good right now. You see, they're torn. Now they might just have to give this up.
Oh, Carl TC goes in with a Spear of Alpha, trying to work on Flap TC. Forced out the ultimate already. OHEB picks up another kill. -1 for Team Falcons.
Oh boy.
And it looks like they cannot contest for this Lord anymore. TLPH gonna do this methodically and secure the potentially last Lord.
I think Redmar, you called it right. They didn't want to. They wanted to call it off, but TLPH is like, no, you don't. You're not going away, especially not without Scratch.
Yeah, that was a good call by Carl TZ to commit the Spear of Alpha right away. TLPH knew that they had the macro and the minion advantage, so they made the most out of that. In terms of staying alive, well, the Alpha has built really well for himself. Well, went for the Queen's Wings, Athena's Shield, Brute Force Breastplate, and even with the Winter Crown. Yeah, my problems or my worries for TLPH they're good. I'm not worried for them anymore.
Oh, Ogwen, Immortality popped. Another trying to defend Ogwen there, plus the inhibitor turret down. TC goes in again with the Spear of Alpha, trying to work on Few. Super Marco has to walk away. A killing spree coming in from OHEB as he bursts down Few. OHEB's Immortality will be popped. Sanji goes in with the Raging Sandstorm, saves OHEB. Another kill for the Filipino sniper. The Cavalry marching on forward, and they will shut down the Falcons from the skies.
With conviction, TLPH takes game number 1. Very, very dominant.
And in his first game as a member of the Cavalry, the Filipino sniper gets a Maniac. TLPH. Are they back? Well, we'll see.
This is as back as they can get, at least for the meantime,
For
right?
now.
For now. That showed they felt like they were a team that really played together for a long time. I did not see any of the expectations I personally had, where maybe we'll see a few jitters, maybe we'll see a few misclicks, mistaps here that might show some sync issues. No, I didn't feel that at all for TLPH. Save for like Carl TZ getting a lot of pressure early on, it was relatively clean for TL.
You know, I like that TLPH is showing development because we're used to seeing them do the Echo Express, wherein if they have their momentum, they're gonna breeze through the game. But this time they were able to come back from a good start from Team Falcons because mainly of this man, the MVP, OHEB.
Again, that's what we were talking about. Once we saw the lineup of Team Liquid and the initial difficulties of Carl TZ starting this off 0-3-2, they had to adjust and play around OHEB's Granger, which they did perfectly. You mentioned how we're used to seeing the Echo Stampede, the Liquid Stampede. This is a little bit more controlled. It was a slow trot for the Cavalry, but eventually they galloped away from the hands of the Falcons.
Exactly. It was a different approach, but it doesn't mean it didn't work. We did see it in a few forms where there's still some sort of the old Echo, the old TL that we know and love, but I think they get adjusted very well to how their opponents work as well. You can't just go full ham if you're facing Falcons PH, right? I think that's already a given.
Yeah, I mean, even Super Marco was playing great. I mean, towards the mid game, he already had the 2-0-2, got the kill onto OWEB, even if JP was there. So again, with TLPH's approach, it's really methodical this time. It's not about purely instinct. It's not purely about their nature. It's about how do we beat Team Falcons in their own game, which is let's secure objectives, let's have controlled aggression, and again, let's play and execute the team fights to our strengths.
Yeah, I really gotta commend what JP and Sanji did in this game. Sanji was man-marking and being aggressive at the right time, making the most out of the burst and the terrify that you could deal as a Valentina, showing why the Valentina back in the Season 13 Grand Finals, Game number 4, was the last hero standing to end with that slow push of minions. At the same time, JP was, well, he was bulletproof in this game. He went 0-0 and 15. That was a near-perfect Matilda game as well, and you see the joy of OHEB.
All right. So no bad habits for OHEB so far, at least especially the ones that you see on camera. No, none of that. And I would say it was still as close as you can get if you are Falcons. They had the specific win condition. Flap TZ on the Carl TZ since they're very close anyway.
Yeah.
And watch what Carl TZ does. So far it worked for the first few minutes, but after that it felt like they were just trying to plug holes in a sinking ship.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned this a while ago about Carl TZ getting used to the utility tanks, wherein he's the one actually checking push. Actually, he played like a roamer today because of the presence of the Matilda. All the initiations of TLPH weren't from Sanford or JP or even Sanji's Raging Sandstorm. It was from Carl's Spear of Alpha.
Yeah, he started off 0-3-2. He ended this 2-3-11. So that is a one hell of a bounce back by the young goat. Alternatively, Kyle TZ, 2-4-4. It really showed that he could not find the angle as the Suyo. The Sanford Phobius, the Sanji Valentina, and what JP, his positioning always made Kyle TZ think twice about going into the back line, trying to reach OHEB, and he wouldn't look for Sanji because Sanji is in the front dealing damage and setting things up as well.
Yeah, Matilda on JP is actually quite perfect. It also enabled this Phobius to not get picked off, like what we were worried about earlier. Like, what if the Phobius disappears from the map all of a sudden? That didn't happen. Guiding Wind was there. Alpha also played well because of it.
And the Matilda is not just perfect for JP. It's also perfect for OHEB. Because we know OHEB's used to these kinds of roamers, the Matildas, the healers.
That's true.
And right now, he had a Maniac, even if he's first time playing or first time having an official game with his new team, TLPH. He dominated because he's used to these kinds of roamers.
And if you look at, speaking of roamers, frontliners, all that, look at the damage taken by Flap TZ. Absolutely took a beating on this glue. 163,000 compared to the highest damage taker on the side of TLPH, which was Sanford's Phobius at only 108. So again, they went into this, they knew with the strength of their lineup, and they just really got to execute it so well. Even though, again, Falcons went through that very good initial rotation at the start, they were able to set the tempo early on. Once it got to the fights, and once they started realizing that, okay, this is going to be a bit hard for us, let's slow things down, then readjust once OHEB's ready. TLPH ran away with it. It was great mid-game adjustment by Liquid.
Beautiful mid-game adjustment, honestly. OHEB really shown in a game that Super Marco relatively was not felt. So that's something we have to really take into consideration. How much OHEB actually improved in this team compared to the previous slots that he was in. I love what we're seeing here, and we'll see if they can keep that up, though. You know, I feel like if this game went on maybe 5 more minutes, maybe Super Marco would have made a bigger statement. Other than that, it did feel like he has a lot to work through as well.
Could have been a different story, but again, I'd like to recall on what you guys mentioned a while ago about Super Marco. Even during SBS, he's showing a bit more of an aggressive side. For some reason, I didn't see it during this game, apart from that kill up against OEB when JP was there. I wanted, or I was expecting a bit of a more aggressive Marco for that game.
Yeah, he was able to get some kills in, but he also just couldn't find the opportunity. Again, it was very smothering what Sanford, Sanji, and JP would be doing. Carl TZ would be doing, because they knew that, okay, we'll have the guiding wind to help us out, either as an out or we can absorb damage with the shields already getting dished out by that Matilda. So Super Marco, similarly to Kyle TZ, just could not find the proper angle to be aggressive at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually expecting more because it was insta-locked, right? But at the same time, you're right.
Yeah.
The shields from the Guiding Wind were brutal for a carry to actually deal with. But for you guys, who's your top 3 teams for Season 15? There were a few people outside who were roaming around asking us these questions as well. So we're curious about you guys. Who do you think is the top 3 teams for Season 15? At least for the first week, maybe give us your prediction.
Go ahead and join the official group page for MPL Philippines, fb.com/mplph.official. Comment there, and when you participate in our polls, our questions of the week, there's a chance for you to win some goodies, courtesy of MPL Philippines and Moonton.
You know what? A lot of the talents, a lot of the casters here really interact with that group. Like, we really read through the comments, we read through the post. There's a recent post there asking about Naisu as well. We love Naisu. What are your thoughts about Naisu? Everyone really chimed in.
No, that was in a different group.
But
hopefully people could post more of that in this group.
You do that here, you'll get the same results, probably.
Yeah, because we have 2 groups. Okay, I remember.
Yeah, no, but this is the official group that everyone should join in.
The other one's getting shut down soon. Yeah, so we're going into this one. Hopefully everyone can join us here in fb.com/mplph.official. And maybe your comments can also get shown, like right here. Like we're showing their comments on air for you guys.
Just make sure that you can live by what you comment. You can
Live by
stand
what-
by.
stand by what you
stand by
comment.
what you comment down below.
Yeah,
You
someone
might show it.
make sure you read through it and you thought about it. All right, because a lot of people will be talking about it, and that's just a fun thing about this, right? Everyone in the community can just really interact with each other so much easily if we're all in just one space. And I personally love it. When I go home from MPLPH, it's like, oh, it's a fun time. We're going to read through some of these stuff, and we'll see what they thought about today.
Yeah, especially if I can't sleep. That's what I read. That's how I connect with the community.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you do that too, Ren?
How about you?
If I read?
If before you sleep, do you read through the comments?
Not the comment section. I want to be able to sleep, not stay awake with anxiety. I don't read the comment section to put me to sleep. I read proper literature.
Yeah, I don't know. Ian just has like a different hobby, right?
I love to interact with them. I love them.
Yeah, Ian is literally built diff.
No.
He's built diff.
He's built diff.
I'm built diff now. I'm bald diff later.
Oh, is that a foreshadowing for something, Ian?
Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
A foreshaving.
Waffle.
You could call it. Yeah, a foreshaving.
Love that.
Renmar's on fire today.
You're on fire today.
I always am. What do you mean just today?
You just don't see it, Ian. You just don't see it. But speaking of on fire, the boy on your screen, the
young man.
The man on your screen, I feel like is on fire today. Despite all expectations, despite all that I've read as well online.
Yeah.
I feel like he has really meshed well with TLPH so far. Their oneness is something that you can feel in the game as well. I mean, maybe because of the Matilda, but at the same time, they do feel like they play as a tight-knit.
Yeah, if you'd watch their streams, I mean, just mainly the comms and how you can already see their chemistry is intact. They understand each other very well, and it really translates into their game. Again, this is their very first official game up against one of the champions of MPL Philippines, Team Falcons. They performed exceptionally.
Yeah, and the players of Team Falcons, they really need no introduction. A lot of people really still look up to them. Few specifically, I think a lot of people are quite amazed that this guy can keep a certain amount of, what do you call this? A certain amount of power level, so to speak, of skill at 15 seasons in. We'll prove Marco. This is this is stat I was talking about earlier as well. All-time least deaths. And especially that happened in this first 2 seasons of MPLPH.
Yeah, dude, that's absolutely insane. 1.3 deaths per game in 246 games. I'm so glad I started counting the stat line for Super Marco when we started realizing, wait a minute, this guy barely dies. Even when they lose, when everyone in this team has like 4, 5, 6 deaths, he's still the only one with 0, even in a losing scenario. So this is just showing proof to the name. Bulletproof Super Marco is real.
I mean, just imagine the stamina. You literally have no time bringing down your phone in-game. And as a gold laner, where you always have to check the map, have to check your items. I mean, the stamina of Super Marco is just insane.
24 zero-death games in Season 13 and 22 zero-death games in Season 12. Very few people can really touch that. And it's, when you put it in that contrast, right? It's amazing that TLPH can kind of do this against them. Against a team that has formed very well, that has won international acclaim. And right now, I wonder if they can just keep that up as we go into draft for game number 2.
All right, let's see who's going to go onto the blue side. Are we going to see a switch? Yes, we are. TLPH goes into the blue. So the Fulvius and Matilda actually are the ones taken away by TLPH. That's what they shined with in the previous one, but they're respecting the possibility of it popping up for Team Falcons, who, of course, will take out the Jushin, will most likely take out the Fanny. But considering that it's Carl Tizzy, maybe, just maybe, they'll consider letting the Fanny through.
It might be actually Carl Tizzy or a TLPH side who's going to ban out the Fanny, but there you have it. As you mentioned, they go with the Louis instead, as Coach RC squad bans out the Moscow.
Coach RC, or you're thinking about a Hanzo Prayo here. Fanny's going to get banned out. They won't forget about that. Granger feels like a good first pick, but they go for Harif instead.
I think for Falcon, I think they can consider picking up an Eve early on right now. They can go Eve Hylos, Eve Granger. If they really just want to go for the reach. Suyo open, so they go ahead and just check that out of the box. Suyo Harith together would have been a nightmare. But if you don't go for a reach here, Falcon, you're going to have to accept the possibility that a Sicilian might pop up later on for Sanji and TLPH. So with Falcon, they decide to swerve. You know what? We're going to go against the grain. We're going to pick up the Suyo and the Cho right away, while TLPH are already answering with range. They steal the Farsa so they make sure that Harith's safe, and they get the CC, so the EXP lane matchup, no matter which hero that is on the side of Falcon, should be good for TLPH.
At this point, even if Flaptizi, as you mentioned, secures the glow, gonna get bursted down already by Sanford. But Owen deciding to go for the Cho instead of the... Oh, okay, so Super Marco picks up the Granger, but how about this Cho? Look at Sanji, he picked up the Farsa even if there was a Cho available and already secured by Owen. The guts of Sanji to just, you know, say that, I don't care if you can just infiltrate the front line and go to me whenever I'm using my ultimate. I have a flicker and I'm still going to be able to dish out the damage with my Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah. Picking up the Farsa into the Cho should be fine. It'll only become a problem if Falcon suddenly surprise and they say they pick up something along the lines of a Gata Gacha into EXP, although it's rare that we see that now. It is most likely a Rome Gatakacha if ever is going to be there. Question is, does Falcon actually have it in them to do what ONIC PH does sometimes and swerve the Cho into the EXP lane? Now, stats show that that's not a thing that Falcon usually leans on, which is why there's a high chance that this Cho is a roam, and which is why TLPH are actually taking out EXP lane options by banning out the Badang.
Yeah, it feels like a 1% chance that the show does go to XP, but again, we can't really get it out. Like, we can't completely rule it out, right? Especially since if there's no straight-up counter as CC, I think you agree, right, Renmar? Very few people can actually, very few heroes can actually straight-up deal with the CC. Why not just clear the lane and just leave him there, right? Don't even fight it.
Yeah, Falcon might end up just picking the either an Edith or a Glue for their EXP. So Falcon taking away the Jawhead, still one of the best roamers right now. And TLPH are actually banning out the Sicilian. If it's a good partner for the Harith, it's also a good answer to the Harith. So good bans by TL.
There's still the Eve.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's true. They didn't even bother banning out the Eve. That's interesting.
They might actually just go Eve High Loss if they want to play super safe, but I want a more proactive EXP laner for Flap TZ.
Is this the right time to pick up that Benedetta?
I mean,
maybe.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You always want to see it. You always want to see a Selena on the hands of you.
JP with a chip.
Look at that.
I did not expect a chip to be showing up here. By the way, here's a quote by Carl TZ. When OHEB tried out with the team, he immediately felt that they clicked. For him, it seems like it should have been a much longer. He should have been my teammate sooner. So I feel that he's him. It's a good fit.
So
Carl TZ approved.
Carl TZ 100% approved. Like, even before they met, I felt like you've been my teammate for a long time now.
Yeah, I mean, they faced each other multiple times, so I'm pretty sure they know of each other. But an XP lane that can be proactive might be the Lucas. But as you mentioned before, CC might be a soft counter for Lucas.
It's confirmed he is a hard counter, though.
Hard counter, sorry, against Lucas. But let's see what Flap TZ will... Oh, still the Lucas.
Still goes for the Lucas. All right, brave choice there. But that puts a lot of pressure on the Lucas and the... Actually, no. If Few has another SPS-esque Selena game, the Lucas might actually be very happy.
That's true. I mean, if the CC can't really throw out those yo-yos, you can't really regen your HP back. That's pretty smart. Like, and that's a lot of pressure on Few this time around to actually hit the Abyssal Arrows. And we might have to get an arrow counter here.
Yeah.
Somewhere, but that'll be a fun time. But yeah.
I mean, if the SPS showed, Few has still definitely got it with the Selena. They weren't able to go as far as the Grand Finals, but a lot of people were just praising him. If Super Friends of the Selena garnered a lot of acclaim, so did Few with his OG signature pick.
Big throwback to all the earliest seasons of MPL Philippines, season 1, 2, 3, maybe, where Selena really
Mobile Legends.
Now, despite the nerfs, still really does pack a punch. Let's see if that's gonna matter here in game number 2.
All right. Earlier on, we're gonna look at the initial rotations. Few helping Kyle TZ. So a bit with the orange buffer, just trapping it. Same time exit, and yeah, it's gonna be a mirror rotate for the two in the center of the map. No clear victory in terms of the trade, so a little bit more conservative, except for JP. Look at him. He's actually helping out OHEB in the goal, trying to get info there. I think respecting the fact that they're up against Selena.
Yeah, good respect, and they will see that Selena right here. No hits on the Abyssal Arrow, but that just showed where they were on the map.
Ouch.
They're even just JP soaking up all the Rhapsody from Super Mario. They really want to get a hold of the bulletproof there, but Kyle TZ goes in. Luckily, he still hasn't had his coiler there. A stun from Carl TZ. Now JP goes in. Flicker in as well. No ultimate yet whatsoever, but the pokes coming in from both teams are just... It hurts.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy, a little bit too excited there. Well, was JP to go forward. Good toss of the Abyssal Arrow when Kyle TZ was running away because it actually stopped TLPH from chasing him. And in terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy. Yeah, everything checked out. Oh, although they did get a mystery shot.
Carl trying to work on Few. The Fuse ready with a trap there in case Carl TZ decides to go in. Pops his electrifying beats also. And on Team Falcon, still unfazed with how fast TLPH has been rotating.
We're seeing a lot of non-fights here happening, and that's just the nature of it. I'm a little surprised that JP's not as aggressive here, but this time around, I think just waiting for the right target. Kyle TZ, he's low, he's running.
Electrifying beats! As Carl TZ draws first blood up against Kyle. Now they're trying to go for a trade up against JP. JP, the trap is going to be enough though, as Few will secure a counter kill.
All right, good response there, TLPH. See the initial rotations downside onto the gold laner for Harith was that they were able to make sure that Oheb is farming up quickly, considering that he did get Bargain Hunter as his emblem talent. Now let's see if they're going to be committing more rotations into the bottom side to make sure that Harith can farm up quicker, while Kyle TZ's rotations are red.
Few still not level 4 yet. On the other hand, Sanji is. JP onto the backline. He has the shortcut ready to be expended. He does. TLPH goes in with the Stampede. Gonna bring down Flap TZ. Few just trying to work on Sanford as TLPH will secure another turtle. And look at Few. He just got this level 4 just now.
Yeah, with a shortcut, it really is a huge advantage here for TLPH, especially early on. I was not expecting them to get really a lot from that turtle. Luckily enough for Falcons, they didn't lose as much as well. They were also able to catch the waves on the bottom, so I guess that puts Super Marco at a bit of a good position against Oheb. But you'll notice Oheb is still ahead in levels as well.
All right, now TLPH steady. As expected, though, Sanford is very comfortable in the EXP lane right now. Oh, Falcon. At some point, Few's gonna have to start hitting Abyssal Arrows left and right, or at least just marking the rotations of TLPH, but JP and TL have been making it quite tricky to read their rotations.
I mean, having a chip adds on to that because you don't know where the engage, where the ganks are going to come from, but Few, Abyssal Arrows going to hit onto Sanford. Sanford has the dashes, but Vengeance as well. Few, Kyle TZ not going to be able to bring down Sanford. A beautiful outplay coming in from Sanford.
What the heck was that Vengeance? That caught so much.
Yeah, man. Vengeance just in time, as well as being able to get protected under the turret, considering the 5-minute mark hasn't gone past yet. Good thing Sanford was able to pop it. Stun.
Arrows hit.
Abyssal Arrow going to connect onto JP. But he did cast his ultimate. Sanji goes in, forcing Falcon Esports to retreat once again. TLPH still holding on to a 1.6k gold lead.
Nice use of the shortcut as well. Just get Sanji back onto the lane there relatively quickly.
Goes in with a kick. Gonna try and burst down Sanji. The Abyssal Arrow also connects, and all of a sudden, Sanji is nowhere to be found. Beautiful pick-off from Falcon.
Yeah, very clean combo. Ogwin, Flicker, Jeet Kune Do, kick, and Flap TZ and Few just capped it off. They need a lot more of that to happen, though, to make sure that they find the lead and momentum in this game. Another one.
Speaking of a lot more, Few connects again with the Abyssal Arrow. Going to connect onto Sanford. He has no Vengeance, but JP to the rescue with his shortcut. Going to connect, and now Carl TZ in the picture. Flap TZ has to walk away. Sanji uses the ultimate to zone out Falcon as both teams try to work on this turtle.
This CC just refuses to go down.
Oh, okay. Ogwin with a conceal, plus the kick onto JP. They might be able to burst him down, and Kyle TZ picks up the kill, but Carl TZ and the rest of the cavalry on the attack once again. Down Kyle. OM strikes again. One member down for Falcon, and TLPH also secures the turtle.
That was beautiful. That was just fantastic here for Sanford, basically pushing out 2 members and securing those kills as well for the Oheb. Oheb's on 2-0.
Yep, it was a great usage of the Feathered Airstrike actually by Sanji. It deterred the team fight that it looked like Falcon could have re-engaged into once Flap TZ was able to use the Unleash the Beast and Flicker out. After that, they could have re-engaged, but the Feathered Airstrike said no. And then when it got to the Turtle, even though they were able to take down JP, TLPH made the right call of, okay, our roamer's down, we get the Turtle, let's go forward.
Just look at Sanji, the damage from the Curse of Crow plus the Feathered Airstrike. Even up against 4, he was all alone. Falcon has to respect the damage, but here comes the engage from TLPH once again. The shortcut being used to perfection. Kyle TZ got bursted down.
Man, JP's rotations and usages of the shortcut has been on point. JP and Sanji throughout the series so far have been mint.
Oheb! Trying to work on Flap TZ without Unleash the Beast. Here comes the kick coming in from Ogwin, but they're going to bring down Flap plus Ogwin. Sanford, on the other hand, will fall down in the hands of Few. Now the chase is on. Sanji with a wing by Wings, just trying to connect the Curse of Crow onto Few. Moments away from trying to bring him down, but I think Few will be scot-free. 2 members down for Falcon in exchange for Sanford.
Falcons feels like they're dancing around the damage of TLPH. They can't really absorb it, man. They were playing under tower, TLPH, and they were still able to really beat a lot of Falcons members down to low HP.
Yeah, again, this is just a very tough game for the Lucas because he's your true front. Ogwin's just there for the pick. And then Few actually paired up with Selena as well. Again, this is his signature Selena, the only player to record a Savage using this hero. You know him as one of the best supports in that mentality as a mid laner. But there was a time where he was one of the best killers in the league. And he did it with a Selena. Here's Ogwin with a conceal.
Oh. Looking for target. Kick was committed.
No angle.
No angle though.
Curtain call gonna connect. JP goes in with a shortcut once again. Here comes the whole cavalry, forcing Falcons to retreat. Flapteezy stayed behind, got caught up by 4. Gonna get bursted down in the hands of the cavalry once again. Perfectly executed play coming in from JP.
As clean as you can get though, without suffering any major injuries here. Just low HP on Sanford. He can get that back up real quick. They get that turtle because of their map control.
Yeah, this has 100% gotten out of the talents of Falcons now. TLPH in full control. They look very comfortable. Their rotations are on point. And it looks like we might be on the way to seeing TLPH finally get revenge. But Few and Kyle see Sanji.
All right. Presence of mind there for Sanji. Didn't run into the Cho. That was an easy mistake could be committed by most people.
Oh! Concealed play coming in from the cavalry once
Diving
again.
in.
Gonna try and bring down Super Marco. Super Marco stays alive. Flapteezy with Unleash the Beast, but Oheb.
Look at Oheb.
Force gonna zone out the members of Falcon as they bring down a turret into the middle lane. No casualties, but TLPH secures another objective.
That was such a great timed sequence by TLPH, but it was only stopped because the Unleash the Beast flash combo that Flapteezy dished out was able to knock back 3 members of TLPH, stopping that dive into the second turret. TLPH could have continued that. Sanford started off with a curtain call off of the wings. JP comes in with the conceal and even committing the flicker forward plus the shortcut. But good thing Flapteezy was able to use the combo to stop them.
TLPH, look at them. They seem very confident making advances on the Falcons now.
Abyssal Arrow going to connect onto Sanji, but still no commit from both of these teams. They're trying to work on Kyle Teasy with a Feather Airstrike. Sanji goes in, might be able to bring down. Kyle Teasy goes in as well. Few has to flicker out. Almost 2 members of the Falcons are 1 hit away from being taken down by the cavalry, and with that play, they might be able to take down a mid lane turret.
Way too close recovered here for Falcons. They're not really dying as much, but it feels like they're just dancing around it.
The attempt was there, but the follow-up from TLPH was also there as Falcon. They had an opening, but no follow-up. Lords up, and it can't be taken by TLPH uncontested unless Falcon makes a miracle play.
Falcons know that Sanji was forced to use the Purify after that knockup from Ogwin and the kick as well. But at this point, it's going to be way too risky to try and contest. Look at JP conceal yet again. Sanji already committed the airstrike, and now this siege is going to be very tough for Falcons to hold on against.
Yeah. No contest being given by Falcons, knowing that they probably can't get in a good position, and they will get outmaneuvered because of shortcut as well. And at that point, Kyle T said, you know what, I'll just get some levels. Maybe we can make the fight easier, but look at that top side.
Oh, 4 members. TLPH was ready for that shortcut as they try and burst down Ogwin. The damage from Falcon is there, but the problem is a Lord is marching onto the middle lane. They have to defend this if they want to extend the game.
TLPH, I think it just continued this honestly. Good aggression by Oheb, using the Zaman Force to force out resources, allowing the minion wave to go in.
Holy shields out.
This is going to be really tough for Falcons.
Lord sieging in onto the middle lane as Falcons is trying to make quick work of that. Oheb doesn't have his Zaman Force yet, but Ogwin will find an opening for the kick. He does stun Sanford, but Sanford was prepared. Falcons still able to save their mid lane turret, but they get a kill onto Sanford.
That's one, but not the
Conceal.
costly loss. Will they try it?
Oh, unleash the beast coming in from Flatesius. They tried to work on Sanji. JB has to walk away as well. OHEB goes in with a
He's
salmon
stuck.
force. Up against 4. He's so strong. But Falcon was able to retreat. No casualties still. But the aggression from TLPH is there once again. Flatesius goes in.
Oh, look at
With
Carl.
electrifying beats, just trying to work on Oakwin. Look at Carl. No casualties still. A lot of ultimates, a lot of skills has been casted. But Falcon was able to defend that.
We're seeing signs of life here for Falcons. It feels like their pokes are now getting more solid. And you know what? They can maybe go for this again.
Oh, shortcut is here. Here comes the cavalry. Zaman Force coming in from OM. It's called easy. Picks up a kill. A mega kill coming in from the Filipino sniper. 2 members are down for the Falcons. They might have an end angle here as they have minions onto the top lane as they work on the inhibitor turret. 3 members are left to defend for themselves. Here comes Carl Teasy as well. They're clearing the minions. This might be a sweep for the cavalry. They're trying to lock onto the base. Falcon, will they be able to defend? Phil is gone. An unstoppable.
That's
a
it.
double kill from OHEB. They have minions onto the middle lane and the cavalry reigns supreme over a familiar foe.
And it's going to be a sweep, ladies and gentlemen, for TLPH on their first game of MPL Philippines Season 15.
Last season, this roster of Falcons swept TLPH twice. Before that, kept breaking their hearts in 7-game grand finals all across the world. But now, the Cavalry get revenge in the first salvo in this titanic rivalry.
And this is a revenge like no other at this point so far. With all the comebacks we've seen, I didn't really see that yet, right? We haven't seen like a huge comeback yet. But this is one that feels like you couldn't come back from this right away. It feels like they had to do so much to get back and make it a game free. And this is something that TLPH just does so well with the addition of OHEB this time around.
It's just clear domination from TLPH. You know, not a single turret for their side has been taken down by Falcon, and we all know Marco hates enemy turrets, but still, with the presence of JP's chip, it prevented Marco from just trying to go for objectives because of the macro presence of TLPH.
The last time TLPH won against Falcons, this roster, it was in Kazakhstan, and that was an upper bracket semifinals. Now they get revenge. The past few months, the last time they faced off against each other since TLPH swept Falcons in the Season 13 Grand Finals, TLPH has only won one series against this roster. Congratulations again to the Cavalry. It must feel so good to defeat your rivals in your very first match of the season.
And it probably feels so good to see your decisions being validated, essentially, with seeing how well OHEB is playing well with the team so far. Right, let's throw it over to the stage. We're gonna see it with the winners of our first series of the day. It's TLPH with our hosts.
Wow, Hans, grabe. Grabe yung mga match natin for the first, di ba?
I am sure of it. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines!
Woo!
Now, Jamie, I wanna know first, kasi hawak mo naman na OHEB yung mic. So, ikaw na syempre yung tatanungin ko. Cavalry, how did you like OHEB's performance, right? Ang daming sumusuporta sa'yo right from the start with your first win of this season. First match win, masasabi mo ba na nabuo nyo na completely yung chemistry nyo, or are you still looking forward to improving it as a team?
Siguro para sa akin marami pa kaming i-improve. Parang simula pa lang to ng pag-i-improve. Marami pa kaming gustong improve sa playstyle namin. Tsaka simula pa lang to.
And I'm sure we're gonna take note of more of that heading into this season. Actually, kahapon, natanong ko yung ibang mga players kung sino ba yung gusto nilang makaharap. Okay, so binagalang ko para makapag-isip ka talaga. Ngayon, I wanna know kung sino ba sa mga natitirang teams na hindi nyo pa nakakalaban ang gusto mong makaharap this season.
Ako gusto ko makatapat Aurora tsaka ONIC.
Aurora tsaka ONIC, okay? Kung papipiliin ka ng isa lang. Yan. Kung papipiliin ka ng isa lang, di ba? Pili ka, Aurora or ONIC? Ano yun?
Siguro,
Aurora daw, yung sabi nila. What about you, OHEB? Kung isa lang.
Siguro ONIC na lang. Kasi
ONIC.
sila kasi yung pinakamalakas ngayon eh. Kaya sila na lang gusto malaban.
Sila kasi ang pinakamalakas ngayon.
Okay.
Alright. Respected, respected. You know what? I'll give the floor to you so you can ask Carl TZ.
Okay, I'll ask you something, Carl TZ. Pero you know what? May narinig ako dito.
yan?
Kung iba yung gustong makaharap mo, may narinig ako ibang team dito.
Ayan,
Gusto ko
sumisigaw
marinig.
ka,
Okay,
ha?
sino yung gusto mong makaharap? Para malaman ng lahat. Yung totoo, sabi ni Carl TZ. Narinig ko eh.
TNC po.
Bakit?
Doon po yung mga dati kong kampe.
Oh! Okay, there's tea brewing there.
Okay.
Mangyayari ba yan? Tingnan natin. Okay, for this season. Now, kulot Carl TZ, I'm so excited to talk to you. Ano nga ba ang bago sa Team Liquid PH?
Ano lang po, wala naman po masyadong bago eh. Siguro meron pong konting express na may konting ube. Ganun.
Konting express na may konting ube. Wow, okay. So ano yung aabangan namin sa team nyo, Carl TZ?
Abangan niyo po na mas mag-improve pa kami lalo tapos babawasan pa yung mga errors yun.
Okay, okay. Alam ko, makikita namin yan in the succeeding games. Pero by the way, guys, can we give them another round of applause? Hindi talaga sila nagpatalo, di ba? Okay, now after everything, Carl TZ, and in a new season as well, what do you think about being called a Titan of MLBB?
Ganun pa rin ba?
Titan of
Carl?
MLBB.
Okay. Nabanggit kasi before, di ba, na kayo, Team Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines, you once were branded as the Titans of MLBB. Ngayon, ganun pa rin ba siya? Or what do you think of the status of this team right now?
Tingin ko po based sa last season namin, pili ko kami yung pinakamahina. So parang tingin ko sa team namin ngayon kami yung challenger.
Oh.
Young goat, humble goat. I guess that's where we leave them. Right, everybody? This is once again your winners, Team Liquid Philippines.
Woo!
Boys, you may now take your walk of victory. Really good showcase coming from the boys, and you may now take your bow.
Amazing win.
JB, now, how was that for your first match?
You know what? I'm so happy to see the match between the two teams. Grabe! Hindi talaga sila nagpatalo. 2 right away. And you know what? My favorite was game 1.
What?
By the way, that winning moment, double kill, triple kill, maniac, shutdown. Grabe talaga. Hans. They won me over with that move.
Well, I wonder if the casters were also won over by the sweep na nakuha ng Cavalry. Kaya naman ibabalik na natin sa kanila.
I was really won over. They won me over so much that they're gonna be top one. Just kidding. Just kidding. Not yet. Not quite yet.
Just post your own
full
thoughts
on,
in the group.
full on TLPH shield. Nah, not really. At this point, it was a good start. I think OHEB put it the best, where it feels like it's a good start, but I don't think they're not quite there just yet.
Yeah.
It's just a, what do you call that? A show of proof of concept.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
For this one.
And that's why even Carl T said from Cavalry, they're fine. They're a challenger this time, so they don't want to be called Titans. But you can safely say the MVP of game number 2, OHEB, seemed like he was a Titan.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to shout out everyone who's doubted OHEB's place in TLPH starting off the season. MVP from Carl TZ's words already saying he's a good fit. Again, understandable why some people would be thinking that the OHEB might not be a good fit for the playstyle of TLPH, but, well, he shut everybody up. 2 double MVPs. He was bulletproof in this game. 100% kill participation. He was active in each and every one of the sequences. And again, you can really see the proof of concept, as Rockhard put it, that TLPH has banked on with OHEB. 2 drafts and 2 strategies where they can just play for their Harith, play for their gold laner, excuse me. JP and Sanji were on fire yet again in this game number 2.
Yeah, it was pretty clean on how they were maximizing JP's shortcut. Sometimes even just using it to go back to lane. That's very efficient use of it. Every time it's on cooldown, it feels like JP is looking for an opportunity to make it work for their side.
I also like to commend Coach RC because they decided to go with the Harith, even if a lot of gold laners are still available. This complemented the chip pick of JP so much because OHEB was really activated early on, so all the shortcuts almost of JP was put to good use. They almost got kills every single time that ultimate was casted.
Yeah, and so far it felt like it was an uphill battle. Where was the opportunity? Where was the punch back from Falcons here? I was looking for it for the last 5 minutes. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the risks. The swerve by TLPH to go ahead and pick up the chip, I think that was one of the things that Falcons really didn't expect. They got the Salina into the 4th pick. Maybe that's one of the reasons they picked up the Salina. They were thinking, well, we could be going up against a chip. But at that point, they were drafted in a corner wherein you're a pick-off-based roamer. Your jungle's already shown. That puts so much pressure on your EXP lane pick on that Lucas to be the main roamer front. Wherein, bro, how the heck am I going to do that when I can't even win lane successfully up against the CZ? The CZ will bully the Lucas in the lane, which means even more pressure for Flap TZ. I really want to commend Coach RC here, the former head coach of Falcon Esports from Myanmar. Of course, made a name for themselves in M6. Now he's the head coach of TLPH, and this was just 2 really fantastic drafts and approaches to the game by RC and TL.
Actually, I really agree with this chip pick when you said it caught Falcons by surprise. I mean, it caught us by surprise. And I guess we got used to seeing it in the band so much that we forget, you know what, it's open a lot.
Yeah.
It's actually open a lot in a lot of these games.
I mean, last year, it almost lived in the first ban of the red
Red
side.
yeah.
And for a while, we haven't seen him pop up during the drafts. Not big, not bad, but this time in the right hands, in the hands of Daddy JP, was it just shows why Chip is still a viable option, especially in the scene of MPL Philippines.
Yeah, and the chip so far might come into play a lot more this season.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping for it. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Lest it be banned again, as it goes back home.
I still think it's going to end up becoming one of those picks that are just like a pocket for some teams.
Throw it there,
I mean,
here and there.
Yeah, back in Season 13, JP was one of the players who first made Chip one of the picks to fear. So if that's going to be the case, then I think this is going to be one of the things that teams have to look out for against Team Liquid.
It's funny because the only person I remember who used Chip in SBS, you know who? Was Windy. From Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah.
Right?
The Soul
is
chip
it
game was Windy, yeah.
Is it a Liquid identity pick right now, the Chip? Wherein both roamers need or should be able to use it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm for sure they get to scrim a lot. So you see actually a lot of the familiar strategies between, of course, the Oris. Like we talk about ONIC PH and ONIC ID.
Exactly.
You also see that with TLPH and TLID. The Alpha Matilda, that's Widdy and Fabian for you. But not to say that's just their thing. That's pretty much a strategy for all the teams. No one has ownership over it. But yeah, you can definitely see the parallels.
Yeah, 100%. Especially that Alpha Matilda pick. It's a staple. I love it. And then next one, we are going to see another one for you guys to see. It's TNC Pro Team versus AP Brent. Not FCAP, AP Brent. That's something you really want to watch here.
Spicy matchup.
Spicy stuff.
New look AP Brent, the former MDL roster champions, now part of AP Brent. Crazy.
It's going to be crazy, guys. And we're going to come back in a while. We go back. Don't go anywhere. This is still MPL Philippines Season 15.
Worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi na bitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi na bitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi na bitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yan na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, way reset up. Built tagatang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
And we are back at it again for game number 2 or match number 2 for today. I'm Rockhart, this is Brigida, and this is Renmar, and we're bringing you the action here We're live in MPL Arena in Green Sun, Makati.
This is really exciting. It's not the first time we're seeing TNC play today, but for APBR and their newest roster, this is the first time we'll be seeing them debut in the MPL stage.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we get 3 games for this one because I feel like they are both good tests for each other just to really see and show off the potential of their rosters.
100%. I think Game 3 is not completely out of the question, especially with what we saw from TNC yesterday. But you know what? Time Zone has an exclusive promo while we're waiting for that just for you. Get up to 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, and all you insert the promo code TZXMPL, so that's TZ Time Zone XMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. So don't miss out on this amazing deal. It's basically 2 for 1.
You never take out the TZ when we're talking about MPL, and now it's a different kind of TZ. I like that. I like that. But of course, we also have a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph. It's the chairs you're seeing right here.
That's right. That's it. That's here. Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming Chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. All we're going to do is we're going to throw a chair. Just kidding. We're just going to do it on live. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
Yeah, quite literally has our back.
Right now.
And what do you call the lower back? It
The-
does
the
help
lower
a lot.
back.
The lower back.
Lower back,
And that's
yeah.
the most important part. It helps us a
Oh,
lot.
the lumbar support.
The lumbar support.
The small pillow. Right. Always so useful. This one.
Oh! We brought it out at the same time.
Always so useful to have that. And while you're playing, always great to have TT Racing. So for this one, the big story here is the new bloods. 100% right.
Yes.
It is APBR, no longer FCAP. They are just APBR. And they're fighting against TNC Pro Team, who suffered a 0-2 yesterday. But in fairness, I think they changed a lot of people's minds about their perceptions of what TNC is.
Yep, and I bet they got a lot of people looking forward to how they're going to perform today because as mentioned by Renmar here, this seems like the best way to measure or gauge like just how much prepared they're heading into this tournament, this MPL. And as for TNC, I feel like they're really motivated after what happened yesterday. Like they themselves, they've been posting on their own social media accounts. It seems like they're having a very optimistic outlook after their performance yesterday.
Yeah, in the very first series, we saw OHEB shine with the Cavalry joining a new team. And definitely for TNC Pro Team versus APBR, you're going to be looking at Shizo versus Kozen. A lot of eyes are going to be on these 2 gold leaders. If OHEB was able to shine earlier, I expect these 2 to really try and outshine the other for this series. They're going to need to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a new blood making the waves in the first match. Why not do it as well here, right?
I mean.
Relatively new, I guess, a new combination.
Yeah,
right?
new blood to the team.
They're not new bloods, but they're new to the team. And that's something that we're definitely all looking out for here today. I know you also look out for this one because you watched some of these players play for a long time in MDL.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of my roots.
Yeah, you got to watch and cast as you did it as the back-to-back best talent in
that was
MPL Philippines.
How many years
Season
ago
1 and 2, yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
first and so far only back-to-back talent, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
No, but it's just really nostalgic for me,
Yeah.
and it feels like a proud mom moment, like seeing. Because there's this term, right? You kind of like treat it as a graduation
Right.
for them. Like I remember there was a graphics in the previous season of them wearing their graduation hats and all of that. Whenever or there are new players, I think that was the Omega Neos lineup back then. But right now we're looking at Lazy Esports again, and to see them go head to head in this stage, it's really interesting. And if it's just about chemistry, I think that's something we'll be expecting from them, similar to what TNC had to face yesterday, right? I think they were up against a team with really good chemistry, whereas on the other hand, they're probably still trying to get a hold of theirs.
Yeah, and we're talking about chemistry. You know what? We are gonna see something else.
Yeah.
Chemistry about a team that relatively they are rookies, right? But they have a lot of that. They have played together for a while now.
Yeah, so especially Kekedot and Dare. They've been teammates for almost 3 years now. They've been together since when they were in part of the ONIC Philippines Monster Anarchy era, going through that era, sort of the beginnings of what would eventually become Lazy Esports, and now these 4 from EXP to Rome have been part of the MDL roster from ONIC Arsenals to Lazy Esports since the second half of 2023, while Oshizo's a little bit newer. It's a return to the Bren organization for him. He did play with Bren Euphoria in the first season of MDL Philippines. He actually has experience playing abroad. He was shining in Malaysia with Todak. They ended up in the 5th to 6th slot at the end of the playoffs in Season 13. He was one of the gold laners highlighted for the season, and now coming back to Lazy Esports in the second half of 2024 to become an MDL champion. It was a legendary series. Yeah, it's a crazy history for the roster of this present-day AP brand.
Yes, as much as they are rookies coming into this one, basically MDL graduating, a whole team graduating into MPL. They're not really new players, right? They have a lot of stories on their own. Basically all the way back from amateur coming into this one. Feels like they just jumped all around and then they meshed together on the ONIC side, and then they flew over to Lazy, and now here.
They've been reigning the amateur scene. And I actually can't believe that it's been so long ago that we've seen Shizu alongside the Bren Euphoria lineup, the one with Ryujin or Yoshino. I mean, you see Yoshino, he's in a different team now. Ryujin probably somewhere else as well. But like that at the time, it felt like they were one of the top teams that people were watching out for in the amateur scene. But now, even though they've parted ways, even though they're in different teams now, right now, I cannot believe that they've actually made it this far and that they've been holding on to that lineup for a couple of years, and that finally they have a chance to prove that they can go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the MPL teams as well.
Yeah, and we've been saying that a lot in the, especially for the international viewers, if you're familiar with the last season of SPS. If you were watching the Filipino broadcast, well, you're an international viewer. If you're watching the Filipino broadcast, congratulations to you. But we would say that Lazy Esports are a team to really watch out for. That a lot of MPL teams or teams in the Philippines actually tout Lazy Esports as an MPL-worthy team. So to see them finally try and prove that on the stage, like there's really a very good reason as to why Brigid is so excited, and why I'm excited too.
Of course. And an MDL team that basically is on level with a majority of MPL teams, not just in the Philippines, but across the world.
Oh, yeah.
That is saying something.
I think we also can't just limit the entire idea of MDL for AP Bren. Even Zaida, right? Like he also came from there, and now he's facing up another former MDL player. So there's a lot of history. It's fairly interesting to see how things will turn out.
That's right. So for the meantime, we do have an all-access segment right now, and I wonder who we're gonna get to talk to here. One of our hosts definitely has a lot to say here, as well as one of our players.
Thank you, guys. Jamie here once again. We have all access with none other than James Panks of AP Bren. James, a lot of folks are so excited to have you here after your championship run in MDL. Ano yung nafe-feel mo ngayon na nandito ka na sa MPL?
Ako po, sobrang saya kasi matagal ko na nga pong pangarap to.
Imagine that. Pangarap mo to and nandito ka na. Your first game is about to begin. Ano yung nafe-feel mo sa first game mo ngayon?
Excited po, tas may konting kaba kasi first time ko nga lang din.
I love that. May konting ka ba? Pero you know what? I'm so excited for you. I know kayang-kaya nyo to. Now, ito yung tanong ng maraming tao dito, James Panks. Ang makakalaban mo mamaya ay MDL champ din. Confident ka ba na matatalo mo siya, si Zaida?
Well, let's see na lang po.
I love that short answer. We shall see. Hans, what does Zaida have to say about that? Over to you.
Nako, eto na. Men, kino-coach na siya. Siyempre, kasama ko naman dito yung sinasabi ni Jamie na MDL champion din na ngayon ay part na ng TNC Pro Team. Walang iba kundi si Zaida. Okay, Zaida. Sinabi ni James Panks na let's see daw kung matatalo. Ikaw ba, tatanungin kita, gano'n ka kasigurado? Anong percentage na matatalo mo si James Panks at ang AP Bren sa labang to?
Wala, confident lang talaga ako talunin sila ngayon. Lalo na maganda yung nilaro namin kahapon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it, right? We saw it from yesterday na maganda ngayon naging laban nyo kontra sa defending champions, ONIC Philippines. Kamusta ba ang team ngayon? Kasi it was a really tight game from yesterday. Ano bang mga adjustments yung na-realize nyo heading forward into this match?
marami kami natutunan nung laban namin kahapon. Kahit talo kami, masaya pa rin kami kasi nakasabay kami sa World Champs.
And now, nakalaban mo or actually makakalaban mo si James Panks. Nagharap na ba kayo sa MDL before?
Nung season 2, nakalaban namin sila. Malakas din sila.
Okay. Respect. Alam mo, tatanungin na sana kita kung anong motivation or type of motivating quote ang ibibigay mo sa team mo. Pero lilipat na lang tayo sa kabila. Kasi ito, special request to eh. Special request to. Ayan. Vic, mic mo, ibitaw mo na. Okay, Salvic, ano bang mensahe mo sa team? Kasi maganda laro mo kahapon eh. Di ba? Maganda ba laro niya kahapon, boys? Maganda. Okay. Chamba lang. Okay. Vic, anong masasabi mo sa teammates mo heading into this match?
Natin ha. Maganda daw yung laro ko eh.
Walang kayabang. Ano? Okay na yata yun. Sige, irekta na natin sa ating mga casters. Casters, ready na TNC.
They're not really kids, but they acted like really young people today. Right?
Even the coaches for a moment, they looked like they were the young kids about to play. But it's fun. It's fun seeing how confident TNC really is after yesterday, and just the same how James Panks doesn't seem to be threatened at all facing against Zaida in this match.
Yeah, I'm really hoping here that James Panks has an all-star making performance. Similar to, even though it was overshadowed by a loss, Kozin was definitely highly commendable yesterday up against ONIC Philippines, even Lord JM. But James Panks, he is the man touted to have, or as the man as, with a man with a million moves. That's his moniker. That's a name that he earned in MDL Philippines. So hopefully we get to see that and we get to shout that at one point, because this guy could potentially be the future next big jungler in the world.
Yes, and that's a sentiment that actually is echoed by a lot of the people in the community internationally as well.
Oh,
and apparently we kind
I forgot about this. My bad. My bad.
So if you were listening,
what did I actually say?
What do we say here? What did Renmar say? Is James Panks the man with a million moves? Is he the man with 1,000 moves? Or maybe he needs a bit more work. Maybe he has 100 moves. Or is he the man who can't be moved?
I would like to apologize to our scriptwriters, Maui and Jem. Sorry for spoiling this portion of the poll. But yeah, hopefully you were listening to what I said about what James Banks' name is. I would, maybe it's letter D. It's also a great song.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why we said that.
Yeah.
Maybe one day he'll just wake up and, maybe he'll be missing
Or-
the good old times.
Yeah, it could depend on him too if he wants to rebrand himself and think that he still has room for growth. Or
A trillion moves.
A trillion moves, right? We didn't say the answer, right?
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, but at least now you know it's less than a trillion. So
It's definitely less than a trillion.
Right.
All right, so coming into this one, the big opponent that on the other side is definitely a team that the other, everyone else watched yesterday and really was applauding despite a 0-2 loss.
Yeah.
So that's saying something. And even they admitted that, you know what, we lost. We got swept, but we're happy about it. And that's not something that you say every day.
Yes.
So what did you think about the games yesterday for TNC that really was able to, that they were able to say this?
Well, for TNC Pro team, especially I think in that game number 2, you could really highlight just how strong they were. They went into it with a really good draft, good idea. The Barretts for Lord JM, the Matilda of Yaoi, the Alpha as well in the hands of Zaida. Everything was just meshing well up until it didn't. Unfortunately, that's where you get to see a little bit of the inexperience, maybe the still growing chemistry, the fact that you had Kirk and King Kong rushing the Lord. They decided to commit and help Lord JM. Who missed his initiation even though he landed like 99% of them throughout that game, and they decided to help Lord JM instead. So things like that you could just learn with time and experience to just smoothen out and make sure that you're better with. But really, they said it best. They were able to dance toe-to-toe with ONIC Philippines, and that already means a lot.
Yeah, which is why it probably shouldn't come out once again against this team who similarly has been playing together for a very long time. But on the screens, wow, Coach Imba DJ.
Yep.
Imba DJ, record holder apparently for most assists in a single game. I'm trying to remember when this was from.
30 assists.
I believe that was in season 7, in that season where they were in Signal Ultra. I believe he was playing a Diggy and scored 30 assists.
Oh, okay, okay.
That sounds like it's right.
I could be wrong,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I will
yeah.
have to double check.
But that sounded like the Diggy era. So. And I mean, if he still had kills with the 30 assists, I don't know anymore. But while he's double checking that, yeah.
Emma DJ also plays a lot of Selena before. He used to play
also
a lot
the
of Selena.
traps. Just
So
like
maybe the traps were assisting.
Yeah.
I actually forgot about that time already.
Yeah.
But yeah, Emma DJ as a coach now definitely stood out
Yes.
for me yesterday with a very risky
Yeah.
Barat's pick.
Yeah.
But somehow they were able to really push it to a 7-0 advantage. And that really impressed me yesterday. And I wonder if, as a player, it's like no question, right? But as a coach, it feels like he is also improving day to day.
Yes, I admire the way they feel, or it feels like they thoroughly reviewed and studied ONIC, even in terms of the drafting patterns that they showed us yesterday, and how they were just able to clearly out-sustain them in the team fights which happened. And it didn't seem like they were surprised at all by even ONIC Philippines' flexibility themselves, because you know for a fact that they could do it. But right now, based on what TNC is showing us, they could be the ones to pull off the surprise this time around.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, I might be along the lines of they won't be that surprising in terms of their drafts. Besides the Barris picks, of course, they actually draft very similarly to the rest of the world in terms of their priorities. And game number 1, we were saying, wait, that's an ONIC PH draft. Game number 2, we were thinking, wait, that's a Liquid Indonesia draft.
That's right.
So they TNC can really look at the world and say, you know what, we'll try to adapt it and play it to our style. But I won't turn off the potential that maybe there will be a surprise pick up there. And here's a surprise for you, Coach Pakbet stat, Rockhard.
Yeah, Coach Pakbet, he used to play a lot of Kimmy back in the days. And he scored a Savage in Season 3. That's not something you can do with a Kimmy a lot. That's not something that, you know, it's easy to walk away from a Kimmy usually. So I'm trying to remember how he got that Savage.
So now we kind of like have an understanding for all those who watched SBS even as to why Kekedot probably idolizes Pakbet that much.
Yeah.
That he changed his name.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to thank him for not using that name here.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad that you brought that up. So for the international viewers, Kekedot, that's his actual name. This was the guy whose name was Pakbet during SBS.
Yes, that was him.
Because he loves his coach so much. That's literally it.
He idolizes him.
Yeah,
It's
he
easy to idolize
him.
this guy because he's also an MSC champ. Right, way back in Execration days.
Yeah.
So it's easy to forget that sometimes these guys are top tier players as well. The guys that are on the on the booths, right? So it's something to keep in mind for you guys here. And for the other side as well, you also have to remember Zaida, a champion in his own right as well, back in his MPL days.
Yeah.
So these are, you know, stuff you have to think about. I know it's easy to always just talk about Yawi, because, you know, internationally, you got to talk about Yawi whenever he's on the team. But yeah, the teammates as well really do pack a punch.
I do think Zaida was actually consistent in terms of performance yesterday. I mean, I know a lot of us had our eyes on the return of Yawi, but even despite that, there were actually other players who really shined, who stepped up. I think in game number 1, clearly it was Kozen on the Moskov, who often showed some times where it felt like they were about to maybe turn things around. And even in game number 2, I think Lord JM. So from a viewer's perspective, maybe there was just a lack of I don't know, faster communication, like, oh, I'm going in, I'm gonna flicker, Daytona's welcome this guy or something, and there were like some sort of split decisions which were kind of hard to pull off. But other than that, if they just polish that, I can't say what TNC could probably achieve in this season.
Yeah, well, on the other end of the table, you got a squad in the new look APBR that even in SPS looked like they could have defeated Team Liquid Indonesia. That's how good this team is.
That's right. And we're going to see them walk all into the stage. Can't wait to see it. It's their dream. We're going to see it happen right now.
Please welcome our marshals for this matchup. It's Josh, Chico, Patrick, and JJ. back to rise once more after yesterday's defeat. Today, can they know victory stand up for TNC Pro Team? In the EXP lane, Lord JM. In the jungle, Zaida. Their mid laner, Lancy. In the roam, Yowie. And their gold laner, Kozen. Making their MPL debut, made up of the MPL Philippines Season 4 Championship roster, the Young Guns of APBR. EXP, he's not over here, he's dead! In the jungle, the man with a million moves, James Ponks! In the mid lane, Joel Skirt! Welcome back to MPL Philippines in the roam, it's Kekadot! And in the gold lane is Shizu! Welcome, there is team coaches, Coach Jeff for APBR and Coach Imba DJ for TNC. This is TNC Pro Team versus APBR.
There we go. We got TNC Pro Team, Lord JM, Zaida, Lancy, Yowie, and Kozen. Again, we talked about it previously. They did lose. They won the hearts of many.
And they were happy themselves with the way that they performed. What else could be said after their performance yesterday and now that they're about to face APBR, one of potentially the best matches for them to show off what they're made of and what they're capable of after learning a lot from facing the world champions.
I just want 3 games, 30 kills each game.
Oh my goodness.
And when I look at TNC, I can see a roster that could potentially pull that off. But I feel like they're so tricky because, again, they look at the world and say, we could do that too. While APBR, they're going to be coming in here with their own style, an introduction to the MDL Philippines Season 4 winning roster. The last time we saw an MDL team go to the MPL and shake things up in such a mean way, well, they eventually became the MPL Indonesia champions and went on to the grand finals of the M6 World Championship.
Oh.
So APBR has that going for them. They can look at the world, look at TLID and say, we could do that too.
That's right. There's a parallel.
It's not that far off.
If they do get to do that, right? And this is APBR with an addition of, or their 4 coaches alongside them and led by Coach Jeff, who, as you may know, if you're watching from Malaysia, previously was together with Homeboys. So, you know, the experience that Coach Jeff also has in his hands. He was formerly Coach Nobody, and he joked back then that if they won, he would become somebody or something like that. But then now he's here, he's back to Coach Jeff.
And yeah, we're going to go throw it over to a ping test real quick. And yeah, 4 coaches, if you didn't count them earlier. Let's watch what they're doing there on the stage with a ping test.
Di na masama, Chobs. Para sa dating RG Boy. Uy, kinain yung bap ko! Hello? Kaya ba? Hello, sa akin. Check. In-game sounds. In-game sounds lang. ML? Oo nga, no? Ay, hindi pa pala nakakonect ko. Okay na ako dito. Okay. Hello? Mahina ba yung boses ko? Check, mic check.
Hello, kaya ba?
Sa akin ka pa rin ba? Balik. Sa akin man. Dito.
Okay, okay.
So first off, don't touch the
We're
buff.
looking a little different.
Yeah, we
Oh,
look a
there
little
we go.
different there. So don't touch his buff. And for who was he talking to, by the way, if he wasn't connected?
I don't know.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be funny if he's like that whole time he's just talking to himself.
Oh my
you know
god.
that.
Contrary to what I was expecting, ping tests seem to be a little more serious now.
It does.
They were like, what? They didn't want to give each other their buffs? In the ping check?
In the ping check, bro. I believe this is something that we're gonna look forward to a lot in the season.
agree.
So right now we are on to the matchup. They are definitely game face. Ping test is way over. And I would like to really think the TNC grew a lot more yesterday, but at the same time we don't know. And for the Infinix keys to victory, Renmar, this is going to be something for you here.
Yeah. Well, for TNC Pro Team, definitely they are the more MPL experienced team in terms of the individual rosters there. Of course, they got a world champion with them, man. Come on. So flex your experience against AP Bren, who will be desperate to show their moves. Maybe desperate is too strong a word, but they're definitely going to come in here with the goal of just showing the world what they can do. Why an entire roster of the MPL champions was brought up into AP Bren that was once filled with world champions. So it's your time to shine for both of these two teams. For TNC Pro Team, continue your strengths from yesterday. For AP Bren, show them why you became the MPL Philippines Season 4 champions.
Yeah, you don't need to show a million moves today. Maybe just a few hundred would suffice, maybe. But I don't know. You are up against a team that did give the current champions a run for their money. So
Right.
you might have to pull off all million today.
It's day one for them, technically, right? So I don't know whatever plans they have up their sleeves, if they want to show them immediately in this game. But after being able to watch TNC yesterday just the same, I feel like they probably have an idea of what to do, aside the fact that they clearly know each other well enough after facing each other for quite a number of times prior MPL.
Yeah. Also, man, like, how do you balance having 4 coaches in a team
That's
now?
amazing, I wonder, right? Like, there's a life coach, right? There's a head coach, there's a life coach, there's a there's a stats coach.
Is there a food coach?
Yeah, they have a head coach, an assistant coach, an analyst, and if I'm not mistaken, the other one's also filled as a statistician. I'm gonna have to double check like their actual.
Oh.
Yeah, they got a.
Are they listed?
Oh, they have a technical coach. Yeah, so it's head, assistant, technical, and then analyst.
Oh, so
They don't have a life coach.
The life coach.
Or maybe
was
the life coach is all of them.
It's integrated.
Yeah.
all the I mean, 4 coaches together.
At that point, you'd want a chef as well, maybe add a guy. But they also might be multitasking that as well. But
yeah,
definitely a lot of support for the young AP Bren lineup.
Yes.
And they will definitely need it, right? Despite being a champion in MDL, it does feel like it is going to be a different atmosphere for a lot of these young players. Coming into this one of the strongest regions, the home of the champions in the world.
So it's probably really helpful to have coaches and some who already have experienced coaching MPL caliber teams. Like for Coach Bakbet, I think a lot of us are really familiar with his history. Like, I know for quite some time he's been together with Lazy, but before that, he was known to be alongside Omega. Back in the time, Barangay Omega, when everyone was just cheering Barangay Omega. And for Coach Jeff, as also previously mentioned, right? He was alongside Homeboys, an MPL team as well, internationally. So I think it's interesting to see. A lot of our teams currently, they really see to it that they adapt international strategies and styles.
Yeah, the cool thing about AP Bren is going on again with what you mentioned. If TNC Pro Team has a player lineup that has a lot of experience, AP Bren has a coaching lineup that has a lot of international experience too, really. And I'm sure it's also gonna be very beneficial for AP Bren, the fact that Shizo did have that one season with Todak in MPL Malaysia Season 13. Of course, he was playing with a former back-to-back MPL Philippines champion, Raflish, as their roamer at that time. I'm pretty sure he got to learn some tricks from the legendary Chiku guys. So even though AP Bren are they're really branded, and you can't escape the fact that they are the MDL team that made it to MPL. They have a lot of experience in the staff, within the players, that can really make you go, wait a minute, let's let's not undermine these guys. They might actually just beat us and do it in glowing fashion.
Yeah. As much as we can like call them the actual rookies, they're the only rookies.
It's
for
been
the
a
season.
while.
There's so much depth to this team individually that it's really hard to dismiss them. And again, I guess the biggest factor that you have to consider is how do they actually play, right? And we're hoping that the pressure doesn't really come into them on that stage. Obviously, it's a very different stage from stuff that they played on, maybe except for Shizu, who did play internationally. But yeah, it's a new environment.
But I believe they won't be completely new to this. Even before heading into MPL, right, international tournaments here and there, they've been also able to participate under the banner of Lazy Esports. But speaking of experience, this is one of the statistics you have to take a note of when talking about James Panks. He has the highest total kills and average kills in the recent season of MDL.
There you go. I mean, how can you actually argue with the stats here? He does kind of just do everything that you need him to.
Million moves.
That's why he's called that, right? Exactly. That's why he really earned that through whole seasons in MDL Philippines.
Yep, and those are the, if I'm not mistaken, really mostly on the assassins, which pretty much a lot of junglers right now are deciding to utilize, not unless they pull off another similar to TNC's Mathilda Alpha Varats kind of like composition, which was more of a utility type of jungler, or I'd say it really depends on the point of the game where they want to play for, either the early or the late. So maybe they could depend their junglers on that. But I think we have another statistic for Zyda. Maybe we'll get back to it later.
Yeah, he's a little shy, guys, so he's just warming up before the stats actually come into play. I think that's about Zyda. As well, who did do a spectacular performance in MDL Season 2.
Yes, and let's not forget that even last season, we've been seeing Zyda perform occasionally, back when he was still with TLPH. So this is Zyda's statistics on the other hand.
It's a direct contrast, right, to what James Panks has.
Yeah, highest total kills with 135 and the average kills in MDLPH Season 2. And you could actually see how the game has changed, because a lot of the stats that James Panks brought to the table in MPL Philippines Season 4 actually double of this. His average kills earlier was at around 6.3, 6.5. The total kills was at 240. So seems like MPL Philippines Season 4 was just a bloodier season of that, with so much kills. And I mean, they also did add in more teams as well, right, for MPL Philippines Season 4 compared to Season 2. So that's also one of the contributing factors as to why James Panks had a higher stat overall.
And add to that, Zyda also played in a meta where it was a little different for junglers, right? I would say completely 180. So you know, these stats might skew you a little bit in favor of James Panks, but you also have to think about the climate in which Zyda did play.
And to get out of the MPL for just a bit, ever since joining in, wholeheartedly in the roster of Team Liquid in Season 13, there was a time where Carl Tizio was having a bit of a difficulty adjusting to the meta. There were a lot of questions regarding his performance, so they started playing Zyda more. It was during that time in Season 13 when Zyda was playing wherein he got to rack up an undefeated streak with his Nolan. He was 7-0 with that hero heading into the playoffs, and there were actually questions as to is Zyda actually going to show up in the playoffs then during Season 13. But definitely you cannot take away the fact that Zyda is also an MPL Philippines champion, and he helped make sure that Team Liquid won the title in Season 13.
He's contributed a lot to how Team Liquid Philippines was able to make it that far despite the difficulties that we've evidently seen them encounter in the previous season. And aside from that, being with Team Liquid Philippines for quite a long time, wow, I mean, look at all those pictures being shown on screen, right? Being
trying not to.
Well, we're trying not to pay attention to it, right? But being with TLPH for a long time, I'm sure he's learned a lot from the young GOAT too.
100%.
Is James Panks going to be the first guy to play MPL with a denim jacket?
I think all of them have denim jackets. Is that the MDL spirit or the MDL remembrance that they have with them?
Oh yeah, because you guys had denim jackets too.
Even Virgida had a denim jacket.
Yeah, in the first season when she won her Best Talent Award, and then again in season 2, she was wearing a denim jacket.
Maybe there's something. Maybe there's a pattern we're missing here and more, right? Maybe the denim jacket.
Believe in the punks.
Is the way. Believe in the punks.
Okay.
I like that.
I wonder what that meant. But maybe it's
Believe
just
in the punks.
maybe just believe in James Panks. But
Yeah, he's a punks.
that's
man.
heartwarming. If they actually did bring the denim jacket because of their roots
Oh, that's nice.
and remembering the
Or maybe they just like denim jackets
Or maybe they just
too,
like
yeah.
denim jackets,
I mean, denim jackets are cool. So
what if like they add patches too?
For every championship. Maybe it's gonna,
in a la AP brand fashion, they could do that.
That's tradition.
So
right?
they'll be the first team to actually use denim jackets.
Yeah. And it's so cool that it's interesting that we're not seeing them roll out in the AP brand jackets.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a good point.
It's still part of their history, but it could also be just because, you know, it really is like a completely new era for them.
Fresh start.
Yeah, because for the longest time, AP brand was synonymous with Carl Teasy, Few, Coach Ducky, Flap. Eventually, Carl Teasy left, and then it was just really Few, Flap, Ducky who was carrying the banner of, oh, this is what Bren is. This is what it means to be Bren. And then with them all going to Falcon Esports now, AP Bren, this is, again, this is not the Bren organization that we're known for. This is a completely new look, refreshed, rebooted Bren.
Hence why we actually call this the new era.
The new era.
Because for one of our standard teams, one of the teams that have been with us for the longest time, it's a complete reboot.
Yes.
Right? And they essentially have to start from scratch with everything, setting up the name, and making the statement and proving that they are still a team that you have to face, you have to reckon. You know what I mean? So either way, we might hear more from them. I think we will hear from them with another all-access segment here with our hosts and the players.
Maraming salamat ulit sa ating mga casters. We are currently here at the on-ground streaming area na nakalapag sa likod ng ating audience area. So, kasama natin ngayon, walang iba kundi si Prof B. Of course, Jamie is still with me, bringing you the action. Prof, gusto ko lang malaman kung kamusta ka. Kasi parang kanina ka pa nandito eh.
Excited. Kaya maaga pumunta para makita lahat ng pwede pa makita.
Tapos ikaw pa nakita natin dito, no, Jamie?
Sobrang excited kami na nandito ka. I know you're streaming on the ground. What's the experience like, Prof B? Mas immersive ba?
Oo, sobra. Kasi syempre nakikita mo yung mga pinapanood mo, tapos nakikita mo, nakakausap mo. So yun yung isa sa mga experience na hindi matatawaran.
Oo nga, kakaiba, di ba? Nandito siya on the ground at the MPL Arena itself. And I'm sure maraming nanonood sa'yo ngayon, di ba?
Oh, tino mo, ayan, nandiyan sila. Hello guys! Hindi ko alam kung nakikita nyo kami ngayon, pero baka nakikita kasi nila tayo.
Mag-hi
diba?
kayo.
Later on, makikita natin sila. I also wanna know, kasi hindi lang naman ikaw ang streamer na mapapanood natin, di ba? Representing MPL Philippines. So, imbitahan mo naman silang lahat.
So ini-invite ko kayong manood ng ating mga official streamers, yung kasama ko sa Kaso Search Top 8, sila Omaugi, sila Tupe, sila Lana, sila Gretchen, and the rest of the gang, sila Ajax. Yan.
All right. I guess that's it. All right. We'll leave you back to work. Rekta na natin sa ating mga casters.
Yeah, that's the evolution. We have on-ground streaming this season, by the way.
As mentioned by Prof B, our current streamer on ground here at the venue, it's more fun. You get to interact real time with the players, with the audience even, all the while also enjoying it alongside your viewers in your very own watch party. So I think there's a sign-up forms for that if ever maybe international people want to like at least do it online. There's a different platform for that. So, I mean, if you're an avid watcher of MPL Philippines and you're here in our stream, I'm sure you are. So why not include or make your own watch party?
Yeah, if you're an international streamer, you want to come on over here to the Philippines, maybe for the playoffs. That's going to be up there too for the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, or any point during the regular season. Go ahead. The forms are available online, or just contact the Muton representative that you're familiar with, or MPL representative that you're familiar with in your region, and yeah, you could join us here.
Yeah, maybe R7 would like to go here and stream one of these days, right? I mean,
that's a lot.
Cool.
That would be very cool, right?
That's a lot of viewers he'll be bringing.
He's a great guy. I mean, he's so fun to watch. He's so expressive. You know, we want people like we want you guys to do that with us and enjoy the league and And
Woo,
here we
finally!
go.
Let's go!
We are
Oh
going
my.
on to the draft.
Hell yes!
For game number 1. I think they took a while to set up, maybe setting up some cables and stuff, or I don't know. But right now, this is the game 1 of one of the most awaited matchups. If you are like an MDL fan, we're finally gonna see one of our teams, one of the teams that we watch in MDL, come into play in MPL.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll be seeing TNC reserve their jungler or the jungler trade for later, or if they're going to immediately prioritize that, given that we've seen their options yesterday. They still have the possibility of the Suyu Joy trade in the bans that are going on for now, but if they do not want to go for that, I mean, the Harith Granger possibility is still available as well for them.
Yep.
0 jungle bans, by the way.
Yeah.
For TNC.
They're keeping the jungler option wide open. Yeah, that's them trying to force some trades. AP Bren can change things up and ban out 1 jungler, and they do go ahead and ban out the Fanny. So yeah, with what we're gonna mention, with the trades are active with the Suyo, the Joy. Don't forget TNC does have a Matilda Alpha option with them as well. One pick that James Banks is known to shine with is also the Hayabusa. But with the Harith open, TNC might consider first picking the Harith instead of the typical Suyo Joy.
Oh, all right. Let's see. I mean, I don't think they'll be able to pull off the Matilda again. AP Bren took it out earlier.
Right, yes,
That's mad respect after what happened yesterday. So will they be going for the Harith instead, or will they be still picking up the Suyo? Those are the possibilities, unless...
That's right. The Harith first pick did work out for TLPH earlier today. But they go for Suyo. They don't think too much. They don't think too much about it. Suyo is definitely an all-rounder on the jungle so far today.
Yeah. I wonder if AP Bren will consider rush picking the Cho. We saw it used earlier by the Team Falcons. But if they want to make sure that Yaoi doesn't have a comfort and that AP Bren will be able to protect James Banks' jungle while providing info, a rush Cho pick would be good. They can get it alongside the Granger. Or they can also, get the Harith. Harith and Suyo together, terrible climb to go up against. So a Cho Harith would make sense if ever.
Yeah, and I don't think they'd be considering the Granger just yet without knowing the matchup, but instead... Okay, so I think even the Filipino broadcast is surprised with these 2 picks that came from AP Bren. So it's a Joy and the Phobius. I don't know if I could like assume the possibility that it isn't a jungle Joy
So
or not.
why do you think they would be surprised by the Phobius first pick though, or first rotation pick though, Redmar?
The Phobius I'm okay with. CC is still on the board, and that's usually just the trade you're going to go for there. But the Joy is what surprises me, because they actually didn't need to go ahead and pick up a jungler yet. You already see the Suyo. They could have gone for Joy 3rd pick or Joy 4th if ever they were feeling like, oh, we could get Joy in the 4th pick. TNC, will it be either a Harith or a Granger? One of those 2 for them. It is a Harith, but they go ahead and pick up the Badang. Great pickup.
Could this be a Yaoi Badang?
I mean, that's a good possibility, right? One of our friends, Ingan, loves to play that Badang in the jungle. In the roam, and he gets away with it. You can also flex it on the XP, which is always a great plus for any team that picks it early on.
Considering how Lord JM played yesterday, I'd like to see him actually pick that up in the EXP and then have another roamer with them. But lately we've seen teams internationally default into a roam Badang. But let's see, there's still room for changing things up there. So AP Bren has a good damage profile right now. They have a mix of very light magic, but mostly physical in the Phobius. Strong physical poke with the Granger, and damage, strong burst magic, but it's a little bit divey from the Joy. I'd like to see them pick up more crowd control in their mid. I'd want to see them consider Aurora later on, or the Vixana.
Or the Eve, right? Eve would probably do well here.
And I mean, whichever mid laner TNC decides to pick up, he'll be very cautious of the Joy and the amount of like dive or poke, even ranged poke that could come in from AP Bren. So it's nice that they were able to eliminate another threat, another surprise setup from the Cho, because I mean at this point you're not entirely sure as to what the mid duos are going to be. So it could be either really aggressive mid duos that could be a huge threat for your mid laners later on.
That's right. It's either very aggressive or you could kind of reel it back with the Auroras of the game, you know, and the Vexanas maybe.
What if we see the Jawheads again? Like more setups, just immediately bursting down in quick rotations. That I think they'll benefit either of these two teams.
Yeah, I think AP Bren are considering a Jawhead, considering that they took out the Tigreal and the Cho. Jawhead could work out for them very well.
Any really good, what do you call that, pesky roamer
Unless the
would
Khalid
be safe without the Tigreal and the Cho, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Khalid could also do well. Won't get kicked around, explosion to death, right?
Yeah, if ever they're going to pick up a Khalid, then I want to see them pick it up last. Just get their mid laner first. Ooh, they take away the Novaria.
Spicy. Which is odd because I would love to see Lancey back on the Novaria.
But the Selena.
Yeah, but he's already. You're right.
Maybe. I mean, well, there's a lot of possibilities left, but for mid laners, I think they're really limited right now. It's either Vexana or Aurora, as previously mentioned. But
Hylos. They go for all reliable here.
Yeah,
I like it.
I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to see it.
but like, where's the crowd control for AP Bren, right?
Just the Hylos, essentially.
It's just the Hylos right now. So the Jawhead goes into TNC instead.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was like. Come on, you take out the Cho with the Tigreal, Jawhead would be very happy. Come on.
Like, there's little to no hold from AP Bren at this point.
Yeah, so it's really just Vexana or Aurora at this point. If you don't get crowd control on you, that's not going to do well. Considering you have a strong magic burst, the Joy would be okay. Again, either of those two mages are going to be fine. For Lancey, he can just take one of the other, and he decides to take the Vexana.
And I think we kind of know where this is going.
Is it gonna really be the Aurora?
Sounds like an Aurora insta-lock here for me.
But that'll feel like a...
Okay.
They don't. Okay.
Okay.
We get it as early as game 1.
All right, we're looking at the crowd control. Who best to do it with the Selena? Except it's only single target.
We're back to the season 8 meta of just like trading Selena and Jawhead.
Oh my goodness.
Good times though. Those are some fun times. Very chaotic.
And well, at least with this spec, I don't feel like they'd be entirely passive in terms of gameplay, or they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Because if not, it could be a hit or miss.
Woo! We're having a lot of fun here. Hopefully you guys also join in on the fun. Don't forget to buy tickets for tomorrow as well. That's Omega versus Falcons and TLPH versus Twisted Minds. I'm sure TLPH picked up a few fans with their victory earlier on, so don't miss out on the action. Go to ph.mpl.com. Get those tickets now.
Yeah, the Filipino Sniper was on point. And so following that previous showing from Series 1, I definitely am watching out for our gold laners. They're the last people.
Legends!
The last faces we saw. Kozen, as well as Shizu. Okay, this is it.
Here we go. How effective is that Selena going to be here in game number 1?
Well, very fast take there by the Jawhead and the Suyo. Of course, that's the benefit that you can get. Instead of actually leashing the other buff, Yaoi's helping Zyda just clear out his side of the jungle faster. Usually you'd see a Jawhead and Suyo pair up to make sure that once the Suyo gets to the purple buff, it's already low, and yeah, he can just go ahead and move on with his rotation. But interesting to see how AP Bren will handle having the Selena, Hylos, Joy roam trio, who are all predominantly magic damage.
There goes the Abyssal Arrow immediately as early as less than a minute into the game. But Yaoi still with the ejector flicker will be able to commit onto Dare, but it seems like he will be the one to fall. That's the first blood drawn by AP Bren.
A very good maneuver here by Chokeskirt. I think he baited someone to get thrown. That's not him. I forgot who that was. And it worked very well for them. I think it was Kekadon. He got thrown back by the Jawhead ejector.
It's just when we thought Yaoi was about to run away.
Yeah. In terms of the emblems, nothing too fancy or rupture on the Selena. And yeah, the typical bargain hunter and the Inspire for the Harith. So, very conservative right now after that initial salvo for the Lethal Wanderer. I think Yaoi will have to think twice about being aggressive with the Jawhead. I like the tough boots rush onto Kekedot. There is a lot of crowd control that he has to deal with against TNC. So far, the Joy, Selena, and the Hylos are the ones setting the tempo.
Yeah, it kind of feels like AP Bren and their river control might be a little limited in terms of like, because they have to manage the wave clear or put a little more effort into managing the wave clear with the Selena here. But let's see how this goes.
Speaking of effort, look at that. Good
Alright.
zone.
Oh, wow. The Eternal Guard immediately used alongside the ejector. Kekedot might just be bursted down, and he will. He will be the first to fall, but who will be able to secure the turtle? Lancy gets the last hit on it instead. Will they still go after AP Bren? It seems like no, not unless they seem to be playing a little more careful, but Yawi won't let go of the vision, and he still goes for it. Unstoppable Force onto James Pass, and he will be able to take him out alongside Zaida. There might be another casualty for them. This is too much aggression coming in from TNC.
And TNC Pro Team, Lord JM doing it again. Perfect. Set up with the wall and the knockback as well to disrupt James Banks. Although I believe it was the Eternal Guardian that actually got the last hit on that turtle with a swipe. Because I was looking, it wasn't the Cursed Blast. The hit of the Cursed Blast landed after the turtle was taken down. So yeah, that's the first turtle for the EG of Vixana.
Wow, okay.
It's for Vixana, not for the jungler.
It worked out very well. It's also like, I think it's percent HP damage, so that's why it was pretty good in securing that. And overall, James Banks was given a lot of pressure in that last engagement. He's basically being forced to, in the Filipino term, he's being forced not to play here by TNC for some reason.
They don't want to see the million moves in action. They're limiting so much of James Banks and his movements, and it seems like the farming patterns are more efficient for TNC this time around, but there's another successful ejector play coming from Yawi, but he will be the first to be taken out. Kekedot will follow as well, but James Banks, will he survive? Oh no, there's a flicker from Gozen, and he still makes it. And here comes Zaida as well, taking out Top Skirt. There's a flicker from him, but he won't be able to survive. They're still jumping in, will be able to take the trade onto Gozen, but there's a Terrify, there's a flicker as well, and this might just be the disengage, unless Zaida still wants to go for it. Evil Queller, he won't be able to continue anymore.
TNC Pro Team now. So what you see is AP Brand realizing that, you know what? If Kekedot's going to be putting himself in some danger and maybe get picked off, we got to be ready to respond. You know, if anything happens, if Yawi decides to flicker in, toss him back, we got to be ready.
Is this another toss? Another one! Oh my goodness, he didn't even need to do anything aside from the Evil Queller.
It felt so easy. Every time that Unstoppable Force is off cooldown, it feels like Yawi can just take it non-stop. But at the trade here, it is AP Brand with that turtle.
Yeah, say what you will. Yawi on a jawhead, literal throwback.
I cannot imagine how annoyed AP Bren are right now with the constant ejectors, even onto the tankiest members, even onto the front lines. It feels like TNC, they're just that confident because they have enough damage to deal with those tanky frontliners.
Yeah. You're even happy to commit a flicker just to be able to throw someone. That's Yawi for you.
Yep. Good old pick-off style, run and gun, all speed play style that Yawi showed and excelled with to make sure he would win a world championship. Thunderbelt already there on the Badang quite early. Glowing Wand for the Vixana. It's a Talisman for the Selena. Just the two gold laners, only up to one item each. Hunter Strike on the Granger and the Starlium Scythe on the Harith.
Yeah, and it seems like they're typical Warax first, but will that be the best way to go? Since TNC is really aggressive at this point, and they might not be able to sustain much of the team fights if ever TNC keeps going at it with this pacing.
The threat of doing that over and over again is your enemy kind of just gets wary. He gets used to your movements. Like every time you flare up, they just know you're going to go in. So I wonder if that's going to come into effect here in this game.
TNC now committing a 4-1 split, sending James Banks top side, while Zyda's doing the same, managing the far lane for TNC Pro Team. And AP Bren have wisened up and adjusted to Yawi's aggressive posturing as they now try to make sure that Kekedot has some help nearby, and Chove Skirt is actually getting helped out by Dare in the mid lane to clear it out faster, but up top, James Banks!
Oh, they're gonna trap him here under the turret, and even under the turret, take him out! Zyda's now unstoppable, and they meet, the junglers meet in the top lane!
So it seems like they are doing exactly what we thought they were. They're stopping James Panks from even going into the map.
Even getting the trades.
Yeah, Zyda showing off his experience. Oh, yeah, we get stunned.
Oh, will he be taken out here? Will the damage be enough? That's another ejector onto Gekadot and the Salmon Force. The damage is there, but the Glorious Pathway might be able to allow him to escape. But there's Respo from Lord JM as well as Lancey with a flicker. They are being so confident right now.
Absolutely good response there from their opposing side here. And don't forget, top lane's also getting pushed in. All that gold going over to Zyda as well. 5-0 and free right now on the Suyo.
Yeah, he's really showing off his experience as an MPL champion, a two-time, a back-to-back MPL champion, and finals MVP as well in Season 2. So Zyda really just showing why before James Panks got here, he got here first.
Oh. And they're literally not allowing him to even farm. I couldn't be exactly sure as to how much gold difference is currently existing between these two junglers, but even just in terms of levels, looking at it, that's a 2-level gap immediately. Yawi, will he go for another ejector play? James Panks is already here, using the electrifying beats onto Yawi, and there goes the beautiful Deathly Grasp alongside the Eternal Guard. Kekadot will try to run away, Kozin takes out there, but there's the Conceal, and they might just be able to escape, but there will not be able to live.
TNC Pro Team, the lineup that they brought up here, up against a team making their debut in the MPL. Of course, yes, Kekadot and Dare are coming back to the MPL, but they are a debuting team. They show up with a lineup that are just smothering you. We know what Jawhead brings to the table, paired up with his physical defense Shred with a Suyo. We know what Suyo does. We know how well just Harith can be annoying to deal with if you don't get to shut him down early. So that's what they decided to draft against AP Bren. Smother them.
Will the damage be enough this time, though? Those are 2 Abyssal Arrows consecutively hitting Yawi, but he still has the flicker, and that's a beautiful counter engage coming in from Lord JM! And now Kekadot as well will be a double kill for Kozan!
How do you play if you're if AP Bren here? It's so hard to actually even move out of the map, and even when you think you're gonna get the kill, you get denied.
And another denial as well for James Panks himself. This first Lord might just really go into the hands of TNC. I mean, even recalling what happened earlier, it seemed like the perfect moment for AP Bren to go in. Yawi was so low, the flicker was forced out. But how could you not anticipate that counter-attack coming in from Lord JM?
Yeah, they got baited into that. The fist break paired up with Eternal Guardian. Lord JM and Lancey were just watching. AP Brent said go, Lord JM said no. And Lancey said, y'all are gonna get blown up. What a counter by TNC.
In basketball terms, that is called deny.
Yes.
It's a huge block.
Yes, it is.
It's just no going around it. That was a good response from Lord JM this time around.
It's like, you know, when LeBron James is a really good block, he go, blocked by James. I said, blocked by JM.
Lord J, isn't he Lord J?
Why do I want to say that later?
Maybe later.
Maybe if it happens again.
If it happens again.
But hopefully for AP Bren, it doesn't. Holy Shields are about to pop right now since there's a minion in the middle lane. And they still have a Lord marching up top.
Yeah, I really gotta say, Lord James or Lancey, if they win this, either of them have to be the MVP. Let's see if he can do it again.
Up front.
Wait, the Abyssal Arrow connects onto Kozan, but they still won't go for it. Yawi kind of low. Oh, they just need one more hit. And that might be a successful defense from AP Bren. They eliminated the threat of another ejector play from Yawi.
Nice sidestep as well from Lancey, being very aware. But then, that's AP Bren basically denying the attack as well. No Lord push happening today.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team has Balloon. This is like old school Echo Express playstyle that we're seeing with Yawi on the Jawhead again with a throwback. Oracle, second item for the Badang, rushing the cooldown reduction. Great itemization. Same as well here for Zyda, knowing he got the Snowball, already got the BOD, and the Blood Wings for the Vexana. Still waiting on the items, or the second item of the Selena. Gonna be a while.
Whoa.
Dominance Eyes only for that high loss.
They're still on second item for their middle laner.
Yeah.
Oh,
so that's just
nasty.
How difficult the situation is for AP Bren, whereas their junglers are like 4K apart.
Yeah, and James Panks is struggling to get any farm, any XP whatsoever.
I mean, I'm not going to say it could have been better, but I wish I was an Aurora. You're up against literal phoenixes. How do you put out fire? Use some ice.
No.
That's logic.
Yeah, I'm just using basic common sense right now.
Less the ice does melt, and then
But- and again,
you're
look-
slippery, bro.
Yeah, you would have. It would have been so great right now if they had the frigid glacier as
Yes.
the counter engage
Agreed.
to the eventual entry of Lord JM. Imagine if Lord JM's there, it's like, ha, I get to fist break you. If that was an Aurora, suddenly, wait, why is there ice forming underneath my feet? He gets frozen. The counter engage of TNC is a little bit tougher. Yaoi might not be able to escape. It's going to be harder for Kozin as well.
That's true. And maybe some of these Granger shots will sink in even more.
Yes.
Even easier to hit the shots.
Yeah, I mean, all the range that AB Bren has right now, they couldn't really maximize it to its full potential. TNC just keeps closing the gap. So even when you want to like poke them from afar, even for just a moment, that doesn't really happen anymore. TNC just keeps going for it, but could something happen here for AB Bren? Oh, maybe not for them because TNC will be the one to start the fight once more. There is down for them and they're in full control of the Lord Pit. Kekedot, will he be able to find a way for his teammates to go in? That's another angled arrow from Chop's skirt. Yaoi is quite low and now they know that there is no ejector. Oh, Yaoi gets taken out by the Lord. James Pax finds a way in, but it's too late. Zaida already secures the Lord. Kozen takes down Kekedot. James Pax dashes out of that fist crack, but Zaida's still chasing for him. But the Lord immediately spawns too.
Okay, Zaida's not letting James Pax go home. He wants to
Chase
chase
it.
down the joy!
Just when you thought you were out, you get pulled back in.
What an angle! He anticipated that dash coming in from James Pax and Shizu! A solo kill from Kozen! He's not waiting for the Lord anymore, he's just dancing with the Zaman Force alongside the Eternal Guards as well! Chop Skirt's the only one left, and there's only so much he can do! TNC take game number 1!
With Raging Fire pushing out AP Bren. 1-0 for TNC. That was phenomenal performance. Yaoi gunning for an MVP as well here on this one.
They're really just continuing. Again, they're showing their strength from day one, from that game 2 up against ONIC Philippines before they eventually lost it. It's Yaoi setting the tempo, and Lord JM and Lancy, whatever they've drank this morning, whatever was in their water, in their juice, in their coffee, I don't know what, but their connection, their follow-ups are always so on point. The fist break Eternal Guardian combo, and even him being able to, or excuse me, I mean Lancy, being able to make the most out of the deathly grasps to maximize crowd control. These two are just so good.
They felt a lot more connected today than they were yesterday. There was nothing to put out the flames, the fire of the Rising Phoenix.
And Lord JM had a fun time in this one. I didn't think there was anyone who could stop Lord JM here, not even Abyssal Arrows.
It really reminded me of the Barretts that he used yesterday, except that this one, it was a lot less risky to commit, to pull off. And they were like a little more patient with their timings. And unlike yesterday, it felt like they were really being led by a single caller. But the MVP for that game, it seems to be Zaida.
I got my own personal biases, but you know what, Zaida? You know what? Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. You deserve it. 9-0-5. Fast as hell GPM. The dude was just non-stop all throughout the game. Again, paired up with the Jawhead. We didn't always get to see the Jawhead Suyo combo together with the burst that they dealt, but knowing the coverage that TNC Pro Team had on the map with how Yaoi was rotating and setting the tempo alongside Lancy, that meant that Zaida had a lot of room in the other portions of the map to steal farm, get resources, push, or, well, just find kills on his own.
I think you're absolutely right. Zaida's performance on the Suyo is compounded into double effect by that Jawhead, right? It felt like you saw it in the first seconds of the game. He took that buff a lot faster because of the Jawhead and because of Yaoi. He was able to also secure so much space, so much bush control.
Yeah, and it's sad to see that even when James Pax was just trying to go for the trades because they knew they couldn't fight, TNC didn't even let them do that much. So there were a lot of
like this one
connections that were going on all around the map. It wasn't just Lancy, it wasn't just Yaoi, it was Lord JM, and connecting with every single member of TNC.
Yeah, after the initial rotations of Yaoi and Zaida just being a nightmare together, that's when Zaida, I think by the second turtle, started to split from the rest of the team and started doing his own thing.
Beautiful. The switcheroo that you saw on your screens, it was just, pure cinema right there.
How could you let this kind of lineup go into the hands of TNC once again?
Yeah.
I don't think APBR wants to experience the same kind of... I mean, I don't know. Like, there probably was an idea, definitely, behind the last-minute Selena pick, but we weren't able to see it in action. It was the hit or miss that prevailed for the Selena in this particular game.
Yeah, I think they were thinking that, well, maybe they already knew a Jawhead was probably on the way, so they picked up a Selena to somehow be able to get vision to try and temper Yawi's rotations. But that's so risky if you're conditioned for stopping the Jawhead rotations and him getting into position is to make sure he steps on traps and make sure I hit my abyssal arrows.
Yeah.
That's too much of a gamble to take.
Yeah, that's like a soft, just like a soft answer, right?
Yeah, and you know what's solid? Ice. That's a solid answer. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop on the whole Aurora thing, but
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree. We can keep that train going because I think all of us unanimously agreed Aurora's the pick here.
We're getting
but they went a little bit of a spicier route.
Yeah.
And you know, it is a gamble, but it's high risk.
That was basic matter lecture.
Yeah, and it's basic science. It's like those 3 states of matter. I forgot the others. So another thing that they should have done is not pick the Joy in the first 2 picks. Again, they already know that you don't have to worry about a Joy showing up. They could have prioritized the Harith with them. If they got the Harith, they would have avoided 2 of the fastest snowballing heroes in the same team. They got the Suyo, they got the Harith, they eventually get the Jawhead. That's how you know you're going to go up against a lineup that will bully you and you will be forced to play from behind.
And it was a lineup that was screaming. They were roaring that we have to play from... This is a lineup we're going to play from behind no matter what.
Yeah.
Eventually, with the way it panned out, that's worse for James Panks. Because you can't play from behind as a Joy. Right? It was so hard for the guy to actually move at all.
I mean, they had a lot of mobility. I think a lot of mobility even at the expense of crowd control.
Yeah.
Since you would think they'd be able to somehow maneuver around all those attempts from Yaoi, but that didn't happen. Like, he was always at the very last minute able to reserve the flickers, the ejectors, so everything felt just really successful for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team living up to the expectations of a lot of people who were watching yesterday and hoping, you know what, they could do better. And they did in game number 1. Let's throw it over to All Access, though I think we might have some more snippets for you guys.
Andito pa rin tayo sa MPL Arena kasama ang mga members ng MPL Smart Battle Trips! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Asan ang mga energetic dyan? Where are the energetic people?
We want to hear you!
Asan? Oy!
Mas
oy!
malakas!
Oy! 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 Oy!
May
Ayan
sayaw
na.
ba dyan?
Oy.
Sige nga.
Wala lang.
Wala.
Yun lang
Akala
yung
ko pinapasayaw mo,
contribution niya.
Hans.
Oo.
Ano ba?
Kasi sila pala i-interviewin natin.
Okay.
Alright? Okay, please introduce yourselves.
Okay, what's up, MPL Arena? Ayan, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Ako po si Elmer Christian M. de la Merced, SL from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Mesa, Manila Campus po.
Yan. Anong motto mo?
Ang motto ko po in life is, time is gold. Very unique.
Time is gold. Okay, I love it.
Okay. Ikaw naman.
What's up, MPL Arena? I'm Keith Duazon from the Community Heroes, Bulacan area. So, naniniwala po ako sa kasabihan.
Di ba? Okay.
Kapag wala kayo dito, wala kami. Tama?
I love that! Kapag wala kayo dito, wala kami.
Ang hindi pumalakpak, hindi makakauwi na ligtas!
Okay, marked safe.
I love
Yan.
it. Ready na siya sa motto niya, di ba?
Ready na siya.
Ready. Okay, now nandito tayo sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Sino ang sinusuportahan nyo? Let's start with you.
Ako po, since ang VYs po, alam naman po natin, VYs is very legendary. One of the legendary duo in MPL PH. So, ang kinusuportahan ko pong team ngayon ay Aurora Gaming po.
Aurora! Okay,
Ikaw naman.
what about you?
Kasi si King Kong eh.
Sino?
Si King Kong po.
Oh, okay.
So, ang sinusuportahan mo ay?
Sinusuportahan ko po ay ang Team ONIC.
Yan.
Oh.
So,
Team
Aurora.
Aurora. Team ONIC.
Maglalaban yan mamaya.
Tama.
Nako, mukhang
Last
mag-aaway
match,
sila.
diba?
Mag-aaway
For the
sila
day.
mamaya. Nararamdaman ko na. Now, I wanna know, guys, since mapapanood nyo yung mga idol nyo mamaya, you've been here a while, right? Nakita nyo yung kaninang mga laban. I wanna know, kamusta ba ang experience sa MPL Arena? Is it your first time watching?
Yes, actually, this is
that's
my
fun.
first time watching here live. And also, this is my first time joining the battle trips that MSL have conducted. And sobrang daming learnings. As in, parang yung mga sinishare kanina ng mga panelists and pati sila Sir Otto, si Miss Carrot and everything. And they also made us a tour dito sa loob ng MPL Arena. So, sobrang dami naming nakita and na-expose and yun.
You're learning a lot. I'm glad you're having a good experience. What about you? Ano yung experience mo? Is it your first time?
Actually po, this is my end time here.
Oh.
And actually po, so in my experience naman po on my end, so very insightful po and very enjoyable. Since hindi lang po kami nakanood ng games, naka-tour din po kami around here in the MPL Arena, and we noticed po some of the behind the games po. So maraming learnings po kami natutuhan, and we hope po na masundan pa po ito.
Okay, now I just have one more question, okay? Imbitahan mo naman sila. Paano ba makakasali yung mga players or yung mga students natin sa MPL Battle Trips?
Okay, so we have Facebook page po, Mountain Student Leaders. You can search it on Facebook. Then we are posting po different games na pwede pong sumali sa Battle Trips. And this week po, ang magiging participants po namin ay in National Capital Region. So we are inviting to join the students from National Capital Region po. Magsasagot lang po kayo ng questions doon. And pipili po kami kung sino po yung mga sasali sa Battle Trips po.
There we finally have it, guys. Maraming salamat. I hope you enjoy
Thank you
the
so
rest
much. Come
of the
on!
show. MPL Battle Trips uli yan, okay? So ngayon, bibigyan ko kayo ng pagkakataon na kayo mismo yung mag-throw, alright? So when we say casters, alam niyo na yung sasabihin nyo, okay? So let's do it. In 1, 2, 3. Casters, pasok!
Fun times. Battle Trips time again.
Yeah,
Yes, Battle Trips is back, by the way.
Thanks for everyone who pointed in the Filipino direction and did not point to us at all.
I didn't even mention it anymore.
I mean, we're here too.
Yeah, we're here too.
We're on the left.
Yes.
But, okay.
Sure.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, Battle Trips ongoing. If you're in the NCR region, listen to what they said. Just fill it up. It's in the group. That's why we really urge you guys to join the group. It's a really fun group, and there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do there. Plus, perks like this.
Yeah, if you're a student and you're a fan of MPL, there's a chance that you and your group, your organization, or depending on whichever your part, gets to experience the backstage, like what happens behind the scenes of MPL Philippines. They come in early, so they get to see us all preparing, the production, the staff. So it's a really, I'd say, a memorable experience for those who are fans. So if you want to try it out, just check out the group. They mentioned they have a lot in store for you.
Yeah, it's essentially the best field trip you could ask for, and I wish we had when we were still studying.
That's true. That's why it's happening for 3 seasons now, by the way. Yeah? 3rd season of Battle Trips. Thank you so much. And that's why we are going into the draft now in a few sides. APBR is going to choose out the blue side. Will they be able to finally get a really good jungler in James Panks' hand that will not get countered immediately?
Oh, I don't know what the definition of priority jungle is. I think they were actually so much fixated on that, even securing the Joy early on. So
Hyper secure, hyper fixated actually, even when they didn't need to.
They're probably just going to end up with a Suyo again. I mean, if now with APBR on the blue side, they can follow the same drafting pattern for TNC if it's open for them. They can just go ahead, pick up the Suyo, Jawhead, and Harith in the first phase. I'm just going to say it now. I don't mind if they do that.
I think so. Yeah, why not?
One of those is probably going to get banned by TNC, but, yeah.
And speaking of bans, it's really interesting to note for me earlier that in SBS, there was a lot of focus on banning out James Panks. I don't know if James is his actual first name, is it?
It should be.
It should be.
Should
right?
be.
But this time around, they did not care about it at all, leaving the jungler open. And that strategy so far is working out. I don't know why.
It was Lazy who banned the jungler, right? It was the Fanny
Earlier,
even, like
yes.
at the last ban. So all junglers were really just open for both of these teams. So let's see if there's going to be a change in terms of that, because I honestly feel like there's some sort of similarity in terms of the bands that we're gonna see. And though, there you go. So
that.
it's the Harith that's gone.
Huh?
Wait.
They would ban the Harith?
Huh?
So
Okay.
they don't. Oh, okay.
Well, that means they're already showing to TNC, oh, we're going to pick up the Suyo.
Yeah, 100%. And then maybe you can get the Granger if you don't ban it out.
Well, unless AP Bren also consider rushing the Joy instead of the Suyo.
Maybe better. There's a Louis ban. That's a signal.
Okay. The trades are still open, but I strongly feel that it's either of those two junglers. It probably won't be the Granger. There's still the Earthel.
Yeah.
So for AP Bren, are they still really comfortable with the Joy, or would they want to secure the Suyo for themselves? Oh, they are gonna go
Yep.
for the Joy.
So TNC does not need to rush the Suyo. They can go ahead pick up the Granger. They want high invade CC. Even early on would be okay. But they go Granger Gatot instead.
Right. Yaoi historically has a loss in the Gatot this season, but again, it's not to say it's a bad pick. It's actually a pretty good pick here for TNC.
And I think like for all the times we've seen those clutch performances or hits from Yaoi, even like the passive of the Gatot works well, right? For high mobility heroes. Like you get the stacks and then you get to chase after them with the passive, if that would be the case, if this is going to be Yaoi's hero, because AP Bren get their hands on the CC immediately, providing them quite of an advantage in the XP lane.
I want to see TNC consider being ultra annoying against this Joy. Surprise, make that Gatot an EXP, then pick up a Tigreal for yourself.
Oh, that sounds like a good one. That actually sounds like a really good pick. Except, obviously, it will get punished by CC, but you don't need to stay in the lane, right? If you're the Gatot, you can just go around, roam around, get some kills done.
And this is the pattern you like to see. the jungler being picked up at this point, and you being able to prioritize your other picks and leaving a bit more room for flexibility, since we aren't entirely sure yet whether or not this is going to be Yaoi's Gatot again. So we're leaving the mid laners for last once more. Oh,
right.
I feel like AP Bren still think it might be a Yaoi Gatot. So I would also support the idea that they surprise us that it's not.
Yeah. Because, if TNC Pro Team decides to pick up a Tigreal here, then they can go ahead and pick up a Farsa.
Oh.
Because you're thinking of, the Farsa might be difficult. We're up against a CC Moskov, and especially that Joy. How are we going to make that Farsa work? You make sure you have someone to peel with it. So the Gatot will either stay behind, and then the Tigreal stays forward, or vice versa. You can shuffle it.
Actually, wouldn't mind having a high loss in that lineup if you're going to throw the Farsa in there, right? Something to just equalize and make it a soak. A damage soak.
Yeah, they can, and with that, they can do the double revitalize if the Gatot Kacha is going to be slotted in there alongside the high loss.
Yeah. Though, if it's about the Farsas and all those long-range artillery mages, Chopskirt has made a name for himself, too, when it comes to using those kinds of mid laners. But let's see if he'll be able to get his hands on one of them, since at this point, we clearly see how limited the options are once again. So they might want to show us another surprise mid lane that hopefully for AP Bren would work against this lineup of TNC so far.
TNC's actually done their homework. They're heavily banning out on that mid lane as well, which does work out in the end for them. Choskirt, I would have liked to see his Eve again. I loved it when he played an Eve. But there you go, another mid lane ban. Vexana out the window.
Yeah, and as much as we want to see the Farsa maybe in his hands, you have to think of the possibility of being cancelled out by the Avatar of the Guardian and all that, and being the Farsa being stolen away from you. So
that's pretty good.
TNC, they have a really good draft so far.
I really hope this is Tigreal last pick. That's just going to mess up the lineup of AP Bren. And this is where they need to consider picking up a Valentina. And their roamer, they might end up with a Cho, but then you're going to be up a Cho take. You need a strong frontline roamer.
High loss.
They might default and just go high loss. Because a high loss Tigreal works well for TNC, so AP Bren can decide to just take out one of those and then pick up a Valentina.
And I like the Tigreal as well that you pointed out. It will pair well with TNC. Plus, it will just make it harder for the Joy to play.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of Joys just have a hard time playing because they are scared of the implosion.
How do you go in knowing that there's a threat?
There's the high loss, but they're sticking. They're sticking with the Selena.
They really want to make it work. And for heroes such as the Farsa, when casting their ultimates, I don't think they're moving targets, right? But I wouldn't like to think that that's the only reason why they decided to pick this up again, because it didn't entirely work in the previous game. So Lord JM and Yawi, they have a lot. They have endless options to choose from, knowing that this is the lineup of AP
They
Bren.
go back at again.
Just Tigreal or Cho.
Tigreal or Cho is great.
I want to see this Gata flex into the EXP. But yeah, Barretts would be okay because AP Brent doesn't have the right damage to deal with the Barretts, actually.
There's the Cho.
He's back! He's freaking back,
Oh
guys!
my gosh!
Yawi Cho.
Yawi is the Cho. And he's back!
This was brought up yesterday, right, on broadcast. Yawi, despite flying over for the longest time, still has the highest Cho gameplay in the whole MPL.
He is Cho man for MPL
Cho man.
Philippines.
Oh.
So yeah, it was a Gata Kacha flex into the EXP. Just the last call for TNC was what the roamer is gonna be for them. And I like it. I'm leaning towards TNC for this draft right now. AP Brent still very dependent on the Selena hitting the mark.
Yeah.
But my X factor for AP Brent's lineup here is CC. Der could potentially do some things in the map alongside some good communication with Kekedot to mess up what TNC wants to do in some engages.
I think Der has had multiple highlights of him doing solo plays or doing like some really important plays all by himself using some. I think before he was known for the Terizla, and now the CC, there are a lot more of possibilities that he could show us with that, but let's see. I hope it's not too dependent on whether or not he's able to do that.
We shall see, we shall see. This time around, we are on game number 2. GameSpancer's running it.
Yawi signature pick.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
Look at this Yawi boy.
Already disrupting and annoying the heck out of James Banks. There's a lot of info for the Suyo.
All right, so that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see with Yawi. Everyone just loves watching this guy play, and it is very effective. Info gathering early on, just knowing where your opponent is a big deal.
And paired up with the Farsa in the early stages of the game, it could really deal out the necessary damage against your opponents. And this is quite a very similar scenario to what we saw in game number 1. The rotations of AP Bren, they aren't that efficient in the early game. Like, it's slower, way slower compared to how TNC is able to do it.
Okay, I mean, Lancy.
Oh, Curse of the Crow. Oh, they dive him. Whoa! They get the first blood onto the member who we mentioned should be performing a little bit better in this game.
Yeah, but that's respect by TNC Pro Team. They knew what a CC could bring to the table, what Derek could potentially bring to the table, and they said, you know what, let's shut that down early. Meanwhile, AP Bren has shut down Yawi's aggressive rotations in the bottom lane.
In fairness, that was a really good answer. At the same time, might have been just like a sacrifice play. Just making sure that you have good gold on your jungler again this time around.
So let's see if AP Bren are able to show us a better control in terms of the early game this time, since I don't think they're being that threatened. They're actually trying to show up a lot more compared to the previous game, but they force out the feathered airstrike early on.
Bit of a miss there on that first one, but did some good damage on Chokester.
Oh, Kekedot trying to interrupt as well. The members of TNC taking down the turtle, but they still secure it for themselves. Lord JM goes in, taunts Kekedot as well. There's some really mad sustain coming in from them, but there is the Avatar of the Guardian as well, and Kekedot will not survive that.
Insane zoning, literally surgical. In that engagement by Yawi with the Avatar Guardian in the perfect spot to cut off the exit route.
And Zaida also making sure that he'll be able to land his stun. Start here for TNC Pro Team. Everything is going to plan for them, and here comes Yawi providing the vision again. Again, Farsa, a hero that is famously blind, and Yawi providing the vision for her.
And they just keep making sure that they know where James Panks is, that Kekedot is really poked down. I mean, he hasn't even gotten his level 4. He doesn't have his ultimate up until now. There's no glorious pathway. Probably just now, but there's the Way of the Dragon. I think he's been the recipient of it, and he will be bursted down by 4 members of TNC.
So aggressive here. TNC just maximizing this Cho pick and actually boosting Kozen's gold here, as well as the Suyo.
Kekedot way too deep there. Shouldn't have been there without proper help near him. he is up against a Cho, and there is a high risk that if he's caught on the wrong time, he's just going to get picked off. Because if the Cho's there, that means either the Farsa or the Suyo are going to be close by. And so far, that hasn't changed. Zyda, Zyda, Yaoi, and Lancy have been a hit squad all around the map.
I mean, look at them now. 4 of them once again towards the top lane onto Dare, and there is no way he will get out of that alive.
Yo, they're happening. They're doing this like clockwork. Go bot, go top, go bot, go. It's uncanny.
Yep, the Yaoi of the Dragon has found itself home. And Yaoi still showing off why this is his hero, why he is the hero or the player most synonymous with Cho.
Cho is him.
Cho is him. And AP Bren are just getting out-tempoed.
Yeah, TNC is very terrifying when they get hold of the early game. They're controlling the pacing and the momentum is clearly theirs, but Chokeskirt, an abyssal arrow to the face. Will Lancy make it out alive? He still has the flicker.
They're low.
But AP Bren might just go for this. There's the Glorious Pathway. James Pans will be able to cast the Hal Electrifying Beats onto 4 members. But there's the sustain still from TNC and the counter Avatar of the Guardian where Zyda still makes his way inside and gets that turtle. And now they're still proceeding with the fight. It seems like James Pans has found his opening. Lord JM, will he be able to survive this? There goes the Yo-Yo Blitz, but they will escape.
I wonder if that was purposeful that James Banks did not use. It wasn't that he could not use it, he didn't use it. So question up in the air of whether he missed it or they just made sure that, you know what, let's just see if we can just go ahead for the counter engage after this turtle instead. But part of me is thinking that he might have missed it, but AP Bren were able to recover just a little bit with getting a kill there.
It's so hard to blame him as well because that is a Suyo. It has multiple layers of damage that you're going to have to play with. And then the fact that you're a little bit behind on level also just doesn't help.
Zyda has pretty much won the Retro battle for the entire series so far up against James Banks.
Even during moments wherein we thought TNC wasn't able to fully position themselves or comfortably control the objectives.
They're back at it.
So now they're in the bottom lane again.
It's like clockwork. Even with all the traps that is being laid down by Chokeskirt, it's surprising that it's hard to actually read what TNC is doing on the map if you are AP Bren.
I'd like to think that they probably have an idea, but they just can't keep up.
Yeah.
Or you know what's happening, but you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like that's what we're seeing right now. AP Bren are just trying to find some semblance of an opening. Again, playing it around the traps and the arrows of the Selena. High risk. So far, no reward for the decision to prioritize the Selena in the series.
How do you play against that? There's too much zoning, information. And even when you go for opposite trades around the map, there's Zyda waiting for you. Avatar of the Guardian onto Dare. Will they be able to pour all of their resources onto him? The Vengeance is casted. There's the Glorious Pathway as well. But look at all the damage coming in from them. But there is mobility. And there is Shizu going in.
Okay.
But
scary.
For just a bit. Okay.
I clenched. I was like, Zyda, Shizu, whoa.
I wasn't expecting that too.
Shizu nerves of steel on this guy.
Wait,
flicker's in?
Oh
my goodness.
Thought we were
What is happening here?
Chokeskirt committed the flicker as well.
We couldn't even see Chokeskirt anymore.
They're all so aggressive.
That's just how much range TNC has. They're just controlling every single area in this map. So it's so hard to find an opening for AP Bren at this point. You can't even get trades in terms of turrets or at the opposite ends of the map.
Lancy has just been on fire with his Farsa, not shy with using the feathered airstrike. Aggressive. If he can build the advantage, he will build it. Only a Starlium Scythe built up so far by the Joy, while Zyda is already up to 5.3k. Not that massive of a gold lead, but he does have 2 items with him with the War Axe and Hunter Strike.
They're losing out on the map control pretty heavily. The only upside I can pick for James Banks is at least he still has access to his buffs.
Yes,
at least for now.
The early shutdown on the XP made a huge difference for TNC. But does AP Bren still want to go for this? They casted the curtain call, but they were too far away. And Zyda, just look at Zyda.
It's up on bot. No resistance whatsoever. It feels like Zyda can do whatever he wants on the map so far.
And just that conceal play was enough to surprise AP Bren once more. Dare will be taken out alongside that tier 1 mid lane turret.
It caught him by surprise because even Dare was delayed on the Vengeance.
And there's the feathered airstrike too. 2 of the tankiest members supposedly are down.
It's good to see him back home, landing those iconic Way of the Dragons and Jeet Kune Do's Flickers from out of nowhere. Yawi is back in the Philippines.
He is Cho, he is him, and there's just no substituting one of the best Cho players of our time.
Alongside that, the other members of TNC Pro Team have been fantastic as well. Lancy, Zaida, Lord, JM, and Kozen. TNC, they are on fire.
I can definitely feel how excited they were to play this way. Yawi in full control. The way of the dragon, as you've mentioned. It's so nostalgic, and I feel like a lot of fans are celebrating at what they're seeing. Oh, and there he goes again! Taking out Dare and Kekedot too. Oh my goodness, look at that damage when the fight is still going on. And the Spear of Destruction doesn't connect and Chop Skirt falls. James Banks as well. Only Shizu's left alone.
They even missed on the Spear of Destruction. Everything is going topsy-turvy here for AP Bren.
2 games, TNC ended up with a very comfortable tempo-setting roam pick for Yawi. Jawhead in game 1 and the iconic Cho in game number 2. And TNC has looked comfortable all series long. Lancy and Kozen with their reach, and Lord JM and Zaida with their perfectly timed entries every time.
There we go, level 15. Zaida hit it at 9 minutes and 50 seconds.
It feels so limiting for AP Brand. Like, how could you make a play with this lineup knowing that you're playing from behind? There's little to no setups, but for TNC, there are overwhelmingly endless setups coming in from Yawi. And even Lord JM, I don't think we've seen him use the Avatar of the Guardian to start things up entirely. It's always, always, always Yawi.
It's for the safety, and it's working out so well for them. Kozen is having a fun time here. Dare is not allowed to play on the map. Earlier it was James Banks who couldn't walk out. It's now Dare. Even with Vengeance, Yawi is just going for him.
And on to Kekedot. Once more, they burst him down. There will be a trade onto Yawi though, but they take out one of their front lines and they gain access to this inhibitor turret. Oh, James Banks from behind though finds Lancy. Kozen is able to dodge him, but they will still proceed with the fight, but there's too much damage coming in from those bullets, and they will take down the mid lane inhibitor turret.
As close as possible here. Shizu still fighting about out in the end.
Could this be a triple? And it will be! But he will fall, but that's already enough for the Phoenix Army. They are definitely on the rise, and Zaida makes quick work of the base. The Phoenix Army bounces back and secures their first win of the season.
And it's a 2-0 at that. The Phoenix Army is burning. They are roaring with fire here in day number 2.
May 4, 2024, the last time we saw TNC Pro Team win a series in MPL Philippines. Scratch that, make it on March 1st, 2025. They have finally won a series.
They started the month right.
They started the whole season
The
right.
whole season right.
Wow, TNC Pro Team winless no more.
That was a sweep. We have to remember that was a sweep.
Yeah, and that was a harsh welcome to the MPL for AP Bren. Well, for TNC Pro Team, again, they were hyped up yesterday. The strengths, their best qualities that they showed off in their series against ONIC Philippines, they got a victory with it in their series against AP Bren today. This team is looking so good.
There's a lot more room for AP Bren. We've seen their intentions, but for now, it's time for the Phoenix Army to celebrate. This is their moment. This is their spotlight.
And it has been a while since the Phoenix Army has had anything to actually celebrate. So this is a momentous occasion here, in all honesty.
I'm so excited to hear what they have to say.
That's right.
How long has it been since we've seen them in the winner's interview? Right?
Almost a year, Brenmar.
It feels so good that we're gonna see TNC in an interview and they're not going, sorry guys, we're 8th place again.
Exactly.
I'm so happy to see them finally get interviewed, and it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So we are going to see this. This is going to be legendary, folks. It is TNC Pro Team with an interview with our host.
Finally back
into the winning column is the Phoenix Army from TNC Pro Team!
What a comeback this season, ha? Ang galing. Ang linis ng games nyo, guys. Grabe,
Malinis na
ang bilis,
malinis.
ang lakas.
Mabilis, especially that game number 2. Now I want to know more. Yawi, again, congratulations. First win back in the MPL Philippines. Compared dun sa nakita nating laro, but compared from last season, okay? Compared from last season or nung last game nyo kontra sa ONIC Philippines, what were some of the things na napag-usapan ng team heading into this match?
Siguro adjust lang po. Tapos yung in-adjust namin yung ano lang early namin eh. Kasi yung game 1 sa ONIC na early lang kami sobre. Pero nung game 2 yun, yung ano lang siguro yung macro lang. Kasi 1 error lang kami nung game 2, di ba? Tapos yun, adjust agad kami. Tapos review agad pag-uwi sa Bren.
And you guys were definitely prepared for this time around. Now, I want to know from your perspective, ikaw, heading back into the Philippines, making your homecoming dito, representing TNC Pro Team, may kinailangan ka bang i-adjust as a roamer? Ngayon na babalik ka sa Pilipinas compared to when you were in a different country or nung naglalaro ka for a different country?
Wala po masyado eh. Kasi kilala ko na po sila. Tapos wala po. Sobrang dali lang po talaga nang nangyari ng adjustment ko kasi wala na. Sobrang safe yun lang po.
And, you know, the confidence is there kasi maganda naman talaga ang pinakita nila in that game.
Sobra. I'm excited to watch them play some more games. Now, we also have Zaida here. Hindi kita nakausap kanina sa All Access. I'm glad you're next to me now. Ano yung feeling mo, Zaida, na pumasok ka sa Season 15 as part of the main lineup?
Masaya ako sa binigay na tiwala ng TNC sa akin na kumuha sa akin na masaya ako.
Of course, they trust nyo. Ang galing mo, grabe. So, ano yung maaabangan nila sa inyo at sa mga teammates mo? Yawi mentioned kung ano yung kailangan yung i-adjust pa, di ba? Pero ano yung mainly aabangan namin sa inyo for Season 15?
Abangan nyo na mag-i-improve kami kada series namin at pagbubuti namin yung practice namin. Sana makapasok kami ng playoffs ngayong season.
Sana nga, Hans. Abangan nyo yun.
We're gonna
Sana
see it.
makapasok sila.
We're gonna see it. The Phoenix Army is also manifesting for it. Gusto ko lang din makuha kasi parang ang dami kong nababasa sa comments na parang ang ganda daw ng laro mo lately, Cousin. No, but I don't know why, pero nababasa mo ba most of the time yung mga nakikita nyo sa social media? Ha? Minsan ba nakikita mo yung mga comments or focus ka lang talaga sa laro?
Nakikita naman po.
Nakikita naman. Ano man na-feel mo whenever you read comments like that?
Nakamotivate po ako lalo para galingan lagi.
Support, you know, show some love and support naman para sa Phoenix Army at sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa TNC.
Sobrang thank you po sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa TNC. Patuloy niyo lang po supportahan. Abangan niyo, umpisa pa lang to.
Umpisa pa lang to.
I love that
And it
line.
seems like his teammates...
Abangan niyo rin, week 3.
Well, I guess that's it. Your winners, everybody. TNC Pro Team.
Yes!
You may now make your walk of victory. It's been a while since I've said that the Phoenix Army is right there at the middle. And boys, you may now take your bow. Jamie, an incredible performance coming in from TNC Pro Team to get their first win of the season.
I love that. I said it earlier, Hans. Ang linis. I'm in awe of their skills and their teamwork as well. Ang galing nila.
I'm just wondering kung ano ba ang naiisip ng ating mga casters. So casters, it's all
Over to
yours.
you.
Clean and very simple as well on that interview, but I think they're just, you know, they're just warming up for maybe a bigger season, right?
Watch out for more, and they actually specified a particular week. So I don't know what there's to watch out for.
Yeah, why did Kozen say week 3? What's up with week 3 in TNC? We're going to have to double check that later on.
We'll check later. For the meantime, your MVP. We've saw it in game 1. Maybe it could happen, but in game 2, it is solid.
Guys, it's Yawi and his Cho. We can go to the next graphic now. We're no, but, like, come on.
We're done blazing.
The kick he did there at the end of the Kekedot in his base. Kekedot was under towers like, yeah, what you gonna do about it? Yawi literally just like, He danced in front of him first. He's like, this is what I'm going to do. Sidestep one, shuffle to the next. Flicker, boom, I knock you up, then I kick you back, and then you get taken down. Yeah, we got taken down too, but that was the pick that opened up the eventual end in victory for TNC Pro Team.
Yes, I'd like to learn the choreography of that.
100%, 100%.
There's some stickers and recalls inserted in between.
Yeah.
But it's a Yaoi thing, really.
That's just it. But not to mention as well his coordination with players like Lord JM to really create these zones of these kill boxes, right? That there's just no exit here for AP Brand. That just the consistency in how they're able to pull it off as well is quite amazing.
Yeah, and I'm wondering as to how has the Selena not been able to really make use of the information, like the traps, to its fullest potential? Is it just really just because it's Yaoi and he comes from the most surprising angles? Or it's just that they couldn't really keep up, as we've mentioned earlier?
Yeah, no, it's really just TNC Pro Team had control of everything. Yaoi mentioned in the interview that for game number 2, they really just wanted to make sure they're clean on the macro end, and they did that. It seemed like they were just everywhere. Again, in game number 1, they smothered AP Brand. Game number 2, they just continued that. It's not instant damage that you'll get from Jawhead. It's not a for sure pick-off. There needs to be a follow-up with the Cho, but there was always follow-up. Yaoi sees an opportunity. Lancy or Zyda are already close by to make sure they can make the most out of that opportunity.
For a moment there, I actually thought there was a chance at a comeback here, but then Kozen comes out with that 1v1, make it a 1v2 almost, right? Out of nowhere.
Yeah, there's a reason why we were hyping up Kozen. Yesterday, we hyped up the gold laner matchup heading into the series, Kozen and Shizo. Fortunately, Shizo left on the back burner, while it was Kozen who really got to shine and thrive in this series.
Yeah, I believe that he's been really motivated by everything he's been hearing from us, from the community, and that there's so much more room for improvement for this young man. And so, even despite the, I'd say, much successful farming for James Panks, it still felt like a denial for TNC.
Yeah, he played a definitely better game number 2 compared to game number 1.
Yeah.
But that playing better doesn't always mean that you're going to be able to outplay your opponent.
Yeah. Lord JM and Kozen really for 2 days in a row now have just excelled, especially in this game. Lord JM was a little bit more low-key this time around, but you could definitely felt it when he would land an avatar of Guardian, just making the most out of the entry. If it's not Yaoi setting it up, although most of the time it is Yaoi getting the info, the AOG will come in big. And Kozen literally just did what's expected for him. You have a strong front line. Your center of the map already set the tempo. You really just got to do your job with being able to farm, doing the damage, and he did just that. He added the little extra and said, you know what? I don't want to fall out of the radar here. Let me do something real quick at the end of the game and get a triple kill. That was an unexpected play. For sure, even AP Bren were surprised, but that was the right time to be aggressive and say, I'm the guy. Kozen doing that at the end of the game was well thought out of.
Yeah, and I mean, the amount of attention that was put into there in the early stages, if you were AP Bren, right, who would you really watch out for in the early stages of the game? Is there a need to shut down those 2 side lanes who've been performing really, really well, or you have to watch out for those quick rotations from Yaoi and Lancy as well? Like, you're never really sure of what to expect and do anymore if you were AP Bren.
Yeah, it was very difficult to actually expect where the attack was going to come from. It wasn't always Yaoi as well, right? That's also why it was so hard for Dare to go, because when CC goes, you can't have to go all in. You can't just go half-hearted and just poke around.
Yeah.
That's why I really was amazed at how they were able to basically stop specific players from being able to play the game.
Yeah.
It was breathtaking.
Yeah, and it really felt like there was a shift in the mentality here for AP Bren in game number 2, where in game number 1, it was like, yeah, they actually could have set the tempo with that lineup. Okay. Here in this game number 2, it was more of like, you know what? Let's see if we can just try to control their tempo. Let's not try to keep up with their pace. Let's try to control the pace.
Yeah.
If ever they control the pace, it's because, again, Chovskirt is landing those Abyssal Arrows, but even then, that could do so much. You land an Abyssal Arrow, who are you most likely to get to hit? The Cho. What will the Cho do after the stun counter's gone? Just dash, flicker away.
Right? Yeah, in game 1, it felt like they were just playing not to lose, right? In game number 2, felt a lot, more put together. At least, but not enough to just really do anything against TNC at this point. Who seemed to be, I don't know who's going to stop TNC at this point, right? I feel like if you're able to do that against the champs, what's next?
Hold on.
Now, I'm going to say this now, man. I feel like TNC Pro Team are a playoff team. They have the makings of a playoff team. I'm going to say that now. I will be very surprised if they don't end up in the playoffs.
Okay. There you go. Bit of a delay there, but yes, you're absolutely right. I agree.
Unless there's going to be a big meta shift in the second half of the season or as the season goes. Again, we are still in the phase that we're still discovering what this meta means, what the best picks will be. There's still time for things to change, but as it stands, they're looking really good.
Yeah, and if you're already eager enough to know who will TNC go up against next week, it's Omega and Twisted Minds. So 2 more sets of interesting matchups heading your way, and given how TNC is performing, I'm likely to believe that the odds are in their favor.
Yeah.
It's like you started from there's literally that's the bottom, right? There's just no other way but up at this point, right? It's gonna be so hard to really think of a team that hypothetically can take out TNC, but not everyone has played yet.
Yeah.
So that's the other side of that coin is we haven't actually seen all the teams in the MPL play yet.
Yeah, we still have to see if Omega can continue their momentum from last season. We have to see if Aurora and ONIC are going to be able to continue their stride. And yeah,
That's right.
it's up next.
Aurora versus ONIC. I know I won't be casting this, but I'll definitely be watching here on the sides because this is something that is going to be so hard to miss. I feel like there's going to be so many people shouting.
Oh, yes. The drums, I can already imagine.
I can already imagine. It's been a pleasure giving you this game. Rockhart, and of course, Brig and Renmar. Let's throw it over to our host.
Pause muna tayo ng konti sa maiinit na action na nakita natin in the first 2 series because we are still and actually starting to celebrate the MLBB Golden Month.
You are right, Hans. Maging ready na ang lahat dahil magsisimula na tayo sa mga pabigay at pag-giveaway at pag-games natin, Hans.
Actually, kanina kasi, hindi natin nabigyan ng hustisya yung sayaw. I don't know if you saw the opening, pero wag nyo na muna sigurong balikan. Instead, we're given over or we're actually calling some reinforcements. So I would like to call on GG Plays and Nika to go on the stage. Everyone, give them a warm round of applause, please.
Everybody. Hi, Nika. Thank you so much for joining us. And GG, hi.
Hello, Nika.
Kamusta? Kamusta ka, Nika? How's your experience today here at the MPL Arena?
Sobrang excited po.
Excited? Ano yung excited kang mapanood today? Which match are you really excited to watch?
Yung laban po nila, tapos yung challenge po na gagawin.
Oh, okay.
Now, I guess I also want to ask you the same question. Kanina pa ba nandito, G?
Kanina pa po. Hindi pa po nag-i-start.
Hindi ba nag-start? So, how were the last 2 games na napanood mo kanina?
Sa last 2 games po, okay naman. Pero po kasi ang favorite part ko is yung sa TLPH talaga.
That's fun. That's fun. Oh, I guess now that you girls are here, pwede nating tawagin, I believe, ang ating mga contestants, right?
Yes.
So with that being said, meron ba magpa-participate? Because I feel like this is the MLBB Golden Month, so obviously we'll have a lot of prizes in store.
And yes, prizes up for grabs. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. I believe, Hans, we have 10 participants.
All right, where are they? Where are they? Tara na
Come
dito.
on! Woo! Palakpakan naman natin silang lahat!
Let's go! Let's go! Uy, parang nakita ko na kayo kanina.
Parang kilala ko na to si Elmer and si Keith. Hi guys, nice to see you again. It's been a while. All right, come on. Just kidding. Join us here in the middle.
Okay, sige. I guess, ano bang gagawin natin dito? Dance
Sa
troupe.
gitna
Okay,
sila.
sige.
Okay,
Formation
come on,
muna
guys.
tayo. Formation. Yan. One
Alright,
line tayo
yes.
dito. Okay?
Let's
Yan.
get to know our participants
Alright,
for our
alright.
game. Okay, ano
Okay.
yung mga pangalan nyo? Kindly introduce yourselves.
Guys, huwag kayong mahiya. Yan.
Yan.
Okay.
Center stage. There you
So,
go.
go ahead.
So, to those who don't know me, my name is Keith Tuazon. You can follow me on my social at Keith Tua.
Grabe, may ganon.
And motto
Hi
again
po.
is, no
Ako po
kidding.
yung kanina. My name is Elmer Christian de la Merced po from PUP Manila.
AKA kanina.
My name is Riley Rovic C. Ferido. I'm from Pasig. And nilibre lang po kami ng ticket net dito ng pinsan po namin.
Okay, thank you, Riley. Di ka pa sure sa name mo. Go.
Christian Miralpis from Cavite.
Christian.
Cloyd Coronel po from Cavite.
Cloyd.
I'm AJ from Davao.
AJ.
I'm January from Cebu.
Jan Louie.
I'm Angel Oyiman from Valenzuela City.
Wow!
Oliman, yun yung nakuha ko eh. Okay.
And you are?
I'm Lester from Antique.
Lester from Antique, grabe, from all over the Philippines. I want to ask a few of them, Hans,
Okay, go
because
ahead,
we're
go
here
ahead.
watching the game. So, sino ang sinusuportahan mo?
Aurora.
Aurora again. Ang daming fans ng Aurora. What about you?
TNC.
TNC. So how do you feel now? They won.
Yeah.
Galing, di ba? Yeah. Support all the way. And you, what about you? Who are you supporting and cheering for?
Kakapanalo lang po, TNC.
TNC.
Okay,
All
we see
right.
it. We see it. There are a lot of people on the stage currently. So basically, pinapunta kayo dito. I don't know if you guys know, pero tuturuan kayo ng sayaw para sa MLBB Golden Month. And of course, Gigi, Nika, basically, you girls are gonna be our choreographers. So please make your way dito banda. Okay, para alam lang natin kung anong gagawin.
Hans, sasali ka ba?
Ha? Hindi, maghawak na lang ako ng mic. So sige, Gigi, ituro mo na sa kanila kung paano gagawin.
Okay, follow Gigi and Nika.
Guys, follow
They're gonna show you the dance now or kung ano yung gagawin nyo. Go ahead, girls.
Okay, basic lang. So, first step is 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 1 minute, 1 4.
Yan. Gets ba? Gets ba? Okay, markings tayo, markings. Markings. So sige, sample rehearsal. 5,
Alright.
6, 7, and 1,
2, 3, 4. Baba. 1, 2.
And isa pa.
Ay, isa pa. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yan. Okay, okay. Sige, mukhang gets na nila.
si Hans naman.
Mukhang huwag naman.
Kidding, Hans.
Huwag naman. Pero sige, okay.
Gets nyo na ba?
Try ba
Okay na?
natin ang may music? Try ba natin ang may music o mamaya na?
Everybody, let's do it.
Mamaya na?
Itatry ba? Or mamaya na?
Ah, okay. Ito na yata. Oo, testingin na natin.
Okay,
Ikaw na
may
yan,
music,
ha? Ikaw na yan. Okay. Right, left, down, down. Right, left, 1. One more. Right, left. Tama ba? Sige, kaya mo yan. Kaya mo yan. Sige, sabay. We'll do it again. Pero nakuha nyo. Nakuha. Malinis naman. Malinis. Okay.
Claro.
We'll do it
Okay.
again. Okay lang ba ulitin natin? O, ito. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ito na ba yun? Wow. Okay. Right, left, down. Right, left. Ganun pala yun. Okay. Ganun pala yun. Maraming salamat, G. Actually, yun na talaga yun, guys. Thank you. Pwede na kayong bumaba. Pinasayaw lang talaga namin kayo. Actually, meron tayong mga tanong na pwede kayong manalo ng prize. But it's only for 3 of you.
Yes.
Tatlo lang ang pwede manalo. So, Gigi, Nika, you can step onto this side.
So 3 will be winning, pero yung remaining 7 will also have consolation prizes. So you need not worry. Let's all have fun, but try your best. Ito yung mechanics ng ating game. So, we have a trivia game, and we are going to be asking you questions about MPL, of course, and of course, also about Golden Month. Kung alam nyo ang sagot, paunahan to, right, Lance? Ang gagawin nyo ay you shout Golden Month. At yung una na sisigaw nun, ang unang magbibigay ng sagot. Siyempre, kung tama, then you are one of the 3 winners.
Pasok ka na sa next round, basically. Alright? So again, para makasagot kayo, shout Golden Month, lalapit kami sa inyo, pero hintayin nyo yung go. Okay? Or kahit wag nyo na hintayin, kung alam nyo lang yung sagot, sigaw kayo ng Golden Month, and then we will proceed. Kasi sisigaw naman sila technically, right?
Okay, but we have to ask the question twice. Para lang fair sa lahat. We'll ask the question twice, we'll say go, and then shout Golden Month. Remember, 3 main winners for our game.
Okay, let's do it. So I'm
Alright.
gonna ask some help. Gigi, okay lang ba ikaw ang magbasa ng ating first question para lang makita natin? O gusto mo ako muna? Sige, ako muna. Okay, ako muna. Okay. Guys, this is your first question. Anong oras ka pwedeng manalo ng cellphone araw-araw? Again, anong oras ka pwedeng manalo ng cellphone araw-araw?
Go!
Okay.
Yes. What's
Golden
your question?
month.
I mean, your answer.
What's your answer?
10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sure ka na ba sa sagot mo?
Sure na sure, final answer.
Okay, pagbibigyan ba natin? Pagbibigyan natin? Pagbibigyan natin.
ba natin?
Alam mo, bibigyan kita ng isa pang pagkakataon. Tama na yung 10 p.m. Okay, tama na yung 10 p.m. Baguhin mo na lang yung 2. Anong final answer?
1 a.m.
Okay, wrong.
wrong.
10
Okay.
p.m. to what? 1, 2, 3, go! Okay, golden month. 10 p.m. hanggang ilan?
12 midnight.
12 midnight is wrong. We do it again. 1, 2, 3, go! Ito, golden month. Okay. 10 p.m. to?
10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Sumobra
No
naman.
coaching, ha? No coaching.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, go!
Okay, dito na ako. Try mo lang. Sige, go. 10 p.m. to?
10 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Oh! Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3,
Go!
Sino
Golden
una?
month. O,
Hans?
sino? Sige,
Okay.
ikaw. 10 p.m. to?
3 a.m.
Yan! Nakuha mo rin!
Alright.
So, congratulations. Sayang, guys. Sayang. Kasi 4 silang tumanong. So, again, ano ulit pangalan mo?
AJ po.
AJ, you may now make it onto the right
Over
side
here.
or left side ng ating stage kasi ikaw ang isa sa ating mga winners. Jamie, I guess it's your
Congratulations,
turn to
AJ.
ask the question.
All right, question number 2. Are you guys ready? Okay. Which hero has new skins for Golden Month? Which hero has new skins for Golden Month?
1, 2, 3, go! Sige.
Okay,
Yan,
your
di
name
ba
again is?
Lester.
And your answer is?
Ruby.
And Ruby is correct!
Correct!
All right, Lester from Antique, congratulations over there.
make
You
your way
are
over
one
there.
of our 3 winners. Ito na. Hans, last question na natin
Last
to.
question na to. Last question. Okay. So ito, hindi ko alam kung mahuhulaan nyo kasi sobrang hirap niya. Okay? Who is the Golden Momshi? Ang hirap. Ulitin ko lang. Who is the Golden Momshi?
I'm sure nakita nila to, no?
Nakita na
If they have
siguro
been
na nila.
watching since the beginning,
Yeah,
I'm sure may
feeling ko
idea kung,
napapanood na nila,
kung sino
you
to.
know. 1, 2, 3, go! Sino to?
Ma'am Shimelay.
Ma'am Shimelay is correct! Please make your way right over to the left side. And of course, sa inyo guys, you've had your chances. Pero okay lang because you still get a consolation prize.
Can we give
Palakpakan
them a
naman
round
natin
of
sila lahat,
applause?
guys.
Good job, everybody. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
ayan na pala. Actually, i-deliver na pala straight away yung ating mga consolation prizes. So, of course, you get MLBB Golden Month backpack. So, guys, congratulations pa rin sa inyo. And you may now make your way down
Thank
the
you,
stage.
guys.
Maraming salamat po.
Let's
Thank
clap
you.
our hands, everybody.
Woo!
Woo!
And now for the winners. Please make your way to the center of the stage. Ito na
Galing.
yun.
Lester,
Ito na yun.
AJ.
So like we said, panalo na kayo. Okay? Meron na lang kayong isa pang kailangan gawin. And Gigi, Nika, dito ulit kayo papasok kasi kailangan nating ulitin yung nangyari kanina. Pero, mas tutok na sa inyo. So, Gigi, nakapag-rehearse na tayo kanina. Okay? Same goes for you, Nika. Please make your way over there. DJ, feel ko ready na tayo eh.
Guys, ready na kayo.
tayo. Oo, Jamie, feel ko
Oo.
ipaubaya na natin sa kanila to.
Oo nga, sure.
Ipaubaya
Okay,
na natin
Hans.
sa kanila to. Okay? DJ, hit it! More energy! AJ, kaya mo yan! Yan, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3. Yun na yun! Diba? Yun na yun! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Natapos din! Nakuha nyo din ang
galing, ang
prize.
galing.
So, asa
Good
ng
job,
prizes
good job.
natin?
Good job. Congratulations to our
Congratulations. Ayan, we're gonna be tossing it over. Sige, kukunin ko muna.
You know, Hans, kung
Yan.
kanina nakuha nila agad yung consolation prize nila, of course, nandito na yung prizes ng ating tatlong winners.
Okay, so bawal nyo muna siyang buksan. Pero congratulations because you guys have gotten prizes from the MLBB Golden Month. So palakpakan naman natin sila, guys. Really wonderful performance, and thank you guys for being such good sports. You may now make your way down. Thank you. Now, Titi, before we let you go, please make your way to the center. Nika,
Hans,
you too.
Gigi's thinking, no, don't let me dance again.
Ay, oo, hindi na namin kayo papasayawin
Okay,
ulit.
that was
alright?
good.
I
Thank
just
you so
want you
much.
to actually invite them na suportahan yung ating MLBB Golden Month. That's actually starting today. Please go ahead.
Dahil Golden Month na, manood kayo ng MPL para makasali sa mga pamigay.
Right.
Gigi?
Hey guys, maglaro na kayo 10 p.m. gabi-gabi para manalo kayo ng mga grand prizes and ayun, support ng MPL guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you so much, Nika. Let's remember the time, 10 p.m.
To
3
3
a.m. That is it for today's Golden Month pasorpresa, right, Hans?
Yep.
Pero marami pang mangyayari in the coming games and in the coming na days or Saturdays, I believe.
Yeah, specifically next match kasi ang inaabangan ng lahat na ONIC Philippines will be going up against Aurora Gaming sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines.
worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, way reset up Built tagatang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the Southeast So matawag proud and loud cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcoming you back to the last match of the day and the star match as well. It's Brigida together with Ingan and Renmar bringing you the action. And we are so excited to see these 2 international stars head into this match.
A much-awaited, much-deserved grand finals rematch of MPL S15 is going to be Aurora and ONIC, 2 titans. Gonna go head-to-head for our last match.
I mean, usually for a time being, our tradition was we'll get the rematch of the grand finals as the very first opening match of the season, but I'm glad we're getting it on a very jam-packed Saturday. It was a very eventful day 2 of week number 1, and yeah, it's a jam-packed arena today.
Yeah. Just so you know, I kind of lost my voice earlier trying to keep up with all the hype coming from the audience, from both the Sonics and from both the RORAs right there, who have already invented their new chants coming into this season, right? So they just keep coming up with something new to support their teams.
I'm excited to hear, I'm excited to see them all scream at the top of their lungs because we've interacted with the fans a while ago and the Green Sun Hotel is really jam-packed with passionate MLBB fans.
Yes, and to stay updated with everything happening in MPL Philippines, join the MPL Philippines official group and the MLBB official Discord channel. Share everything you know you want with the MPL community. You can do it right there.
You also have the chance to be featured as the super fan of the month. Just scan the QR code below and be part of the MPLPH family.
And of course, to be a super fan of the month, if you want to be featured, just share any news and updates in the group, engage with the community, and keep it positive, of course, to be featured as the super fan of the month. Who knows, you might see your name pop up here, we might be talking about you, and the players, your idols, might be reading whatever you have to say as well. But we would also like to share a victory with you guys because MLBB is actually the most watched mobile esports of 2024.
That's 475 million hours watched. A record-breaking feat indeed.
I'm pretty sure there's a universe where we could have done it without you, but in this universe, in this timeline, we couldn't have done it without all of your support. So thank you so much to you watching at home right now and wherever you are around the world.
Yeah, we're super thankful that you guys are still here with us, even after all this time, even as we are about to enter this new era and potentially, you know, see all the more changes about to happen in the season. I mean, in as early as the first 2 days, I'm not so sure of what to expect anymore after all the upsets. And I don't know if you could even treat them as upsets or just
comebacks.
Surprises and comebacks.
Yeah, a lot of twists and turns we've seen so far, especially in day number 1. So let's see, because I believe the last time these 2 teams have met was, when was it, Renmar?
Grand finals.
Grand finals.
Right? Yeah, it was a grand finals.
Not even SPS?
No, they never met in SPS.
It's a 7-game series. But for the past few series we've been seeing, it's been all sweeps, actually, here in MPL. So just to recap earlier, it's been a sweep from TNC to secure the first win of the Phoenix Army this season 15. Everyone has been celebrating earlier, been clapping their hands, and even here in the caster's desk, I think a lot of us have been super happy to see TNC finally winning again.
Yeah, even though they did really well yesterday against ONIC Philippines, again, it was a heartbreaking loss. If they lost this series again today, I feel like I couldn't take it anymore. I would request to not cast a TNC game because my poor heart cannot handle it if they lost that one. So it's good to see them finally get a W in an interview wherein they don't say we're sorry for messing up the season.
Yes. Even our host, even Hans, he's been so glad and he's been so excited for that winner's interview. And now, let's pay attention to the upcoming game. These are the trailblazers of the new era. Ever since their 7-game grand finals in the previous season, just look at the stats that they've accumulated throughout time and just how significantly improved Aurora.
Yeah, that's not throughout time. That's actually throughout yesterday's time because that was their opening series. So in the debut against Twisted Minds, you see just, well, a little bit stat padded here, but cannot deny just how sharp Aurora was yesterday against Twisted. While, of course, we talked about how TNC brought ONIC Philippines to the limit, especially that game number 2, wherein for the longest time, it was like 7-0. ONIC PH could not get a kill. So in terms of who had the more glowing start, numbers-wise, Aurora, but you could argue for both.
Yeah, it was a clean performance from them. And on your screens, you're looking at the next standard versus the gold standard. Alongside Renegade. I think we have to mention Renegade. I don't know, he's so serious.
Yeah, that's next, the next standard and next to the next standard.
He's so serious. Who are we supposed to look at?
But the real Sigma.
Oh my goodness.
Making his presence felt.
Wait, what? Hello? Oh! So we're looking at Sigmas here and there.
King Kong wants some more, Oh! Showing the real Sigma.
Oh my goodness. Look at these guys.
Sitting on King Kong's lap? That's super fam right there. That's super fam.
That's the champion's mentality.
Okay, wait, what is he doing?
What's happening?
Is this a transition? Is this supposed to be where are we going?
What's going on?
Oh! So we're just checking everyone's jawlines now.
Everyone's just
should
bring it on your turn.
Hey, don't stop laughing. Your turn.
You're turning on.
Renmar!
I don't have a jaw.
I knew that was coming.
Wait, why did you know it was coming, Ingan?
Knowing you, Renmar.
Knowing what? Knowing me. Knowing about me and my what? My features?
Personality.
If ONIC Super Fam are also Super Fam here, Renmar, and I know you that much.
Okay,
I love you.
no.
Renmar, no.
No. We're just having fun here. I mean, we're all excited for this.
You should take back what you said. Okay, but yeah, we see just how close the bond is between these players and teams even, after spending so much time internationally. I mean, they've been to Malaysia twice. In the past 2 months? Has it been 2 months even?
Yeah, there's a lot of nasi lemak.
Spicy food.
Yeah. If you follow Rose, you'll see just how many times she's treated all of these guys to various food from Malaysia. So now we have a question for all of you there in the community. If Kelra and King Kong's duo is called the KK Connection, what do you think should be Dom Kite and Demon Kite's duo? So we have 3 choices here. So I'll read A, the Kite Brothers.
B, DK Squared.
Or C, they should be known as comment down below. No, I mean, like, go ahead, just comment down below, like, because we're really trying to think up of new monikers for these two.
Yeah.
I like Kite Brothers already. DK Squared, a bit of a stretch, but I'm sure a great community who helped us become the most watched mobile esport of 2024 will be able to come up with some great ideas.
I'm pretty sure they always have something to suggest and provide us here as part of the community. So it's time to bring it all out because you might just be the person to name this iconic Dom Kite Demon Kite duo because as you all know, this has just been an SPS thing, but now it's officially in MPL. Dom Kite really took in the kite in his name.
It's finally legit. It's finally in Doming Kite's birth certificate. No more Doming. He's now a Doming Kite.
Yeah, and it takes a while to actually change your name in the birth certificate here in the Philippines.
Tried?
Yeah.
What?
No, okay.
Oh yeah,
okay.
from Reptar to Renmar.
No, the story was the nurse listed down my story. No, there's not enough time. So bring it. You throw it to the next segment. Bring it up.
All right. You know, because we have something special prepared for you since this is again a star match, a very important highlight match. So all together, let's watch this iconic match between the video. Yeah. Let's go.
what is the KK Connection, right? KK Connection is basically the new world order of ONIC PH when they started dominating. Dati kasi kala ng mga tao, ay si Kelra lang nagbubuhat. But now, Kelra has King Kong has Kelra, vice versa, and they have their whole team.
Sa lahat ng jungle na nakasama ko, siya yung pinakamagaling bumasan ng pating ng jungle ng kalaban and mag-call at siguro yung mechanics niya. Ayun talaga yung bayad na bayad pati yung utak sa game. Kasi talaga yung pinakamasasabi kong pinakamalakas kong naging jungle.
Kasi since season 13 pa, lagi kaming magkasama sa mga ginagawa namin outside the game. Kunwari sa gym, ganun, o kaya kunwari kakain sa labas.
Boys, saan tayo malakas? Sa comms, info, shot call, and also the jungle potting by King Kong. Alright!
Technically, they're both risk takers. Sobrang they're willing to jump in any situation, tapos they make it work. They make sure na pag gagawin ko to, magiging maganda yung outcome kasi na-desisyonan kong gawin siya at walang atrasan to.
Nung una pa lang na binansagan na siya ng dual standard, parang tinitingala ko na siya noon eh. Kasi parang nasa kanya lahat ng mechanics and siguro positioning din. Parang ang galing niya mag-maximize ng mga lahat. Kaya siya tinawag na gold standard and yun. Kaya siya kayong tinitingala eh.
Siguro dahil matagal na rin magkasama si King Kong and Kelra, feel ko parang yung band nila and chemistry nila together parang super nag-pay off ngayong year pala. Para sa akin, buong team kasi yung sa ONIC, so not really looking sa KK connection. Parang kumbaga, para sa akin, kung ano man yung connection na meron si Kelra and King Kong is same sa lahat ng teammates nila.
Tingin ko hindi lang dahil sa aming dalawa yung nakikita ng mga tao eh. Tingin ko kaya lalong lumalabas yung chemistry namin dalawa dahil din sa ginagawa ng tatlo namin kampe, si Prince, Brusco, tsaka si Girl.
Siguro nagpupulaan kami ng mga mali namin in-game. Lalo, yung parang hindi kami natatakot sa isa't isa. Lahat kami, halos lahat. Lahat talaga kami, 5. Na nagpupunaan kami ng pagkakamali namin sa isa't isa. Hindi kami natatakot sa mararamdaman mo kasi, kumbaga, para sa'yo naman yun, yung mga sinasabi. Kaya siguro, mas nag-improve yung chemistry namin. Lahat talaga kami. Hindi ko masabing kami dalawa lang Kami 5.
Hindi porket nag-champion tayo ng M6, ng Season 14 at ng ESL, ibig sabihin nun, God tayo ngayon.
Feeling ko, kaya na namin lamangan yung ONIC kasi last season super dikit lang na laban namin feeling ko ngayon, super confident ng team at kaya namin talunin kahit sino.
Abangan lang nila this season kung ano yung magiging result ng Kite Brothers namin.
To keep everyone in check in this marquee matchup, our marshals are David, Chico, Patrick, and Josh. Finding the light towards victory and domination, a herald of the new era, let's welcome back to the stage, Aurora! In the EXP lane, Mr. Consistent, Edward! In the jungle, the last raider, Demon Kai! Say the name with me, UN! In the roam, the Hitman, Renegade! And the gold laner, the next standard, Domenkai! Facing them are the reigning champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, ONIC Philippines! the EXP lane, the Kirkitect, Kirk! In the jungle, the Beast, King Kong! In the mid lane, the Monster Mage, Super Friends! In the roam, the Bruiser, Brusco! And the god of the gold lane, Kelra! And welcome their esteemed coaches for ONIC Philippines, Coach Why Not, and for Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. MPL Arena, magingay para sa Aurora and ONIC Philippines!
And you see right there just how packed the stadium is indeed. First up, we have Aurora Gaming. That's Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Renegade, and Doming Kite.
These 5 young men are set to strike back and get their revenge up against the reigning, defending world champions. We have Edward on the XP lane, Demon Kite jungle, Renegade on the roam, Doming Kite on the gold lane, and of course, the man himself, Yue, in the mid lane.
Yeah, but since the last time that they've met, their opponents have already proved and achieved much as well. For Aurora Gaming, now that they're able to meet ONIC Philippines again, they have a lot to overcome and prove because these are the world champions and the recent SBS champions, Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, as well as Kelra.
They've walked the walk and talked the talk, and at the same time they won like what, 3 tournaments, MPL, World Championship, ESI. You know how damn good ONIC Philippines are. Talented across the board from positions 1 to 5 across the board. They are the world's finest. Not undefeatable, though. The gods have shown that they can bleed all throughout. Well, last season, Godhood even in the World Championship, heading into SPS, they did bleed for a series, but with the best quality of the Super Fam, they always bounce back, and they do so with a vengeance.
And imagine, even just yesterday, they showed us how quick they are able to bounce back. In that game number 2 against TNC, which we all thought was already in their hands, but ONIC Philippines says no, they will not let go of this winning streak that they have just so easily. So they still have it in their hands, and again, I think this has also been a point of conversation yesterday. There is yet a team to break that long-running winning streak.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the chemistry that they've been showcasing, a lot has been commending their confidence, their composure. Because again, going back at their series yesterday against CNC, there was 0-6, but they just laughed off the comeback because, I mean, they kept their cool and they were able to execute and eventually turn things around to their favor.
Yeah, that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing how Aurora are just going to try and test ONIC Philippines.
And speaking of test, why don't we check out the ping test done by both of our teams?
Checkping na, checkping, checkping. O, checkping na daw, tapos 1 minute checkping lang, 1 minute checkping na. Okay, boys! Okay, boys! Cellphone, mamimigay na cellphone, mamimigay na cellphone, imigay na cellphone, what did it? My cellphone. Sheesh! Solo kill! Solo kill!
Demon Koy. Wala. Di mo makukuha basta-basta yan, we. Level 1 ka lang, cable inuna mo. Tulungan kita. Ay, mali mo. Hindi, ako tatangke, we. Ako tatangke. Si Demon Koy. Huwing kulit yan.
Okay. Apparently, our ping test consists of
Kelra,
the next standard and the gold standard. Yes. So I can already imagine what he sings whenever he gets a solo kill. Solo kill,
which he gets a lot, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, the keys to victory for these two as we feature the next end of the gold standard / God of the Gold Lane. Beat your idol, Dom and Kite. Easier said than done. Speaking of that, raise the standard, Kelra. How else you would do that after achieving everything you've achieved? Well, with the mentality that you said, after winning the World Championship, you still want to win more, so keep winning and do it against Dom and Guide. While for these two, live in the present. As much as you want to be champions and want to achieve even more for both of these two, take it a step at a time. Right now, what's in front of you is the team that almost defeated you in last season's grand finals, and on the other side, it's the team that currently rule the world.
Yep. They have to go through each other and eventually all the chemistry that has been built by both of these teams for the longest time after playing and working together to improve all that we've seen from them in the previous seasons. We know for a fact that Aurora MLBB or Aurora Gaming may be a team which we consider to have a lot to improve, and they've definitely learned from that. Like from all the how do you say this? All the times in the previous tournaments which we've seen them where they were lacking by just a bit to advance to the next round to beat their opponents who were right in front of them. I'm pretty sure that after all this time, and if you also see the off-cam team buildings that they go to, right? Like they definitely probably could have already improved all that chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, no loss for both of these teams have been in vain. They continue to improve. And I'd just like to go back to what Renmar mentioned about the mentality of Keller, not just for wanting more championships, but actually asking a lot of other opponents, a lot of gold laners.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps on improving, because he sees himself as someone that can constantly learn and improve from other players.
Yeah, I don't think he ever really accepted like the monikers that you give him. And he just always sees to it that he keeps asking and improving and learning more from other players. Even in previous interviews, he would actually mention names of goal laners, be it from Indonesia, be it from Malaysia, which he asked tips from. And honestly, I feel like for Aurora MLBB, it's also pretty much the same. Like there's no more room for any excuse at this point. They really have to go at it with their best. Now that they meet ONIC Philippines again, it's now or never for Aurora MLBB. So let's see how this draft goes between both of these teams. Starting off with a Selena Van for Aurora.
Oh, that is peak respect by Aurora into the pick that Super Friends made a name for himself with in the SPS, while they're also focusing on Loyi. I'm not sure if this is going to be a purely Super Friends focused banning streak here by Aurora. Interestingly enough, you still see the Jushin open up for Aurora. ONIC has not banned it out yet. While let's see if one of the power pick trades that we're used to seeing are going to be taken away by Aurora. Note, some teams actually ban out the Gatakacha as the third blue side ban against ONIC when they're on the red side, considering that they love to first two-pick it on the red.
Well, if the Jushin were to go into Aurora's hands, I just immediately think of Super Friends simply countering it with range, right? Like just picking up either the Eve, which is still available up to this point, or the Farsa, who has been making multiple appearances in the first 2 days of this season. So let's see what they decide to take out for their last ban, because instead of taking out the Gatot, it's going to be the Joy. I mean, King Kong on the Joy, right? Yeah. He's been creating such a reputation for himself.
Yeah, and that's their M6 skin, the Joy from King Kong.
Yeah. If they take away the Joy, they're saying, okay, consider banning out the Suyo, because whoa, what a flex.
Whoa.
It's like, oh yeah? Go ahead, pick up the Suyo. We don't care. We still got to pick ready for ourselves. Now, if they go ahead and pick the Suyo now, that means ONIC can easily pick up a Granger. But the Harith also has to be into consideration for ONIC, because the question is, are you going to give the Harith Suyo to Aurora? That's one of the biggest questions of the power pick trades in this meta.
And the Jushin even, which we mentioned earlier, is still available. So let's see what Aurora prioritizes for their first pick. I feel like they're thinking it through.
Yeah, but if they pick Jushin here, that's an easy Suyo Harith first two picks for ONIC.
That's so true. They get Harith from TV.
That too, yeah.
Well, I mean, for ONIC Philippines, I also have a feeling they wouldn't immediately pick up the Jushin either way. But they still decide to go for the Jushin, so the possibility of the Suyo Harith you mentioned, that can happen. And 1 out of 2.
Unless they suddenly get super greedy and go Granger Harith and put Granger in the jungle, considering there is no Joy to worry about. But that will most likely be a Suyo, right? It is.
not.
Matilda.
All right.
Wow, they've been full of surprises today.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to see it. The first time we saw that Harith Granger was back in SPS, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the Suyo is available for Aurora if they do want to go with that now. But what could be the plan? Because if there's a Matilda in ONIC Philippines' first 2 picks, then you could like pair it up with any other utility jungle even or tanky jungler to make things like better for their lineup. Even if it was like a slightly slower rotating jungler.
Yeah.
Just the fact that there's a Matilda, right?
No, that's right. That's why I like this Khalid pickup. Is that? Huh, I wonder if they consider Fredrin for the jungle.
Oh, they still get the Suyo.
Wait, no. Nolan's still open for King Kong, and they can pick it here.
Actually, so Aurora gets hold of the Suyo, as we've previously talked about.
Wait,
So-
Hanzo is open also.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I wonder if they'll consider it.
Hanzo Matilda. So it's like, it's not entirely focused on, since the Hanzo makes his own plays, right? So okay, they don't reveal it yet. They still pick up the Gatot, as you mentioned. Just not for the first 2 picks, but they still go for that either way. So now, Aurora will be definitely they'll be taking out some Doming Kite heroes as well as probably some Edward heroes. I think for the last time we saw Aurora, Edward, he's done a great job on the Phobius and the Edith.
Yeah.
But they're both still open up until this point.
I think ONIC will want to consider taking away one of the picks of Edward. If not, that means their mid and jungle are ready to respond to it.
Let's see what else could be taken out here. For ONIC Philippines, we still don't know what could be the hero for King Kong and Super Friends. But they've been heavily banning out mid laners, so will they still get more? They won't, so it's Lucas.
Is there a possibility of a swerve Matilda mid again?
Yeah, that is still that is a possibility. Considering that you're up against Khalid, the rotational speed, yeah, they can still pick up a. Maybe that is actually a Rome Gatot Kacha and it's a Matilda mid. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if Kirk might consider an XP or Phovius.
Yeah.
XP Cho or Phovius.
Yeah, take out one since they haven't really banned any XP laners here for Aurora and MLB anymore. They just focused on taking out heroes from Doming Kite. So at this point, it's mostly the Irithel that's just left for Aurora.
Irithel carry. CC has been banned out for the final ban of Aurora, so let's see, because so far a lot of flex for the side of ONIC. Hanzo still open.
I think they go Phovius here.
Phovius
will be good because with the carry and the basic attack, Marksman, the only one left on the table for Aurora, they need the Vengeance.
Yeah. Let's see. At this point, you haven't really revealed your tankiest frontliners yet, aside from the Gatot. If this is going to be a Matilda mid, but if it's not, then could it be a King Kong hero already?
If this is a Matilda mid, they might need Concussive Blast. Oh well, Gatot Kacha should be enough to help clear the minion wave quickly if that is a Rome Gatot and a mid Matilda.
So they go for Edith. So it is?
Oh, Matilda mid, yes!
Okay.
Yeah, and they ran it out really well. Now they're just magic across the board though. They need we're getting a pure assassin in the jungle, like peak physical. This might be Hanzo.
Oh, so there's a Hanzo still left. There's the Nolan, as you've mentioned, and the Hayabusa.
Yeah, the Hayabusa still available. Oh, if they want to be crazy about it, they can go Martis. Yeah, like a Martis in that lineup? Don't tell me that's busted.
And who can stop him, right? I mean,
Martis or Haya, yeah.
All right, so let's see what could be the response
Carry.
for Aurora.
Bada, okay.
Oh well, at least they have additional crowd control. I mean, look at how chaotic ONIC TLPH's
Yeah.
lineup could be if you just let Kelra freely dance on the Zaman Force and all that.
Martis, Nolan, Haya, Hanzo, one of those. I like Martis. Nolan could really work out well too. Need rotational speed, burst physical because you have a lot of magic.
Yeah. Just how flexible could King Kong be? What could he possibly show us in the jungle right now? They seem to be planning it through. Who's that?
Nolan.
It's a Nolan. It's a Nolan. So, well, at least in terms of, yeah, it is heavily reliant on magic damage, but at least the Nolan's there.
Yeah. Yo, this lineup of ONIC is scary.
And if you like just decide to go in, so
Yeah.
long as Aurora's prepared, right? There's the Jushin.
Yeah.
You could just easily be tossed here and there, and there are a lot of skills to interrupt your attempts to engage from ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, Renegade and Edward have their work cut out for them for surviving as long as they can because they need to hold the front for the Juicin and they need to hold the front for the carry. They're playing a front-to-back type of lineup while ONIC can be a little bit dishonest with their approach. They can dive from different angles, Nolan with the late entry. It's an honest approach from RORA, while for ONIC, because they can be a little bit more loco, or as the Indonesians say, gila, it's fine. Like, it looks more terrifying on paper.
You're not entirely sure as to what you're about to expect, even despite all that has been laid out for these two teams. But to answer all our questions, we're heading into game number 1 immediately. So let's see how this goes. At the end of the day, it's still going to be a very aggressive play for Aurora in the mid lane. Look at that, Khalid and Jushin.
Yeah, they're just really dominating the mid lane early on. I mean, they can afford to do so.
Wow.
The Jushin plus Renegade on the Khalid. Onyx really going to have a hard time going up against these two.
Yeah, at the center of the map. That's one of the saving graces for Aurora, the fact that the Kali and the Juicin together will be able to outpoke and actually mess up the Gatot Kacha. In terms of the emblems, all good, although it is a Master Assassin for Dom and Kite. Bargain Hunter Inspire still the go-to approach for all pirates so far.
Oh, man. Yue continuing to be a thorn in the neck of Onyx. I mean, we're not used to seeing Brusco and Super Prince at this point of the game having a hard time in the middle lane, but King Kong wants to go for the burst. Forces out Renegade's flicker.
Look at everyone just meeting here in the mid lane in as early as 1 minute. Even King Kong, but he will not let his farming be interrupted. We have to remind everyone, King Kong is known to immediately reach his level 15 in less than 10 minutes, 9 minutes?
9-minute mark, yeah. But it looks like he's gonna have a hard time, even if he has a Matilda by his side. With the way the mid duo of Aurora is playing, Onyx can't rotate that much faster. Just look at this. Renegade and Yue zoning out 3 members of Onyx. Gonna catch Brusco once again, but this time Demon Guide's in the picture. Revitalize is there, but he's not gonna out-sustain the damage coming in from 4 members. Brusco got saved by the Monster Mage. A monster save for Super Prince.
And nothing happened. No one died. And all that. But still, Aurora, I mean, they're able to control the turtle pit, so they definitely will take it for themselves. But Renegade.
First death of the game was the turtle, followed up by Renegade as the second. So, of course, typical Onyx strat, balance things out. If you lose one sequence, all right, they're going to be going to the objective. What else can we get? Just a good timing for them that Renegade was in that portion of the river, looking like he was trying to get some control on the upper quadrant of the map so that Dom and Kite can be safe from any potential ganks in his lane.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how Aurora's denying the rotations from ONIC Philippines. It's very unusual to see them being controlled by the opponents, them being limited by the opponents, to a point where I feel like Dom and Kite has been successful in controlling the lane against Kelra even.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of being frequent so far for Onyx to be on the backside, but wait a minute, Kelra though. Luckily, Brusco was there, Renegade a bit too deep, Super Friends as well, forcing out the flicker, but he's not gonna escape once again. Super Friends as he picks up another kill.
And Kelra was almost brought down. He was down to like 10% health up top.
Yeah, if Renegade survived that, I don't know anymore. But now they are able to protect Kelra. So looking at the goal differences so far, it's not that significant. But Dom and Kite, oh, that was close.
I mean, imagine Renegade was up top too deep. At least he could pop the Purify of Kelra, but still unpopped. Oh, meanwhile, Dominic used already his flicker, but here comes Aurora trying to work on Brusco AOG defensively. But again, no casualties. Nothing happened for Aurora.
You know how I was wondering, oh, where is ONIC going? Wait, let me ask that question later, okay? Because I feel like they're about to engage in another team fight.
Sandstorm gonna connect, but onto Brusco and Kelra has to walk away here. Another save coming in for the Super Prince. One more hit and gets burned down by a US. Super Prince might be the next target. And Aurora finally picks up 2, but here comes King Kong up against 3. He might have to walk away from that fight. And again, Aurora finally finds a trade.
You are having a stellar game. Good timing with the Lantern Flare and positioning. Him and Renegade have been on point right now with their rotations. Kurt in the red.
Oh no. Now we're seeing Kelra not being able to do the usual things he's able to do in his own lane. They're so focused on the gold lane, and it feels like Kelra's being limited so much, and this is another turtle that could go into Aurora's hands.
Dom and Kite has been handling the lane very well, and Aurora have been timing their rotations to help Domeng to the point where now Dom and Kite has won the laning phase against Kelra.
Yep. So earlier we were thinking about how could ONIC potentially deal with all this? And it seems like the answer is yet to be solved as Aurora once again finds themselves in the top lane.
Okay, Kelra uses Zaman Force plus the Purify to evade Edward. Edward not committing any ultimates yet, but here comes a counterattack. Might be for ONIC as they try to work on Renegade. Circling Eagle gonna connect, but Raging Sandstorm is there to evade a potential death, but they pick up Kirk, but a guiding wins once again for Super Prince. Again, no casualties.
Aurora just has really done a tremendous job of controlling the center of the map. Yue and Renegade again, they really set the tempo, and Demon Kite seems like he's just always been showing up at the right time. Meanwhile, at the bottom,
AOG, all 3 ultimates used up by ONIC, but Demon Kite remains unscathed, unbothered. That's huge resources wasted. And now the counterattack coming in from Aurora. They're trying to work on Super Prince as he pops the Circling Eagle. Just tried to walk away. Edward might be able to cast a Fist Break and Fist Crack, but they're going to try and just invade the purple buff ONIC. Really relegated to their base at this point.
Yeah, Keller actually got taken down before the sequence in the bottom lane. Edward seems to have found him in the map, roaming out of the gold to find the resources and farm elsewhere. A good catch as well by Mr. Consistent Aurora. They look, excuse my language, but they look pissed off with everything that has happened to them leading up to this moment. They're lost in the grand finals. The doubts in SPS and in M6. And they are shutting up the doubters.
Renegade follows up with the Raging Sandstorm, but King Kong's gonna evade that. Zaman Force coming in from Kelra. And still, ONIC, I mean, they're using up a lot of resources, a lot of battle spells from the initiations of 1 Fist Break, 1 Fist Crack alone from Edward. Meanwhile, ONIC is having a hard time as Aurora's lead balloons up to 5K.
And mind you, this has been a very low-scoring game. We've only seen 5 kills across the map in the past 6 minutes of the game, but it's gradually being controlled by Aurora MLBB. ONIC Philippines, we've seen them in a similar situation yesterday. They were clearly simply playing for the late game, but if you're looking at the late game, we haven't even seen Dom and Kite participate in any kills just yet. So even for Aurora, they also have a way to deal with the late game if ever it comes to that.
Dom and Kite has just been working on objectives. If you look at the map of ONIC, inhibitor left onto the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Aurora still has all their turrets intact, and now they're trying to look and take down this mid lane turret as ONIC desperately trying to defend. Look at Renegade. At any given moment, he can go in with the Raging Sandstorm. No flicker, but Brusco goes in with the AOG. This might be a counter-attack coming in from ONIC. Raging Sandstorm going to connect. Edward, though, we're waiting for his combination, but Brusco will be able to sustain the damage coming in from Mr. Consistent. He's going to bring down 1. Now King Kong just trying to work on Renegade. Edward versus Kirk. Who's going to fall down first? Renegade, Demon Kite down, but Hewitt picks up a kill, forcing ONIC to retreat.
The Badang pick going so well for Aurora. Edward on point with the fist breaks and has been breaking the tempo of team fighting for ONIC.
And why do we see so much sustain from Aurora MLBB? Even when I would assume ONIC Philippines would also have the same level, there's a Matilda in their hands. But at the same time, the damage doesn't feel enough just yet for ONIC Philippines. Whenever they try to go in for an engage, there's a beautiful AOG. There's a beautiful Earth Shatter onward combo, But the follow-up doesn't seem to be enough just yet, not even when Super Prince is there.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the lineup of ONIC is that they are very ulti-based, and their burst really comes mainly from the Nolan and the Harith. For Aurora, on the other hand, again, they're built for a longer, slow, front-to-back team fight with a marksman that can just freely hit. Just stand there, press button, you basic attack and deal damage. That's your job. And Aurora, again, they have the easier to pull off lineup. ONIC's lineup could have been terrifying to go up against, but since Aurora built up a lead very quick, we didn't get to see that point just yet.
Yeah, so how does ONIC get inside the Lord Pit? I do not think they will find a way to contest that objective. They will have to defend. And looking at the gold lead, how rare is it to see a more than 5K gold lead against ONIC Philippines?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's becoming more frequent. If you'd recall, against TLID, against SRG, and yesterday against TNC. But if you'd recall yesterday's game, you'd know that you can't just count out ONIC at any given moment because, you know, they can always turn the tide to their favor.
Good news for Aurora, it's going to take quite some time until they actually have to start worrying about that. When they're at around the, even when they're around the 40,000 and it's 35,000 for ONIC, they're still going to be okay. When it gets closer to the point where both teams are like around 50 to 45K, that's when they really have to worry about it. So Aurora, they've been sharp, they've been excellent. At this point, I don't see them messing this up.
Yeah. So let's see how ONIC Philippines deals with this. They have to focus their resources onto taking down the Lord, but they seem to be going for a fight.
Oh, AOG connects onto the middle. King Kong trying to find an angle onto Renegade as he used a quick sand guard. This might be an opening. Kart goes in with an Earth Shatter Flicker combination, but Demon Guy bursts down Kart. Here comes the attack onto Brusco, but a save again from Super Prince, and King Kong slaughters Demon Kite. A huge opening for ONIC Philippines.
That was close. Yue hasn't used the Lantern Flare not until the last moments of the fight, or not until they knew that ONIC Philippines were going to be committed towards that fight. But even after all that, ONIC, they were still able to find their way to taking out Demon Kite.
Okay, so the comeback scenario has gotten a little bit closer for ONIC right now. Aurora needs to start respecting a little bit more, but still, at the end of the day, Aurora's Badang, the fist break of Edward, and what he can dish out has really been breaking the tempo of team fighting for ONIC. And it seems like that's just the idea here for Aurora. ONIC are so good with team fighting, pick up heroes in the lineup that can make sure that the team fighting won't go so easy for ONIC Philippines. I wonder if Renegade knows.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
walking into an ONIC ambush.
Oh, he does. He knows.
Yeah.
The crowd has been
there?
screaming.
He's not going to get baited.
3 items already locked in by both junglers. And in terms of the gold laner duel, Kelra is just down at around how much is that? Oh no, there's a considerable amount of gold. 2.2 and climbing is the lead of Domigard against the Harith.
Yeah. Fortunately for ONIC Philippines, especially King Kong, given the low scoring game, he hasn't been taken out really. He's been consistent in taking the farmings, but you cannot deny the fact that Aurora has been very effective in denying King Kong of all that clean jungle paths. He is yet to achieve level 15 and we're already 12 minutes into the game. No more holy shields for our inhibitor turrets. So you know that ONIC has been pushed against the wall if they reach and if they encounter this kind of situation. So how are they going to fight against this Lord? Aurora positioned themselves around pretty well, and Renegade, you have to be wary of the angles where he comes from for the Raging Sandstorm.
This might be an all or nothing for ONIC. Will they be able to contest, or will they just let Aurora get this Lord uncontested as they secure the second Lord for the Northern Lights?
Yeah, good call for them to not fully contest it. Kelra does not have the Holy Crystal just yet. Only up to 2 items is the God of the Gold Lane, who so far right now has had to kneel to Dominkite, who's had a much better game individually, and of course with the great rotations of Renegade and US. What?
It was an off-cam kill!
King Kong finding ways to bring back ONIC in the game. Now Renegade on the chase. Will this delay be enough for ONIC as the Lord marching in onto the middle lane? Dominkite just really working on Super Friends. Kelra pops the Zaman, forced to be able to clear out the Lord and make quick work of that as Aurora already burst down.
Oh no.
The inhibitor turret of the mid lane.
Oh,
Renegade!
no.
Here comes
He should be
Edward,
down.
though.
He should be down.
There's Edward. Oh, he won't make it out alive!
A shutdown for the man that found Demon Kite. And King Kong now, that might have in the end of it all, actually been really costly for ONIC because it's going to be 5v4, looking good for Aurora in this siege.
Yeah, and they have waves alongside them. Another Zaman Force forced out here from Kelra. Will they be able to still defend this?
Oh, Raging Sandstorm onto Kelra as Brusco pops his AOG.
Oh my
onto
God!
Dominkai, popping his Revitalize. It's about to sustain the damage, but Yue just trying to poke on Super Friends. Still, they were able to save their inhibitor turret into the bottom lane, but the mid lane and top lane is now demolished.
Somehow, now that they've gained access to Dominkite, they're actually starting to show signs that they're able to dish out the necessary damage.
Yep. Already up to a Holy Crystal is the Harith, and I believe the damage onto Dominkite was just from the Gata, Kaja, and Harith. Maybe one of it could have been from the turret, but as it stands, ONIC should still be within reach of being able to win a team fight. However, for Aurora, again, they've just been excellent. Yue has been on point with his placement and disrupting the team fight of ONIC. ONIC is full dive. That's one thing we have to think about here.
Yep.
They are full dive against a lineup that are good with the front to back. If they mess up their entry and they're all approaching from one area, Yue, Edward, and the entirety of Aurora is happy. Dominkite will be the happiest. And since Aurora hasn't been giving a lot of openings for ONIC to approach from different angles when it comes to team fights, then ONIC are forced to fight honest in a lineup that's not supposed to be team fighting this way.
Yep. The targetings and the priorities for ONIC Philippines whenever they engage in a team fight will be very important for the upcoming minutes of the game. I don't know if we're breaking records today because we're already 15 minutes in and they seem to be defending it really well. But I'm pretty sure the next objective will be a very important one, especially for ONIC Philippines with a base already exposed.
I mean, honestly, one of the members who got pinned down because of the Jushin pick is mainly Kirk. He's having trouble finding the angles, finding the vision that he can provide from ONIC because of the constant lantern flares coming in from Yue.
So let's see. It seems like ONIC should be a little more confident this time. It was previously mentioned they already have the Holy Crystal as well in Kelra's hands. Their battle spells are intact, but so is Aurora. They also have everything complete.
Yeah, Bloodwing's already up for this juice in. It's going to be even harder to take down Yue.
They're going to commit the Circling Eagle. Renegade enters back with the Raging Sandstorm. Going to connect onto 3, forcing King Kong to walk away. Edward quite low, dangerously low. But still, Dominkite gets the Lord as they also bring down Renegade. ONIC shuts down the roam, but Aurora gets the Lord.
Okay, ONIC will not be able to chase down the members of Aurora. Good thing Aurora was able to get out of there right away and didn't even think about continuing to fight. Now they'll be able to push in with their Lord. Also unfortunate for ONIC Philippines, they actually could have taken down the mid turret if the minion wave in the mid lane wasn't stopped by a minion wave that was coming in from the top.
Yeah.
Since that was still there was no minion waves in mid, and ONIC PH couldn't force the push into the first turret in the mid lane.
Yep, but that was a very important sacrifice done by Renegade, blocking the path of all members of ONIC Philippines just so they couldn't chase even after the members of Aurora who, as you mentioned, were really, really low on HP and were nearly even taken out by the Lord itself. So let's see how ONIC defends this. They have enough resources in their hands and we're yet to see Renegade catch up. So Aurora, will they still try to engage in a team fight? King Kong, he'll be shot by Renegade.
Okay, Fracture, gonna pop the quick sand guard to regen. Kirk flickers in with her chatters, gonna miss. But the beauty is Renegade and Edward doesn't have their flickers. So no flickers for the main initiators of Aurora. They can defend, again, the minion push of Aurora.
17 minutes in, and no turrets left for ONIC Philippines. But we're nearing the 50,000 gold mark for both of these teams. So it should allow ONIC a little bit more room to operate.
Yeah, the major defensive items of both the mid laner and gold laner of Aurora are good. So it should be, again, even more difficult for ONIC. However, what we talked about earlier, if it's at this point of the game and it's still within around 5,000 gold, ONIC are still within reach. Aurora, Dominkite, his positioning now will be key. He just built the Wind of Nature. Kirk now has the Starlium Scythe. But what Kirk needs to do is start timing his entries with the Earth Shatter onward a little bit better. The last time where in the base we saw him use a flicker, that was forced. That should not have happened. the next time that flickers up, Kirk has to make it count with his Edith combo.
Yeah, most of the surprises will be primarily coming in from Kirk at this point. Brusco could probably provide some follow-up, not unless or only if there is enough information as well as to where Aurora MLBB is, where the members are, so he could actually use the best possible avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah.
But if not for Kirk, it seems really hard for ONIC to find an initiation, not unless King Kong gets another pickoff.
Yeah, the game got to extend to the latest, and now it's just about who can execute this better. You see, ONIC are actually really respecting the fact that Yue, despite not having a lot of stacks just yet on the Sky Piercer, they're respecting it.
They're gonna go right after Super Friends, gonna catch Circling Eagle, but they catch Kelra! Salmon Force Purify is not gonna be enough to sustain the damage. ONIC, though, has to retreat, has to answer back. Two members are gone, Brusco also. And Aurora might not go for the Lord anymore. This could be an endable push for Aurora.
Hell of a play by Renegade, the concealment by Aurora. This could be it.
Okay, Minions marching on to the bottom lane. 3 members left to defend. Minions spawn for ONIC right now. Will Aurora be able to end this right away? Turn pops his primal wrap, but that is it. Aurora finally takes down ONIC in a game.
With just a single decision from Aurora to focus everything onto Kelra, they immediately secure and finish off the game. And I wouldn't say it was just that decision in the late game which mattered. Even that decision in the early stages to focus everything immediately onto Kelra rewarded them really, really well.
The new era classic so far starts with Aurora taking first blood in Season 15 in that game number 1. Now all that action, we have to remind ourselves, especially you man, chill out, it's still only game number 1.
Only game.
Yeah, it's only game 1, but damn, Aurora were mighty impressive in that one. Renegade, the call, we could assume it was Renegade's call to conceal, gather up the team. The moment they knew where Kelra was, they decided to hunt him down. What a read by Aurora.
Yeah, and I mean, it felt like Super Friends just really had to use the Guiding Wind immediately upon seeing the members of Aurora trying to go after them. And it wasn't enough time for Kelra to even use the Guiding Wind too. Like, he was trying to escape on his own and it felt like they were separated. Everything just worked perfectly for Aurora during the last sequence, and even King Kong trying to go from behind, right? He was just forced to recall because there was nothing else he could do after that.
Yeah, I mean, Kelra popped the Salmon Force to Purify. Even prior to that fight, already picked up a concentrated energy for added sustain, but still they were able to take down the God in the gold lane at the right moment, not minding the Lord anymore for a good push. And finally, they successfully take down ONIC in just one game. Just one game.
I spent a good amount of yesterday glazing ONIC. I got to glaze Aurora here today, man. Again, everyone just really clearly knew the responsibilities where they should be. My brain always keeps going back to the trio in the map. And Edward, bro, yeah, you are the MVP. He doesn't believe that he's the MVP. And yeah, he's that shocked too. 3-0 in 3. And yeah, we were talking about it. The Badang. It messed up a lot of the initial fights that ONIC Philippines wanted to take. Because Edward, he's like, wait, you guys are all dive. Let me just wait right here. Okay, you guys go in. Fist break. Suddenly your entire tempo is broken because you're forced to use dashes to get out of that little cave that Badang has set up.
Yep, that front-to-back concept that was laid down by Aurora MLBB. The frontliners carried out their jobs really, really well. And imagine a little bit of damage as well coming out from the Badang, right? And those early rotations, even towards the mid lane where he was really just active, even though in the first team fight, which we saw, nothing happened, no one really died, but like what really mattered was just how efficient Aurora was in maintaining those rotations, in blocking that immediate movements from ONIC Philippines as well. I said it really felt weird that the river control, it was in Aurora's hands.
Yeah, and the two main pillars of that mainly is Renegade and Yue. Even down to the first minute, their pokes were really giving ONIC a hard time and trying to control the river, and at the same time the Jushin pick really was phenomenal up against Edith because Kirk really struggled to look for an angle, really heavily relied on that flicker alone to find those amazing plays. But this is one of the amazing plays that King Kong did to buy time and try to extend the game as much as possible. But unfortunately, Aurora was still able to secure the win.
And this was the
Renegade.
most important, like the team fight, which could have probably handed over ONIC the control, even just for a moment in the game. But as you've seen, that was a sacrifice made right there by Renegade. He just made sure that no one from ONIC could touch his teammates.
Yeah, and then of course we see the outcome of the concealed play by the entire team to hunt down Kelra, and that's Aurora taking game. My goodness, what we really got to see here was stability versus insanity.
Whoa.
Aurora with a very stable approach and lineup. You play around the Juicin, you play around the Khalid setup, and of course Edward's fist break to just break the tempo of the team fighting of an ONIC lineup that can afford to get a little bit crazy. But it seems like it was a little bit too high concept for ONIC, while Aurora doubled down on the thought of, well, let me remind to you, ONIC, as to why the Juicin is almost always banned out in the first phase red side.
Yep, this brings me back to the draft earlier, which kind of scared us, since the first pick Jushin would have probably allowed for both the Harith and the Suyo to go into ONIC's hands, right? But they didn't decide to do that. They went for the Mathilda as well, which eventually was revealed to us as a mid lane Mathilda. So I'm starting to think if this was the best scenario to do that, because in multiple aspects of the game, it felt like ONIC were just unprepared to fight back, given the limitations of this lineup, given that they decided to go for a Mathilda mid lane.
Yeah, Renegade just really provided a lot of space for Yue also, wherein with him getting the best wingman, that meant that the King Kong could barely find any angles to actually burst down Yue. The times that it looked like King Kong was going to burst someone down, it was Renegade. And at that point, even though the Khalid doesn't have items, there's still going to be a Khalid.
Yeah.
You try to burst him down, you bring him down to like, what, 10%, 15% health, but he'll just heal through it in the sands.
It actually happened like 2 or 3 times in the most crucial moments, and not just keeping King Kong preoccupied, but also giving enough space, as you mentioned, for Aurora to execute those amazing plays.
Yeah.
And going back there, we're not used to seeing ONIC this dominated by a different team, but if someone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Aurora.
Yeah, I really want to like recall the first few moments of the game, because like normally I don't think it's new to teams to try and just keep ganking the gold lane if it's ONIC Philippines that we're talking about. But it just worked so well, since even when you look at their mid lane, they get the advantage in that particular area too. So like they block all ways and they get to go to the gold lane first, and it's so weird to see Kelra in that kind of spot, almost being taken out by Renegade even at one point, just hiding in the brush in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, we also really have to acknowledge what Dominikai did in that, yeah, he did get the help, he did get the proper timed rotations, especially from Renegade and Yue, but it got to that point wherein Dominikai was able to manipulate the laning phase and the wave state so that Kelra would be in the perfect position to get dived on, wherein you'd be like, hey, Kelra, yeah, let's duel in the center of this lane, that's looking good. Oh no, I'm gonna be in trouble, surprise, no, Renegade's here to help me out, Yue's here to help me out.
I cannot believe Aurora MLBB or Aurora Gaming in game number 1 has showed us this much. I can feel just how badly they want to get revenge against ONIC Philippines.
100%.
Based on the game, based on what they showed us. So let's give them a little more time to prepare for the next game, since this could potentially be a 3-game series. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the series to be the 3-game series. Let's check out our audience and who will be the winner of the power pose. Just copy the pose of the player you're now seeing on your screen and get the chance to win a redeemable in-game code. Okay, so who's got the best Edward pose out there?
Oh,
you're too chill, bro. There we
you
go.
have to stand up,
you
bro.
Should be smiling.
Yeah, and he's wearing glasses.
Yeah, there we go. That's the real Edward pose.
Okay, so is he our winner? Wait, no, it's a face-off. It's a face-off.
Ah!
Okay. Oh, no.
Okay. Oh!
No, he says, I have glasses.
Oh, now it's a face-off. Oh!
Yeah, he says, I have glasses.
Oh, now he's doing the real Sigma pose.
Wait. Hey, do the Edward pose. Oh!
These two look like they could be related.
It seems like he's going to be APBR winner for the smart power pose of the day. I don't know if the glasses were props or if it's actually his.
I think that's his actual glasses, bring it up.
Okay, okay. Because he's been like bragging, right? Oh, but yeah, I have glasses. You know, he's pointing at it. But congratulations. And he seems really happy because he's wearing an Aurora jersey.
Yeah.
And Aurora just got the first win of the series. It's looking good. It's really, really looking good for Aurora. But knowing ONIC Philippines, I'm pretty sure they're already talking about what adjustments to do in the next game. Do you really think that if they decided to go for a different choice in the first two picks, or if they just decided to not flex the Matilda, things would have been different?
It just got to the point where I feel like they had to double down on the Matilda mid. I think also since they already first two picked it, they just stuck with the idea already that we'll base our magic damage from the Harith, and then the Matilda is just going to be in the mid lane, not really going to be the main source of magic. So game 2, ONIC will go blue, so we'll get to see a completely different story in the draft this time around.
Okay, so this might be the usual Choi Prio unless Aurora takes it out, because earlier it was taken out.
Yeah.
And if it's Aurora we're talking about, I can sense the level of respect they have for ONIC Philippines. Even taking out the Selena first in the banning phase, right? So they just know so much about ONIC Philippines already. So I feel like with all their people, Dexter and all that, they prepared so much for this. So
Why did you say Dexter?
yeah, because he's the the stats man.
Why not MTV?
He's the stats man, and MTV is like the guy who we introduced.
He's the head coach.
Yeah, the head coach.
What do you mean, the guy we introduced?
Yeah, because he's the head coach.
Okay, that's what you
head
meant.
coach. And he's the one who walked down the aisle. The aisle, right?
The runway, yeah, the aisle.
The stage.
The stage.
Walkway, right? Because he's the head coach. So, all right. Let's see what they have in store for us. Wait, let's take a look at the MPL PH all-time stats. That's a high KDA from Yue here. And Yue, personally, for me, I'd say maybe he's also my personal MVP.
Yeah, for game number 1.
For game number 1.
Yeah, I mean he was doing double duty apart from dishing out the magic damage, also preventing Kirk again from finding those angles. And I think it's not just the draft, but how Aurora or how ONIC didn't expect that Aurora would really target the gold lane, which caught the Sonics really off guard. I mean, it's not used. We're not used to seeing Killer having a difficult time, or even a rotation going through the gold lane. So I think minor tweaks for ONIC would suffice, and maybe we'll see a game number 3.
Yeah, it reminds me of what King Kong mentioned in the opening video about how
the video.
Yeah, the video. How Kelra and King Kong, they're just able to do what they do simply because of what Brusco, Kirk, and Super Friends allow them to. But it's a different story when in multiple parts of the map we can't really sense the advantage, the aggression coming in from them. And I feel like in terms of the what happened in the draft, it's just really what we would expect. So hopefully this time we see some adjustments here and there.
Oh.
I mean we've seen ONIC Philippines, they were smiling, but wait, okay, I see that.
Oh.
I see that. Do you see that?
I see that, but I think I need my glasses to double check.
I think Renmar saw it. He was smiling. So.
What? Okay. That's how.
He's on it. So we're just seeing a lot of special guests today in the MPL arena, and it's not. I mean, look, this is the last row, so you know that the studio's packed. It's filled with audience.
Yeah, for 3 matches, Green Zone Hotel was packed. That's why if you want to experience the MPL experience, especially tomorrow, you can buy your tickets for tomorrow, because we have double headers. It's going to be Omega versus Falcons and TLPH versus Twisted Minds.
Does he not have braces anymore?
Oh yeah, I think he had them removed.
And he has braces.
It's the best observational analysis moment I've seen in my entire career.
Thank you. That I feel so flattered.
Does he not have braces? Oh, he has braces.
That was perfect. Thank you to whoever is controlling the cameras. But yeah, I've seen Super Friends smiling earlier, so I don't know. I don't know if they're planning something here. Okay, so we're about to see the draft in a bit.
Which side did ONIC pick?
They are blue right now.
Oh, blue side.
Yeah, they're the blue side.
So I was thinking of the I was thinking of the what do you call this? The Joy first pick possibility, or like some of the
Against a
other
team that has an iconic Tigreal and Cho, I think I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Rawr!
Oh, rawr.
Man, you are so play-by-play. You play-by-play that guy's roar in the camera.
We're just seeing what the audience want to.
Is that Lewis Hamilton?
Oh man. All I can say is, imagine we're
Nice
just
glasses.
in day number 2 and we already have a room full of passionate fans, energetic fans.
Yeah, I see that really passionate fan who just realized he's in the camera a little bit too late.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
No, that's good. That's good. That I like.
Honestly,
didn't Leo just do that yesterday?
Yeah.
You guys should honestly make a name for that Brusco pose.
Yeah, what do you call that Brusco pose?
Call it Brusco pose.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
But if the community wants to suggest a name,
Yeah, comment down below.
then please give us a nickname for that pose, because like it's I don't know if we'll see it again. I don't think what's that, a grand finals special pose?
Special pose.
For Brusco, because if it isn't the grand finals, it seems like they're just really
Or against a team from another specific region. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. So we're finally heading into the draft for game number 2. Let's see how this goes for ONIC now that they're in the blue side. So, okay. We're going with the pretty standard bans compared to game number 1. The Selena's still open, but that's probably going to get banned later on. If not going to get picked at all.
Yeah, I like that ONIC are still banning out the Phovis away from Edward. I feel like that's going to be a staple ban now, even if this reaches to game number 3. While ONIC are taking away the Harith of Domikite and the Matilda of Renegade. Let's see if Aurora are going to force another weird angle of the Joy Suyo trade. They respect ban the Selena, so Joy Suyo trade in effect. But are you going to do that against a team that has a very good Tigreal / Cho
yeah,
user?
Yeah, he's open too. Oh, they still go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, ONIC goes for Joy and
wait.
Okay, so if you know what's coming for ONIC, would you just deny the pick already for the first 2 picks or first 3
get
picks?
the low E. Aurora aren't really the type to force the low E. They don't need to lean into it. They don't need to overreact and take it away. I think just pick up a Cho for Renegade already if you could.
Yeah, but the ban on the Selena too, right?
Or save the Renegade pick for later. Some of the best drafts of Aurora come from the fact that Renegade's pick comes in the second phase. So you have the Cho Tigreal option open, and then so you just get the Granger?
Granger.
XP,
Granger Gatot, or Granger Hylos?
Oh,
there was a Suyo already. Okay.
Well, at least they don't reveal much yet.
Yeah.
But the Louis, will they pick up the Louis? Oh, they don't too. Okay. Well, I mean, the Irithel is the Granger, right? It's kind of like the usual response. But the Gatot, they really want to use the Gatot.
Yeah, I think that's a very important part of the ONIC strategy. Aurora can just, they don't see the mid laners yet. They can actually consider picking up the Khalid or the Cho now.
Any flex in the meantime.
Yeah.
The Gachas will be a roamer. We don't see Kirk's pick just yet. Or they can steal away the CC if they want.
And could Hylos be a viable option at this point for Aurora?
Yeah, we did mention Hylos as one of the picks earlier.
I think if you immediately give
So
an advantage to the XP lane, that'll mean a lot for Aurora MLBB2.
Yeah.
And I mean, either way, I know we've previously seen Edward on the Cho and it wasn't as successful last season, but that's a season ago. So maybe, just maybe, they've been practicing this too. I wouldn't take out the fact or the idea that this could still be a flex. But knowing Renege,
Yeah.
I'm also leaning towards the idea that this is going to go into his hands.
I think ONIC are thinking about a Farsa later on for Aurora, so it could be Farsa, Cho, Suyo, Granger, then their XP. If it's open for them, they can pair it up with CC. If they want something tankier, then they go high loss.
Now they take out the Luyi. So, yeah, it seems like it's always almost the mid laners being picked in the second phase now.
Yeah, and look at the pure respect. That's 3 mid laners already taken away by Aurora, and they're gonna steal away another one with the 4th pick, most likely.
One of the key mid laners that I could see being played right now is the Sicilian. We haven't seen it so much. But at this point, you banned out 4 mid laners. It could be a viable option for either of the teams.
Oh yeah. Oh, the Valentina too is still there.
Oh, for Yue, right?
So I was also thinking along the lines of maybe a Faramis, but then knowing that there is a Valentina and they get to pick first, they probably still have the option to not reveal the Yue. No.
Yeah, if they go Theramis, they're going to be lacking in magic, because if ever that's the case, they're going to have an Edith and Edward, for this time around.
So they take out the Eve instead.
Oh, it could be Theramis, actually. If they take out the Eve.
But there's a Valentina for...
Yeah, so the trade just becomes Theramis, Valentina, Farsa. And the 3 ones are going up against. I don't see an Aurora, weirdly enough, slotting anywhere in here.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, Vexana's still open.
Yeah.
Vexana, Farsa.
Yeah.
And part of me thinks that maybe the Farsa's too risky to play here, simply because of the Cho and the Granger. So, oh no, even the Vexana's taken out. So
I think they just take Valentina.
Farsa,
what if they go join in?
Navaria, Sicilian.
The Zask?
Well, I mean, yeah, that is one of the RORA specials.
Oh, there's the Valentina.
Okay, so yeah, they do just go Valentina instead. So whatever happens here, now Valentina will be able to steal away either the Farsa ultimate, or I don't see a Faramis slotting in here. I think this is just going to be a Farsa for them.
Farsa.
And then their EXP laner is just going to be a CC.
Yeah, well, I mean, that Super Prince, he can just wings by wings his way out. Or, I mean, sometimes he even uses it to launch the Feathered Airstrike in your face.
Yeah.
Right up front. So, what are they going to provide Aurora here? Because definitely that'll be an option for Yue later on. Not unless they still decide to go for a unique mid laner.
Oh!
So they go
Whoa.
for the... Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, wow. That is a surprise for us.
Okay, wow. Chip and Faramis. We've seen Chip a while ago and during the first matchup.
Yes,
was used up by JP and was successful. This time it's going to be in the hands of Brusco.
You know, if they can do it, just pick up a Tigreal, then put Edward on the Cho.
Yeah. Yue might just probably need to always have the Nether Realm as a response to the possible teleports or the Y-Walk from coming in from Brusco.
Come on, get the Tig.
Unless they get an AoE type of... Oh,
Lucas.
well.
Of course.
It's still open.
Yep.
The Lucas.
So the Lucas was open all along. Okay.
Yeah, since there's no CC that was picked up by ONIC, it's an easy one for the Lucas. Interesting. Okay. I mean, Chip has always been a very toss the coin up in the air kind of pick. You never really know what you're going to get with him. So this time I'm leaning a little bit more towards Aurora here with a very big asterisk for what if ONIC just go wild on that Chip.
They weren't able to in game number 1, so maybe they want to go a little more crazy.
Yeah.
Could be a double-edged sword again for ONIC.
Yep. So this is going to be the lineup for game number 2 match point. For Aurora, that's a 4-man flicker.
Yeah. You don't really need to purify here.
Yep.
Because the follow-up won't be that instantaneous, and you need the distance from the Joy more than you do the anti-CC.
All right. It seems like, will Aurora be able to ride on the momentum, or does ONIC Philippines, with their lineup, get to bring us to game number 3?
I mean, the last time we saw the chip, the first match, it was activated right on by JP. Every single time that they can have initiation, they're not going to be afraid to use the shortcut right away and force a clash. And this might be replicated by ONIC, but again, Aurora can just keep on getting the Nether Realm for you.
Yeah, Brave Smite was actually built up by Super Friends, and he's getting bursted down in mid. So his rotations are getting controlled.
Whoa.
And, yeah, so far right now, Super Friends is just getting controlled in the series by Aurora. Even Kite.
Oh! What? He stayed too long! Paired up with the Queller of Demon Kite, Super Prince is gonna fall down.
They have their own battles. Renegade, he's been so set on poking Brusco, but meanwhile in the mid lane, you and Super Prince, oh my goodness.
So far right now, it seems like Aurora has learned two of the biggest problems you have to deal with when you're going up against ONIC, the center of the map and the gold lane. And so far, they've answered both. Big damage onto the two roamers. Brusco almost brought down, and Renegade almost brought down as well. Man, Chip, say what you will about Chip, as crazy as you could get with that pick, he's not that hard of a tank. He is a soggy Chip.
Yeah, he always needs to eat his chips.
Yeah, it's not crispy anymore.
It's not. So whenever you see him on his passive, you already know.
Yeah, at this point, Chip might be a one-trick pony, just really heavily reliant on the shortcut. And Aurora can easily work around that, especially if Yue consistently gets the Nether Realm. But again, that's still a huge first blood kill for Aurora up against Super Friends.
Okay, well, let's see. Aurora or Yue actually got the Nether Realm first, but they're all level 4 now.
Okay, Edward goes in with the Unleash the Beast up against 4 members.
Whoa.
King Kong secures the turtle. Here comes the
Good
Nether
save.
Realms of both of these teams. Renjay onto the back line, gonna get
Oh,
Kaura.
wow.
There's no Purify, but still Renjay. Oh, stayed a bit too long, got caught up by 4 and will fall down.
That was also almost the perfect target, but everyone was running away.
Yeah, it wasn't the right timing for Aurora to fight it out. And Kaura quickly gets back into the lane because of the shortcut.
Okay. Brusco not gonna commit it yet onto Demon Kite, but important to note that Keller did use his Purify, so
yeah,
still a good win for ONIC.
Yeah. Surprisingly, after all of that, Kaura just didn't panic. He was like, all right, I'll be chill. No one's gonna be able to pick me off here, so good call. But right now, Renjay and Domikite are forcing Brusco to get out of the river and are forcing him to help Kelra in the gold, and it stopped the recall that Sonata from Domikite just now, which means, again, say what you will, Domikite has been tremendous so far this series in the laning phase.
Yep. From mid lane, gold lane, Aurora MLBB taking hold of the advantage. They've been performing really exceptionally well up against their opponents. So right now, ONIC Philippines are probably paying a bit more attention towards the gold lane. And fortunately for them, given the shortcuts here provided by Brusco, Kelra could probably be able to join in the team fights early on much more compared to the previous game. And he could potentially get a little bit more gold and farm alongside his teammates. So let's see how they'll surprise Aurora instead, now that it seems like they can play around their positionings and rotations a lot more with this chip.
Honestly, the fear, my fear for ONIC rather, is if they be a little bit overzealous and just keep on spamming the shortcut, trying to look for those isolated clashes that they really want and will eventually win. And Aurora, if they play around to perfection, they can just make Brusco like non-existent.
Right, so Aurora will be able to get the second turtle here. Get into position first, but Brusco does have that shortcut, but no Onyx are all here.
Okay. US still hasn't popped his Nether Realm. A kick coming on, and here comes Kirk with an AOG, gonna connect onto the back line. Nether Realm has been popped, and Kirk, King Kong will secure once again the turtle. Edward with the Unleash the Beast trying to work on Super Prince, forcing out the Brusco's flicker as well, as Kirk trying to zone out Aurora. King Kong, look at his position. They might go for an engage, but Aurora says we have to walk back.
Yeah, that was a great play from King Kong, I feel. The way he was able to surprise Aurora MLBB, forcing Renegade to use the Way of the Dragon away instead of as a setup. So now they regain control over the objective. And
Oh, sandwich play. This time gonna connect onto Kite. A much needed kill for ONIC as Edward goes in right after.
He'll get
Three
caught.
gets tunned down and get caught. Edward has to retreat. And ONIC, this is the ONIC we know. The aggressive type ONIC that can easily take control of the game.
Yeah, now with a much better and more competitive draft against Aurora, seems like the chip question was answered. This time around, it's ONIC having a much better time.
Oh, another shortcut play, but this
Wow.
time to get the turret up top. ONIC making quick work of everything that they see, but this time we're so used to King Kong. Wait, Ren and Jay trying to poke out Brusco and Super Friends, gonna commit the flicker way of the dragon, and this time bursts down Super Friends. A huge play for Aurora.
Yeah, got Super Friends with his pants down, didn't have the flicker available for him. And now Aurora. I've said that so many times, and you guys are the first to actually laugh at it, you know?
Because we appreciate good humor. Right?
No, and it's not just that, it's like, all right, cool.
No, it's because
You guys are young.
No, it's the first time I heard of it. So.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they got Super Friends, and that's the analysis. Back to you.
I won't repeat whatever he said, but
Oh, two Nether Realms gonna be casted for both of these teams. Who's gonna fall down first? King Kong working on Ryder J.
Go!
Ryder J managed to stay alive, but Jit couldn't do. Edward caught up in the middle, brings Kirk to the side of Aurora. He's stuck. He uses the AOG to walk away. No casualties once again, but action is non-stop. Now they're trying to work on Edward. Not gonna use the Shadow Stampede to pull him further as Aurora will secure this turtle.
I think he was actually trying to pull him, but Edward got into the part of the wall where it was too chunky.
Okay, a retribution battle. This time Demon Kite secures it, but Kelra picks off Demon Kite, forcing Aurora to retreat, and another win for ONIC Philippines.
Aurora now going to get pushed back with that other win and starting to compound for ONIC Philippines. Now they are a little bit more in a better spot to invade the jungle of Demon Kite.
Yeah.
And they will be able to take his purple buff away from him.
Yeah. Imagine being Kirk and forcing out all the ultimates just to use the AOG to run away. But fortunately, again, for Aurora, they were still at an advantage and they were immediately able to transition into taking the objective. So it does still seem like the game is under control for Aurora despite the slight lead in ONIC's hands. They're also able to find a way to respond. Like, they're not always taken by surprise, even despite the countless shortcuts, the countless teleports coming in from ONIC Philippines.
Speaking of countless, here comes a countless conceal, or another conceal for the side of Aurora as they tried to take down the orange buff away from King Kong.
I had to ask myself, what's a countless conceal?
No, it's another conceal,
And
sorry.
now it's another conceal. I was wondering, it's like, whoa, is that a new term? Am I getting too old? Is that a new term I'm just not familiar with?
I'm Gen Z, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't apologize.
Am I Gen Z?
No, you're
I actually
not.
don't know.
Me neither.
Maybe you're millennial.
You're Ingan. So, by the way, Demon Kite already has a War Axe. So that puts him into his second item only, while King Kong, since he is going to be going for the Holy Crystal, still on the way to that. He does have a 600 gold lead, though, compared to Suyo.
And this is, again, a very low-scoring game. 8 minutes in, we've only seen 5 kills across the map. So we see how carefully they decide to go with their decisions. And ONIC Philippines on the lookout for all the possible trades for them to maximize or increase the lead and control that is in their hands. But the Lord will be spawning on the opposite side of the map. Renji will spot out Brusco. So
I mean,
let's see who gets the position first.
Even if it's a low, UA gets the Y walk. Even if it's a low kill score for it, I mean, the action's non-stop. So the credit really goes to the mid laners, Super Friends and UA, for delivering the Nether Realms right on time, saving the damage dealers of their respective teams. But this time, UA picks up a Y walk, so we could see them try to go for another conceal play. Renjay starts things off, gets the vision that they need up against ONIC.
Okay, so traditional 4-1 split forces Demon Kite to go up top to handle that minion wave, while King Kong will be here. Are they going to try to force something? King Kong needs to get his orange buff first. So we're going to live or die by the team fight. That's the next big thing that we're looking for here.
Aren't you used to it? I mean, this is the Philippines.
Oh my goodness, Demon Kite and Renegade look scary up top.
Yeah, I mean, if people who are incredibly attractive are very Latina, this scoreline is very Filipino.
this entire game.
I should cast with you guys more. You guys laugh at my jokes more.
Yeah.
Remember, you're on fire. I swear, even during match number 1, you were spurting jokes.
No, even in
left
match
and right.
number 2, I was laughing.
And that's because we love you, Remy.
Yeah.
Don't make me cry.
Okay, maybe later.
Aurora.
That sounded terrifying. Please don't.
No.
Maybe later. What? Maybe later. What?
Tears of joy. I mean.
All right, okay, good spot right now for these two. Although the joy is not here, Aurora has a numbers advantage.
Again, you is still holding on to that Y walk. The moment you see Renijay just connect with Jeet Kundo and Way of the Dragon combination, they can go all in with the Y walk that Yue has. But again, Super Friend has the advantage with the Nether Realm, so ONIC still basically on the driver's seat.
So they kind of position themselves too. The Detonata does not connect. Oh, okay, there goes Kirk.
Okay, Kirk onto the back line with an AOG gonna connect, but the Nether Realm is just too much for ONIC as they burst down Demon Kai right on time. The objective will fall in the hands of the King of the Jungle, sending Aurora flying home.
Oh! Kelra, you are a god! They still got him, and with a bit of divine intervention, the gods have found a way to crack this game open as Demon Kite was knocked up by the Lord, knocked up by the AOG, and caught by the chip.
That was the perfect timing for ONIC Philippines. They engaged in a team fight where Yue was unable to secure an ultimate away from ONIC Philippines, not even the Nether Realm. So even when we thought that Kirk might have been the first to fall, that was enough time. The Nether Realm immediately followed, and Aurora, that was the moment they were taken by surprise. And now they are the ones who will have to defend against ONIC Philippines.
AOG again detonates onto the top lane to zone out the members of Aurora. Renegade triple man knockup gonna connect onto Super Friends as King Kong works on the back line. Demon Guy desperately trying to save Yue, and Edward picks up a kill onto Super Friends. King Kong exchange him. Renegade and Edward will pull down another shortcut coming in from Bruce Good the Lord marching onto the top lane. 5 members of ONIC are still here. Here comes King Kong. Here comes Kelra. Mega kill for the god in the gold lane. Yue left alone to defend it. ONIC wants to go to game 3.
Even that last minute Y walk inside the base just provided additional targets for the base to lock on, and enough time for ONIC to equalize the series.
Why walk when you got a shortcut? ONIC Philippines forces game number 3. And yeah, this is what we pretty much expected and wanted from this series. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now, all our audience are more than happy to be supporting their favorite teams tonight.
That's 2.
I mean,
now 1, now 2, but 3. We got 3.
3 games. Clearly, the fans are getting what they deserve with the tickets bought, and oh my goodness.
You know, with the 3 games, feels like you follow a theme with it. Game number 1 was all about hustle.
Yeah.
Aurora hustled them. Game number 2, you stick around your chip, stick around your Faramis, that's loyalty. So in game number 3, we're gonna see respect. We're just gonna see some of the best picks of both, and everyone's gonna be like, yay. No excuse, you got your best pick, and then we're just gonna fight.
Yeah, basically, let's skip the banning phase.
Yes.
No banning phase. We respect your good players, your good heroes. Let's pick them all.
We don't get.
You guys probably thought you've already seen enough respect. The 4-man bans on Super Friends and whatnot, but it doesn't end there, and that will not stop ONIC Philippines. So this is a really close match or series we're seeing. This is why we call it the star match. This is why we have that video. This is why we have that intro. This is such a sight to see. And so who will be our MVP? Okay. Solo Kid. I mean, he said that in the check thing, right?
Yeah.
Whoa. 604.
Yeah, definitely. It's a perfect game here. Actually, that's one of the difficult parts about the Aurora lineup is that other than the show, really, the Irithel is going to be a little bit too slippery to catch, especially with a Purify on it. It's not going to be the easiest time around. Usually what you'd want to see is to have a mid laner that has the reach to be able to poke the mid laner from afar to force resources out of them. But since they played with the Valentina, which was still the right call and a pick that I 100% approve of, Aurora just were not able to catch the Irithel, and ONIC played incredibly well around the chip.
Yeah, I mean, imagine getting out of the Y walk and then just using the heavy crossbow to run around the team fight that's happening. So you'd have to just pay attention to what... I mean, you don't know what you should be paying attention to anymore. If you're Aurora MLBB, you'd just be surprised everyone's coming out of the Y wall, and then you'd suddenly have to lock on a particular target, but you can't even afford to do that anymore. I mean, look at this. Even Dominic, he was so surprised. And naturally, we've been saying that the Irithel, as a very high mobility marksman, isn't the best kind of matchup for a Granger, especially when it comes to these particular points in the game. So there you see.
I mean, just looking at how the game went, I still want to give my flowers to Redijay, because again, he was still able to find those amazing angles, those amazing kicks to the proper targets, not to mention the kicks onto Kellera, even the one Super Friends onto the middle lane. But ONIC was just really relentless in how they wanted to avenge their loss in game number 1. At any given moment, the Y-Walk is available. They're not, Brusco's not going to hesitate to cast it. They're going to go all in, even casting the final Y-Walk, just so Super Friends could be in the picture for the final push. And that's the ONIC everyone was waiting to see.
Yeah, and for some reason, the way of the dragon or the ultimates coming in from Renegade, it felt a little delayed in terms of like the timings in which he decided to use them in every team fight. It's either his teammates weren't entirely ready, or it was used just to push or move a member away from chasing after his teammates. So I didn't feel like it was really used in the same way we've probably seen it earlier, that was constantly catching the opponents off guard and looking for a setup for his teammates.
Yeah, at the same time, picks aside, ONIC Philippines, it really just one of those scenarios wherein they played a really, really good game around the hero that's like built a surprise with the chip, with the Faramis together. And it's such a strong combo, because with the Faramis, if the Faramis goes down before the chip uses the shortcut, that's fine. If the Faramis is going to get back quickly with his passive anyways, and Super Friends didn't have a lot of deaths on him, then Brusco can use the shortcut, already start the fight, and then suddenly Friends is back in the thick of it already. He's back in the action. So it's a really strong combo to have the chip and the Faramis together. That's a new realization for me.
I could count the number of times where Friends was taken out, but he was immediately back.
Yeah, just back. Oh no, I'm dead. Hello.
It's like the maximum death timers I've seen from Friends was 5 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter, really, for ONIC Philippines. So it was a great approach towards playing against Aurora.
Yeah, and we said the same thing about Aurora earlier. They had a great approach to playing up against ONIC Philippines. It was a great draft. Again, they broke the team fighting of ONIC. This time around, ONIC just showed some of their best strengths. However, again, we have to add a little bit of not really an asterisk, but acknowledge the fact that a little bit of divine intervention. The Lord knocked up Demon Kite there in the end, right when Kirk was already charging up the AOG, so the Gatakacha caught him in the very tail end of his ultimate, already knocked up by the Lord.
Yep. Everything just fell into place for these two teams right here. But don't forget that we have the Athena Cup coming soon. This is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifiers for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
The tournament will take place from March 7 to May 27, so let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be in esports.
Okay, I'm so excited for this.
Are you joining?
Fellow women?
Yeah.
What? Did you ask me, am I joining?
I'm so excited for my fellow women.
Yeah, let's go!
Why did you say that as if you were unsure about the statement?
No.
Are you?
I mean, what I was about to say, yeah, you're excited for it. That's like more casting days for you.
Yeah, so I hope to see those, or the competitive female gamers we see out there. We have a lot. here in the Philippines, that's for sure. Even sister teams of some of the most well-known franchises.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have some ONIC Philippines all-time stats right here. So do we see here the long winning streak? Nah, this is way back. It's actually way back.
Again, these are the list of the longest win streaks in MPLPH history. Of course, Fnatic ONIC PH went 13-0 last season. Aether Main had 12, and of course, Echo and Blacklist International leveled at 11. As an organization, ONIC PH, they are 56.62% win rate in games, while it's a 61% win rate in matches. That's even counting the time where ONIC PH sort of dipped a little bit, but even during that time, they were consistently in the playoffs. They were always, although just eliminated in the first round, but hell, eventually got to the point where they became champions and world champs.
It's clearly a much decorated organization that continues to exceed expectations. We could expect these stats to just keep on increasing and just really continue to dominate the PH scene so far. But again, Aurora might be the greatest hurdle so far for ONIC Philippines, because when was the last time you said ONIC Philippines Game 3?
I mean, even TNC yesterday, right, was about to become a threat to ONIC Philippines. So at this point, I'm not entirely sure. But if they do break their very own record and go 14-0 this season, which a lot of us think could have happened last season, but didn't. So
They picked the Masha.
I didn't even say it because I thought you didn't want to hear it.
I will say, my job is to be able to remember things that people either choose not to remember or just don't remember. I choose to remember it for you.
And even if you don't want to, because that's his job. So, Game 3 side selection update. Aurora this time will go back into the blue side, which has been the lucky side for these teams for this series at least. So, I'm not sure if ONIC will still allow the same patterns to happen because they probably learned from it. But then if it were ONIC Philippines, has it been 3? No. It hasn't been 3 Joy games in a row. It's just been the last game.
Yeah. I mean, if you go back to Redmar's point, wherein Game 1 was all about hustle. Game 2 was all about loyalty, and
this one's all going to be all about respect.
Respect, and during the draft, you have to respect the main heroes that gave each team's problems, specifically for Aurora. I mean, for ONIC, the Jusin of Yue.
Yeah.
And for ONIC, for Aurora.
You're doing some Steiner math right now.
Which was, well, for you, who gave Aurora the hardest time with ONIC's pick?
Well, game number 1, they won, so not really.
Game number 2, was it Chip or
was it the Joy?
Was it the Joy? Was it the Faramis?
Yeah, they could respect the Joy this time around.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
Perhaps
So if you're ONIC, if you're Aurora, respect the Joy of ONIC. If you're ONIC, respect the Juicin of Aurora.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Aurora did in game number 1. They banned out the third ban.
The Joy,
yeah.
Yeah, it was Selena Loyi Joy for their bans earlier. If you look at the stats right now for Kelra, all-time games played 341.
Whoa.
He is 4th in total amount of games played.
Wow.
And the total damage dealt,
18
million.
I wish I could convert that to
actual money. Yeah, I'd like that too.
18 million.
18 million.
Just with
Hey, Brigida, what would you do with 18 million?
buy a house?
In this economy? Where are you buying it?
We can't. Oh, in the province. So
So you know what I would do?
What?
I would build my own female team and join the Athena League.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it up again. So my fellow women, don't forget to join the Athena League because that might be your chance to join the Women's Invitational as well.
Yeah.
So you will be able to fly alongside. Recently, right? We've seen Omega, Empress too. They were able to visit China, and then with the recent
They
MWI.
they won MWI in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Philippines, so...
I don't know if anyone from Team Vitality is watching this, but shout out to Team Vitality. Y'all know you guys are close to my heart. Well, I'm a fan of Team Vitality. That's for real.
I just remember.
I'm a big fan of
Who are you
Vitality.
closest with? Who are you closest with?
Okay, I'm not really actually close with anyone.
Okay.
But I'm a fan of Shell. I like Shell.
Yeah.
She's
I
a
remember.
great goal laner.
Agree.
I could remember like the way Remor was talking about how much he was a fan of Team Vitality back
Yeah, I have
then.
their jersey. Do you have their jersey?
I don't.
I'll make sure I'll help you get one.
Okay.
100%.
I have the Omega Empress.
Since you are their fellow woman.
Can I also have one?
No.
You're not a fellow woman.
No, Egan, no.
Unfortunately, no. All
Okay,
right.
there's the respect you were asking
See,
for.
I told you.
Redmar.
See, you thought I was kidding. And
hustle.
Yeah, I wasn't just making a John Cena joke.
Hustle, loyalty,
Look, that's
and
all,
respect.
look, that's all respect bands. Selena, Loyi, Joy, respect.
Okay, let me
Juicy.
think of another one.
I
thought Fanny was gonna slip away.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, it's not. See,
You
that's
said the
all
first syllable.
respect. So now, Aurora, are you gonna pick up the Joy? Excuse me, the Suyo.
Yeah, it's the Suyo. Probably. I heard the Eve.
Oh, that's a swerve. That is an ONIC ID tactic.
Wait, so
And ONIC PH should know how to deal with this.
I mean,
So
in
they
a- in
can
our-
get
you-
the Suyo.
Suyo, Granger. I mean, if you're Harith, if you pick Harith, you don't want to play around the real world manipulation. So, Granger Suyo.
Or maybe pick it third.
Granger Hylos. Or Suyo. Granger Suyo.
Granger Suyo.
Wait, what was
Yeah.
that? Oh, the
Suyo.
Suyo.
And
Harith.
Harith. Still.
Oh, of course, yeah. Pure power. And now Aurora will actually have to think about a Jawhead potentially coming up for ONIC. Because if you have the Jawhead, Suyo, Harith together, they will not care about the Eve at all.
Yeah.
But that means Kirk has to end up with a pretty beefy EXP laner. The Phoveus is open for Edward. They won't pick it. It's going to be an Alpha and an Eve together, and they pick up the Grangers for range. So ONIC might actually end up with a lineup that's very divey against a lineup that has hella range.
Yeah, will they still opt to go for the Gatot Kacha even in this kind of situation? Or could they potentially opt to go for other picks as well? But if ever Aurora does get their hands on that though, that would be the AOG and the real world manipulation all in one lineup. So instead they just get the Farsa. Oh.
Yeah, good trade. Range for range for these two. Good option right now. I think if ever ONIC don't want to play the CC, they can ban out the CC, then pick up the Lucas for themselves as the 4th pick. I think that'll be a very good, sturdy pick for them if ever they do decide to pick the Jawhead, and it is open for them. You have to acknowledge that the best roam picks right now for Brusco, Kali, Cho, both still open as well.
What if they do actually go for the Cho? But, I mean, if they do pull off the early game, that would be great for them. But
Yeah.
if in the long run, I'm looking at other options as well.
They ban out the Phoveus. I think Cho would be really good for Brusco here, considering that Aurora won't have the, how do you say this, hard crowd control in the center of the map, since they have the Eve with them.
On the other hand, it seems like they're limiting Edward's options right now. So could the Edith be next? Or
CC,
Edith? I don't think we've seen Edward on the Lucas just yet, right?
What? Edward on the Lucas? Game 2.
Oh,
Yeah, we just saw that.
Yeah.
Actually. So that's also still possible.
Yeah, again for Aurora, because they banned out the CC. But unless ONIC goes for it for the pick.
Yeah, but then that means ONIC can just pick up the Lucas in the
Lucas, yeah.
4th. But then if they do pick up the Lucas, they'll lose out on the Cho.
As we're seeing it right now, like I don't see any setups
they
just
just
yet
banned
for
it.
Aurora, so they
They ban it.
They solved their problems, guys.
So in terms of the trade, it becomes Gatot, Edith, Hylos,
Glue.
I was forgetting about that
no
one.
one
but yeah,
uses the
Glue.
Hilda anymore too.
Yeah.
Compared to yesterday, where Hilda was picked 3 times.
And the first base. Okay. So what will be the last ban for Aurora here? Is it another XP lane or? Yeah. Wait. There's a Tigreal. Oh. But like. So that's yeah,
No,
they
they
got
got
the
Oh,
two.
good ban and good call, Brigida.
So now do they go for the jawhead route?
Jawhead.
Yeah, it's a
There's
tough choice.
There's a Tig.
Yeah.
Cho.
If ever you can last pick Tig, I like Cho fourth. But Jawhead can be taken by Aurora, and Jawhead and Alpha together are going to be an absolute nightmare. If ever they do decide to roll with it, because we're running out of really tanky EXP laners.
Or Gatot. No, I mean Khalid.
Khalid.
Like that's additional.
Edith, and I think that's what's really going through their minds right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they go for Gatot Kacha.
I mean, they still have an option to pick with whatever you mentioned for last.
Cho.
Yeah.
I would like an Edith Tigreal. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for the hitman running. Oh.
Edith Tig for Aurora, because right now again Onyx very divey except for the Farsa. But you will eventually get to the Farsa as long as you mess up the front line. The ones that dive in, the Harith, you mess up the Gato, the Suyo.
Wait, I heard the Edith.
Edith.
High loss.
They go for high loss instead. Okay,
Okay.
so they go for the Revitalize at the center of the map.
So will it be the
Cho,
or the Tigreal? They can get it for themselves, or
Yeah.
Khalid,
or the Khalid, because like you'd want the tanky heroes really to soak up the damage too.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to go chip again because that Alpha will melt you. It's going to be forcing the...
Yeah, someone has high mobility too, that couldn't be easily caught in the real world or the Sphere of Alpha.
Yeah. The tough thing right now for ONIC is that they're very all-in. They're not made for longer team fights. Aurora's lineup with the Granger and the Edith can survive long team fights. So maybe something to balance that out, something that can do that as well.
Okay.
Oh, it was the Cho.
Okay, we just go for the Cho.
Why did that feel a bit anticlimactic? I don't know.
I want to put it as anticlimactic. I think considering that we are in the third game right now, we're just like really overthinking a lot of things. In a good way, I mean, in a good way.
I mean, I was hoping to see the quick sand guard. Like after you get poked, the quick sand guard just to and then you go right back again. But at least right now there's more of an element of a surprise. Just the same ability too.
The Khalid and Gacha together are tried and tested when going up against a lineup that has something like the Eve. But I think ONIC might actually be considering that they didn't want to be too all-in. They still also want to be able to peel for Farsa, for Super Friends a little bit.
Okay. And now, there goes the Revitalize. You previously mentioned both rowers have their hands on it. But for our gold laners here, it's Kelra who decides that he wants to still pick up the Purify. Nonetheless, going up against Aurora MLB. So this is it. This is game number 3. Who among these two teams will take the win in this star match?
Grand Finals rematch. What can you expect but a game number 3? Winner takes all. And right now, I just have to ask, is Hylos honestly a viable option for the role?
It's a EXP Cho, by the way. And yeah, Hylos Rome is definitely a thing, considering that I think both of them decided to go for Revitalize at the center of the map to supplement their mid laners a little bit more. Oh.
Wait, Dom is so low.
Yeah.
That's a quick rotation coming in from Brusco too, by the way.
We're going to have to see how Kirk will be handling it. It seems like Edward will be behind in terms of the rotation.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy with the emblems as we saw it. So we might be waiting up until the first turtle to see some action happen. But all throughout the map, no little things that'll eventually compound into a big thing in terms of the minion wave manipulation. But Kirk is getting out of lane more frequently compared to the Edith.
Yeah, and Demon Kite's probably still taking his time. In the meantime, farming, and not unless he is accompanied by his other members too. Although you really would want to play aggressively in the early game as much as possible with this lineup. But it seems like all routes are being closed or watched by ONIC Philippines right here.
They're putting a lot of pressure onto Aurora, especially onto the river. And again, the mobility that Kirk has clearly is working wonders for them. Just Aurora is out of position for the very first turtle fight.
Yeah, Edward's already level 4. Kirk has to go to the minions first. This might actually be good for Aurora. The ONIC Philippines are still very close to hand. Kelra versus Doming.
Oh, Salmon force, Doming not yet level 4, and Kelra wins it!
I can hear it. I can hear it.
I can hear it already. Solo kill. Oh, but they're looking to extend their lead. Here comes a Demon Kite. The Spear of Alka going to connect on to Kirk, and they're going to burst down Brusco. Super Friends with the Feather Airstrike to zone away Aurora as ONIC trades instead for the turtle.
Brusco with his own, but looks good for Aurora. They can keep going forward.
Yep, they get a kill on the bottom lane. Another kill too, but that's traded. But they also have the turtle. So clearly, ONIC are leading so far, but that was a great showing from Aurora MLBB as well. There's this presence of mind, nonetheless, from Edward, regardless of that current or the previous situation which we've seen him go through, where Kirk was seemingly unstoppable in managing the waves. Oh, wait!
Oh, almost an off-cam kill there, but Kelra caught in the middle. Pops his Salmon force, one more hit onto Yue. As ONIC just trying to work on Renegade. Here comes 3-man rotation from Aurora to finally bring down the God in the gold lane, and the TPs coming in from the Northern Lights.
A little bit too deep was Kelra.
Oh! Kirk!
Kirk got taken out. That was a
solo?
win.
Another solo
solo.
kill?
Okay, ONIC are overheating right now after the initial salvo. ONIC are getting outplayed by Aurora, but Super Friends with a clapback.
Sidestep from the Monster Mage! Takes down Yue onto the middle lane. And another response from ONIC.
Look at all those angles.
Whoa!
I'm tilting. I don't know where to look at anymore, but Way of the Dragon!
Oh, Kirk gonna connect, but here comes RJ with the glorious pathway. Will he be able to save out Demon Kite? Demon Kite's gonna fall down in the hands of Kirk.
The best way to show respect is
Brusco!
a bit of disrespect as Brusco jumps away in the face of the Hitman.
So, unlike the first two games, it seems like this is a not-so-Filipino game we're seeing for game number 3.
Now this is still Filipino, man. What you talking about? This is just what I called in SPS, MLB before the streets.
I mean, I do agree with what you're saying, because right now, 4 minutes, 30 seconds in, already 4-3. A lot of isolated clashes to the point that even our cameraman can't even catch every single kill.
Yeah, I mean, you have to pay attention to all the 1v1s going on all around the map. Unfortunately, we are supposed to see something happen here in the bottom lane since everyone is here in the turtle pit.
Kelra brought kind of low by Dom and Kai. This should be good for Aurora. Kelra will be put a little bit in the red. That's a very small advantage for them.
But everyone, look at everyone just positioning themselves really well around the turtle, but Aurora currently has hold of it. Oh, there goes the AOG!
AOG elevates, but it's not going to connect onto any member of Aurora. Renegade going to the back line, forcing out the wings by wings onto Super Prince. Yue goes in with the manipulation. The revitalize is there coming in from Brusco. Here comes Kelra, though. Zaman Force going to bring down Demon Kite once again, but wants to go for more. Going to try and bring down Edward. Kirk, will be taken down by Mr. Consistent. Demon Kite flickers in to bring down Brusco and Kelra. He pops his Purify, but it's not enough, because Demon Kite, the next standard, is here.
ONIC did not overheat. They started that off great, but Aurora, a hell of a response to make sure that ONIC will get humbled.
Yeah.
Aurora in the lead. They break the middle tower. 6 minutes in, this is looking good for the Northern Lights.
That was a 3-for-1 trade. And ONIC Philippines, although they were able to still get the turtle in the end, you can see just how much of an advantage Aurora was able to secure with that. Renegade, he was just so focused on Super Prince, and Domenkite, he was so confident to fight up against two members who were already on low HP against ONIC Philippines. So now clearly, the lead is in Aurora's hands.
The macro trade now with Aurora and ONIC both giving each other their first towers in the bottom and the top lane, the far lanes. Dominance Ice already built up for the Edith alongside the Dreadnought armor, and I think that Dominance Ice is actually what's giving a little bit of a problem for ONIC PH, or what will give them a problem. Good call as well to build up the Dreadnought armor and not full build it into the anti-Cuirass. You're helping against the damage output of King Kong.
If you just notice, Renegade using the Glorious Pathway, not necessarily to start the fight, but to force ONIC out of position as Aurora will try to get the top lane turret. That's good use, honestly, of Glorious Pathway.
He's just blocking the way.
Yeah.
He's just making sure that ONIC isn't able to position themselves really, really well across the map, but they still get to take down the tier 1 turret. Oh, there's another fight!
Oh, Yui got blasted down in the hands of King Kong. Now they're trying to go for more, but Dominicai answers right back to bring down Bruno. A double kill for the King of the Jungle, but Demon Kite claps back once again. Edward shuts down the God in the gold lane, and a double kill for Demon Kite. Renegade making sure Super Prince can't walk away, and the wipeout for the Northern Lights.
The gods can only stare at Aurora as the light might just be blinding them a little bit too much. Aurora are respecting the teamfight prowess of ONIC, and they are just out techniquing the world champions.
It feels like they're able to last so much longer whenever there's a team fight. Edward too is performing exceptionally well on this Edith.
Yep.
It feels like even when ONIC Philippines constantly tries and attempts to take him down, they use up so much of their resources only to find out that he can fight much more longer and that they can buy much more time for his teammates too. And I feel like even if there was so much attention onto Edward, it's not really working in their favor.
And that's exactly what we said in the draft earlier. Aurora is built for the longer team fights. When you have the Edith and Granger together, that's what you're good at. While for ONIC Philippines, they're very dependent on the Farsa having the ultimate, on the Harith having the ultimate as well. Their only main option for extended team fights is actually just the Suyo, which will have a difficult time going up against an Alpha.
Yeah, they don't have much of sustain.
Yeah, and not just, dependent on the ultimates, dependent also to the positioning, because so far Renegade has been phenomenal in chasing down Super Prince. It happened like 3 consecutive times, that's why Aurora now they have a lead, a 3K gold lead. And when was the last time you saw ONIC got wiped out like this?
Yep. Each and every single time ONIC tries to go for it, it's either Aurora is ready, they're able to respond immediately to Brusco, and it's very unfortunate when Brusco goes in with the AOG and finds himself in the middle of everyone, and where he suddenly realizes that his other members are being blocked off either by the Glorious Pathway or, as you mentioned, by Renegade. So it's not really as well coordinated for ONIC Philippines whenever they try to engage in a fight. So hopefully we see more of that now that they're in the defensive side.
One of the difficult things right now that ONIC has to deal with is that, again, the Edith of Edward has been one of their biggest thorns to their side. Just completed the Athena shields. It's going to be even harder to take that Edith down. Again, this is a lineup brought out by ONIC Philippines that is very dependent on the burst magic damage of the Harith and the Farsa together. King Kong can only do so much as the main source of physical damage in this lineup.
Yep, he also doesn't have the Holy Crystal yet for Kelra, so that's probably another thing we have to consider for ONIC Philippines, similar to what we've seen earlier in the series. So what are they going to do? Brusco, Kirk is looking to probably come from a different angle, but Aurora, they're paired up really well. They're positioned really, really well around the Lord Pit.
It honestly has to come from Kirk, has to come unexpected, because again, Brusco AOG, not a good main initiator. Ulti, if you're up against a very mobile lineup coming from Aurora, especially they have the Glorious Pathway. So Kirk and Keller, their positioning right now should pay off if they want to win this game.
It should. Who are they going to find?
Oh, double man knockoff from Kirk! Go! But Dominicai burst him down. Here comes Renegade with the chase on to the Glorious Pathway onto Brusco. As a King Kong trying to work on Edward Brusco though! Defensive AOG! Dominicai will get the Lord. ONIC only lost Kirk, but Aurora also got the Lord.
It was an expensive attempt to try and save Kirk there and try to deal with the offensive approach of Aurora. This is only the first Lord of the game. Super Princess will not have the feathered airstrike. It should be back in time by the time the Lord gets close enough, along with the AOG of Brusco. But Aurora are comfortable in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and Kirk at that moment, he was just cut off.
Yeah.
That was a perfectly timed onward or earth shatter, if I'm not mistaken, to cancel the way of the dragon and the second phase. So now, ONIC Philippines, they definitely have to defend this. As you've mentioned, the feathered airstrike is already here for Super Friends. They can utilize it later on, but it's inevitable that their base turrets will definitely be exposed. Lucky for them if they don't get their holy shields taken out, but it doesn't matter. We're already 12 minutes into the game.
Oh, glorious pathway from Renji onto the bottom lane to try and zone out the members of ONIC as the Lord sieging in onto the bottom. They're gonna bring down the inhibitor. Now the base of ONIC is exposed as Aurora will do this methodically again. They're not gonna force out anything because they know that they have a 7.3k gold lead.
You have to be disciplined at this point. You're so close.
You have to be disciplined, and
They can taste it already.
To respect what ONIC might be able to do, even though you have that 7.5 and climbing gold lead on your side. Show your discipline, show your respect, and show what Aurora actually means.
Okay, Super Friends with the early cast of the feathered airstrike. Kirk got caught up by 5! An unstoppable kill coming in from Edward. He does have his primal round, that's why he's able to burst down to Cho. One member down for ONIC, and Aurora has minions up top.
AOG.
AOG elevates and he detonates, but he gets caught up again with the onboard coming in from Edward, forcing out the flicker. He's still alive, but Bruce will fall down. Kelra goes in with his Salmon Force, working with King Kong.
Oh my
drop play
God!
coming in from Demon Kai, but still got burst. Oh! Connection! And all of a sudden, Edward is the only one left. King Kong, Super Friends, the Monster Mage, the King of the Jungle, they stay alive!
If you don't like that, you don't like MLBB Esports. Welcome to the home of champions. This is not over yet. Outplay after outplay. The Super Fam still stands, and the equilibrium of this series has changed.
13 minutes into this game, the death timers aren't that long, but that will buy enough time for ONIC Philippines to at least shove up their waves closer towards Aurora's side. That was such a clutch play coming in from ONIC Philippines. Let's check out the replay and how all that escalated. There were many clutch moments as well coming in from Aurora, but just look at how well positioned Kelra was, dancing all around the members of Aurora, and even those last-minute feathered airstrikes too. I can't believe my eyes!
Oh man, Monster Mage Super Friends once again showing why he's one of the most underrated heroes in the whole MLBB scene. A clutch feathered airstrike to give ONIC an advantage and try to contest for this Lord away from Aurora.
Bloodwings already built up by this Eve. And the Eve, Yue has been checking Super Friends with his real run. They find Kirk again!
The chain CC from Aurora was enough to bring down the Kirkitech. ONIC at the disadvantage right now, but King Kong still wanting to go for that Lord. Half HP, Renegade goes in for the glorious pathway, just trying to zone out Kelra. And now ONIC has to walk away because Aurora will secure the potentially last Lord.
Aurora are reading Kirk like a book. They know the tendencies of Kirk as a Cho, the tendencies of ONIC around objective team fights, and they are checking the shrubs and their positioning time and time again. And now, just as when we thought ONIC could get in a better spot to push into the river of Aurora, it's Aurora who get the Lord and could potentially get this series with this push.
They make it so much harder for Kirk to look for the targets when they're all grouped up together, when all the perfect targets are right beside those heroes who can quickly interrupt and protect them. And now, all waves coming in at the same time towards their base.
3 minion waves for Aurora. Lord in the top lane, 5 members pushing in. Renegade goes in with a glorious pathway. Edward's gonna pick up a kill onto Kirk. Super Friends using feathered airstrike to zone out Aurora, but a double kill coming in from Demon Kai, as well. And I think this is it for the Northern Lights. The Monster Mage race as Aurora shines brighter than ever.
And after how many months of dominance and reign, be it in the Philippines and all over the world, the Northern Lights find an answer champions!
We may be in the ONIC era, but in a series where we see hustle, loyalty, and respect, Aurora says, our time is now. What a series!
It is only the second day of MPL Philippines Season 15. But look at the developments and the changes that are happening. There is no definition to the new era we are in. It is a constantly changing and evolving era.
The top two trailblazers of the league faced off and they did not disappoint. This time the light just shone brighter for the Northern Lights. Well deserved. I mean, a lot have been criticizing, have been doubting the lineup of Aurora. And you know what Aurora's gonna say? What are they gonna say now?
What a way to end this day! This Saturday has been filled with so many surprises. And you can see the joy in the RORAs. They've been jumping, they've been celebrating. We've been waiting for whoever could actually defeat and put an end to ONIC's winning streak. It was Aurora, it was their rivals all along. I cannot wait to hear what they have to say. This is a moment we all have to watch and celebrate. So let's head over to the stage and listen to our hosts as they interview our winners.
My goodness! What a way to end the day! Your winners of the last series of the day, Aurora Gaming!
Hans, you got that right. I was at the edge of my seat in games 1, 2, and 3.
Nakalimutan kong may trabaho ako. Alright, I felt it. Renze, I'm gonna have to ask you the first question. After a long while, finally, nakakuha kayo ng win kontra sa ONIC Philippines. I know you've done that before, pero is there a significant difference? Meron bang pagkakaiba yung panalo na nakuha nyo sa kanila ngayon compared to the victories or the matches na nakuha mo from the last season?
Siguro po, yung pagkakaiba lang is parang wala naman po kasi tawag dito, in-improve lang talaga namin yung mga mali namin noong last season, pati lalo na ng mga international. Kasi hindi talaga naging maganda yung mga result namin. So this time naman kasi ang goal lang namin is manalo, hindi yung talunin lang yung ONIC. Talagang ang goal namin is mag-improve. Tapos yun, proud ako sa team ko kasi nalabas namin laro namin.
And we saw how proud you guys are. Proud you are of your teammates. Kasi one of the things that I've noticed, heading into this season, a lot of people were doubting your team. A lot of people were doubting your squad kung kaya nyo bang malampasan or kaya nyong ma-exceed yung expectations nila. Is there something that you wanna say to all of the people who've been criticizing and doubting you so far?
Tingin ko, hindi ko naman sila masisisi na binabash or sinasabihan kami ng gano'n kasi tama naman yun. Kasi marami talaga kami pagkukulang na kailangan namin improve. Which is, yun talaga, mali namin yun. So, kailangan namin i-adjust.
I love that. I love that they study their moves in the previous season at talagang ginalingan nyo for this match. I mean, palakpakan nga natin sila ulit. Woo! Galing. Thank you, Rena J. Now, Dom and Kite, ngayon na natalo nyo na ang KK Connection, ano nga ba ang aabangan namin sa Kite Brothers this season?
Siguro, yun, abangan nyo pa yung Kite Brothers this season. Gagalingan pa namin.
Marami kayong gagawin. Marami kayong strategies na gagawin for this season siguro, no?
That's
Hans?
doming for you, for sure.
So, ano naman ang message mo for your Kite brother na si Demon Kite, di ba?
Kasi parang
diba?
lagi kaming sa kalaban. Ano bang message sa kalaban? Ibahin naman natin.
Dito naman within the team. Kasi di ba you're working hard together for this season. Really improving what you think na yung may areas of improvement last season. So, instead of asking for a message for the other team, for your Kite brother naman na si Demon Kite, ano yung masasabi mo sa kanya?
Tapatan! Yan, dito ka sa tapat. Yan, tabihan mo. Yan.
Si Rene J. kino-coach si Demon Kite.
Sige, Demon Kite.
Sige na. Anong message mo for Demon Kite? Tingnan mo daw. Ayan. Kaya niyo yan. Minsan lang kayo magsalita ng mga ganito. Sige nga.
Lagi lang natin galingan. Yun.
Lagi lang nilang gagalingan. Now, Demon, kahit sinabi niya yan sa'yo, lagi lang nilang gagalingan. Ikaw naman, ano yung message mo para sa kanya, para kay Dom and Kite?
Galingan lang namin last season, tapos feel ko swerte yung pangalan ko na Kite eh. So, yung pangalawang season kasi na nasa MPL ako, nag-champion ako eh.
Oh, may swerte sa Kite Brothers.
Ganun pala yun.
All right, and you know what? They proved it tonight.
Yeah.
What a match it was. This
For sure.
is, by the way, my first time to witness 3 games.
Yeah, 3 games. It's also the first 3 games of the season. And with that being said, parang may naririnig-rinig kasi ako na maganda daw yung jersey nyo for this season. So, Demon, kahit okay lang ba, fit check lang tayo sa gitna. I wanna see it.
Sige nga.
I wanna see it. Give us a little twirl. O, turo. Yun!
O, diba?
Ikot, turo.
I love it, Demon Kite.
You love to see it. Again, everybody, your winners. Aurora Gaming!
May message lang po ako. Tawag dito, please support Aurora FB page. Tapos nod na rin kayo ng watch party sa mga guys, sa mga online viewers namin. Tapos yung jersey namin available sa Shopee.
Yung
You heard that. It's available online.
winners
And
in their very
support
own
them.
right. That is correct. So now, gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory.
Thank you. Hands.
It's a beautiful performance. And now you may take your bow.
Woo.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I am at a loss for words because, again, I was at the edge of my seat in games 1, 2, and 3. Ang gagaling nila. It wasn't an easy match, by the way. I now understand why they call it the star matchup
Match of
for
the
today
day.
and this week.
Yeah, and we saw it head on in a very good ending for the Auroras. And of course, props pa rin sa Super Family. But I want to know kung ano ba ang masasabi ng ating mga casters.
Thank you so much to our hosts and congratulations to Aurora for that amazing win that they showed us for today's Saturday night. They themselves, I can see the joy in their faces, and I like how they mentioned that they weren't focused on winning against ONIC. It was more of them being focused on just winning what was in front of them. And I think this was one of the things we were talking about prior to entering this match even. Focus on what's in front of you. Take things one step at a time.
Yeah, and they actually displayed it very well because, again, even not just the execution, but the draft itself, they're able to outdraft a Fnatic ONIC Philippines and out-execute in the most crucial ways.
Yep.
And one main reason why is none other than MVP, the hitman himself, Brendan J.
Yeah, only 2 deaths, a total of 20 in the KNA, 3 kills, 17 assists, and the Revitalize really came in big time here for Aurora MLBB. And sometimes, at times I was thinking, does this Revitalize actually have favor boots powering it up? No, that was just like pure Revitalize. Like, that was it. And at times it really just came into the clutch. And again, that's great because ONIC's lineup is burst-based. It's not built for the long, extended team fights. While for Aurora, as long as they build up those healing items, strong sustain at the start, once they survive the initial burst that ONIC has dealt already, then that's when you'll start really feeling the effect of Dominkite and Edward's Edith once they got to use the Primal Wrath.
Yeah, and it felt like those burst damage or those spells that were meant to be used for really bursting down an opponent were always almost used towards either Edward or Renegade. As mentioned, I mean, look at this. We are in the 10-minute mark and neither Edward nor Renegade has actually died up until that moment. Or even here, now that we're approaching 13 minutes, it was only until this miraculous defense showed to us by ONIC Philippines where they were actually able to hand over a death onto Edward and both Renegade. But if it weren't for that, and even after that, actually, Aurora MLBB just knew that they had nothing to lose. They were just clearly still in the lead.
I mean, for Dominkite, it really deserves a lot of praise. Even though he got solo killed by Kellera early on in the game, he was still able to go head-to-head with the God in the gold lane himself, even dominated. And we could see a lot of improvements from Dominic because he's not as passive as compared to before. You could see him actually pull off Kelra-esque moves like flickering in up against two, getting those kills.
Yeah.
So the overall development of Aurora, you can really already feel it right now.
Yeah, we're reminded as to why Dominic is touted as the next standard. We felt it back when he was still Domeng DR. He just has an uncanny ability to read the game as a gold laner with that regard. And then over time, he would grow into when would be the right time to be aggressive, when would be the right time to be a little bit more passive and just waiting for the opposing team to do something first, and then you're going to go ahead and clap back. And we got to see Dominic be able to pull that off throughout this series, not just in this game. Edward, again, was fantastic on this Edith. No deaths. It was the biggest problem that ONIC had to deal with. And by the time that Athena's shield was built up for Edward, that just made the hard task near impossible, which was what made the wins that ONIC were finding very late into the game all the more impressive. It really looked like, can you guys actually do this? And it's like, yeah, we can. But they never could find that big, sure, substantial win that said, hey, we win this fight, then we push, we get towers, we threaten you. They just could not find that moment.
Yep, I agree. Dominic, he's one player to definitely look at for this entire series. And I also like how Aurora seemingly had their own assignments in this entire lineup, or throughout the entire game, which we've seen. It seemed like, well, putting aside the Dominic and Kelra matchup, because it did seem like they were assigned to each other, Energy was just so focused on shutting down Super Friends, and then Yue and Edward all just making sure that they could really allow their damage dealers, Dominic, to position himself well, try to lock them down within the real-world manipulation. And it was just so perfectly executed here for Aurora that you can feel the amount of preparation after not being able to face against ONIC for so long. This is why we reached a 7-game grand finals.
Yeah.
And even after like months, they still max out the series in the regular season. So the next time that these two teams meet each other, that's so exciting. I mean, it's definitely ONIC who's looking for revenge by that time.
I mean, another exciting thing to look forward to is there might be another contender for the longest streak this season. I know it's just week 1, day number 2, but you know, maybe Aurora can pull it off.
Maybe, but it's not that gloom and doom for the Super Fam just yet. They still look very good in this series. Not the Super Fam that we're used to, because we're used to seeing them winning, but definitely you see the shades of the World Championship winning, SPS winning ONIC Philippines that will for sure still be there. Aurora was just so ready.
It was such a fun day to watch MLBB. Once again, it has been Brigida, Ingan, and Redmar. Let's throw it over to our host on stage to officially close the day.
Nakakita tayo ng tatlong intense na laban to start off the second day na 3 games or 3 matches for MPL Season 15. Jamie, I feel like it's an understatement to say that the experience was wild.
Wild indeed. What a fantastic experience. Ibang-iba talaga ang energy and excitement pag pinapanood ang MLBB live dito sa MPL Arena. Grabe ang mga fans, intense. Tsaka, di ba nga, may mga papremyo tayo sa ating Golden Month celebration.
And the best part about it is, pangalawang araw pa lang yan ng napakahabang season na posibleng magdikta sa kung anong kahihinatnan ng ating mga teams. Kaya maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanood dito mismo sa ating venue, and of course to everybody watching at their respective homes.
A big thank you indeed. We'll be back tomorrow for more intense MLBB action. Once again, I'm Jamie Fournier.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Kita-kita taugma para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you guys tomorrow!
Bye! The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.